I'm cultivating immortality with the science of mortals. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 976, Meeting with Dangshan. HMPH. Do you still need to ask this? Senior Brother Bay's attitude has changed so much before and after. It's obvious that the matter that needs help must have changed, which is already very troublesome. For the sake of the friendship between our two clans, I don't intend to blame you for deliberately deceiving me, but you still want to use this to coerce me, which is really ridiculous. Luo Hong's face turned cold. Knowing his situation in the Five Lights clan, it is not surprising that Beihao, as the son of the Skypeng, chose to approach him deliberately. Because generally speaking, in every Earth Abyss trial, the sons of the Five Lights clan and the Skypeng clan will form an alliance, and it is normal to make friends with each other in advance. So the real reason that made Luo Hong so resistant and almost rejected Beihao without thinking was actually his extremely different behavior before and after. When they first met, although Beihao intended to approach Luo Hong, he did not show much utilitarianism and basically did it casually. But this time when they met, Beihao was obviously much more urgent and even put on a posture that, if Luo Hong didn't agree, he would pester to the end. Obviously, due to some changes, the other party was in great trouble, so that his mind was lost. No matter what the trouble was, Luo Hong had no interest in getting involved. After saying that, he shook the other party away and walked away. Wait, Junior Brother G. I'll tell you the truth. The space where the offshore ruins are located is indeed on the verge of collapse due to the recent seabed movement, but as long as we act quickly, the risk is still bearable. There is an ancient blood apricot tree in the ruins. This kind of body refining holy medicine is not to be missed for both of us. Please consider it. Beihao was afraid of completely angering Ji Yun and did not dare to stop him again. He could only explain to him quickly. However, Luo Hong was not moved at all. There was nothing more important than going back to refine treasures, and this Beihao was extremely suspicious. How could he explore the ruins with the other party? After taking a few steps, Luo Hong's spiritual light became stronger and stronger. It was obvious that he was going to fly away in the next moment. Seeing this, Beihao's face became more anxious. He gritted his teeth and shouted without thinking, Junior Brother G, are you not interested in Xianpeng's true blood? Hearing this, Luo Hong's spiritual light suddenly dimmed, and then he turned around abruptly, staring at Beihao with extremely cold eyes. As soon as the killing intention moved, Luo Hong's majestic evil spirit immediately enveloped him. If it were in the past, the place where he stood would have been filled with evil spirits that could be seen from 1,000 miles away. Fortunately, after comprehending several laws of evil spirits, Luo Hong's control over his own evil spirits reached a state of perfection, enough to restrain it within a radius of several feet. At the moment, except for Beihao, no one else could sense the slightest abnormality. This guy's really not an ordinary person. Such a terrible evil spirit, I can't move my body. Beihao had also seen the evil spirit of the gods of the Earth Abyss, but it was completely different from what he felt now. Not only did his soul feel as if it had fallen into purgatory, it was hot and unbearable, and it seemed to be bound by flaming iron, unable to move at all. The magical power of the evil spirit was a small trick that Luo Hong had just learned from the jade slip given by the Lord of Jiuyu. He didn't want to use it so soon. I'll give you one last chance. You'd better tell me the truth. After giving a fierce warning, Luo Hong immediately put away some of his magical powers and shouted coldly, someone wants to see Junior Brother G. Please set the place and time. Beihao's face turned pale, and he didn't dare to say anything nonsense. He had a very clear premonition at this moment. If he took a wrong step, today would be his death. Then, perhaps seeing the GUN's unhappy expression, Beihao hurriedly said, that's all I know. Whether I go or not, please give me an answer, so that I can go back and report. At this point, Beihao knew that he was involved in a huge trouble. The reason why he suddenly became anxious was not because he was unreliable, but because the Xianpeng Saint Lord, who disappeared for a whole day yesterday, summoned him without any warning. Then, the other party gave him a task that was completely different from the previous slow-paced style. That was to lead the Jiyuan overseas in the near future, regardless of the specific means. Fortunately, it seemed that the Xianpeng Saint Lord also knew that under such urgency, the possibility of bad things happening was very high, so he taught him a sentence at the end, which could be used as a backup when there was really no other way. Beihao used that sentence, and the situation became what it is now. Oh, you're in a hurry now. Go back and tell the people above that at noon on the 7th day, on the south bank of Yinghua, no one will be waiting after the time is up. With a change of mind, Luo Hong figured out who wanted to see him, but he also had some more questions in his mind. In Beihao's words, Xianpeng's true blood was not the key, but knowing that Xianpeng's true blood was of great use to him was the key. After replacing Ji Yuan, Luo Hong never exposed Zhao Jin's existence, and as the son of five lights, he normally could not refine to kinds of true spirit blood. Therefore, the other party could teach Beihao to say this, obviously knowing the existence of Zhao Jin. And in the territory of the Feeling clan, the only one who knew this information was the fish shop owner who had fought with him. But the fish shop owner had the means to contact him, so if he wanted to meet him, there was absolutely no need to go through so much trouble. Combined with Beihao's identity as the son of Xianpeng and the fact that Wan Yifang was opened in Xianpeng Holy City, Luo Hong immediately realized that the person who was anxious to see him was most likely the combined elder of the Xianpeng clan. After all, without the cultivation of the combined body, the other party could not suppress the fish shop owner and dare to let him hide in Xianpeng Holy City. And the variable that Luo Hong had long been aware of was undoubtedly the entanglement between him and Jihuai the spiritual emperor during this sermon. As soon as the voice fell, Beihao felt his whole body relax, and all the strange feelings in his soul disappeared. After panting twice, he bowed to Luo Hong without saying a word, and then flew away. Boy Luo, the person behind this guy, is obviously not here with good intentions. Are you really going to meet him? Fairy Yin looked at the excitement and couldn't help, but said with some worry, haha, if he succeeds in luring me overseas, it will be very bad indeed. But if we change the meeting place to Yinghua Island, it will just be a pure meeting, and the other party will never mess around knowing that I have a backhand. After all, the other party can get information from the fish shop owner, so it is impossible for him not to know my strength. It is certain that the person behind the scenes wants to harm him. Luo Hong has no fluke at all, but he is also certain that he is anxious, otherwise he would not have met him, even if he was asked to specify the time and place. It is easy to lose your mind when you are anxious. Luo Hong also considered that, if he didn't meet, the other party might do something, so he finally agreed to the meeting. However, at this time, Luo Hong was also wondering if he was too young. He couldn't figure out why the elders of the Xianpeng tribe would conspire with the fish shop owner. Good guy, aren't the Wu Guan tribe and the Xianpeng tribe allies? Exclamation mark. Fortunately, it doesn't matter if he can't figure it out now. Anyway, he will get the answer in 7 days. With a thought, Luo Hong turned into a 5-colored stream of light and soon disappeared into the sky. A few hours later, in Xianpeng Holy City, Wanli Square, a small golden tower shone with a spiritual light, and some of the light spots gathered to form a blurry light and shadow. How is it? Did he agree to meet? The fish shop owner sat cross-legged under the small tower and asked solemnly. Humph, you calculated that Luo Hong would find something wrong. The girl's crisp voice came out from the light and shadow, but the tone was quite unhappy. I have fought with him before, so I know him well. It's not difficult to guess this. The fish shop owner sighed. But you obviously don't know him well enough, otherwise how could the accident happen now? The owner of the light and shadow became even angrier when he heard this, and almost pointed at the fish shop owner's nose and scolded him. Elder Jin, please be patient. Luo Hong was able to fight you with his cultivation at the middle stage of the spiritualization realm. Even though you was injured, and not at his peak, it was enough to prove that he was extraordinary. It's just that his comprehension is beyond the ordinary. It's not enough to shock you and me. The owner of the fish shop said to comfort him. just that his comprehension is beyond the ordinary. Have you ever seen a feeling general dare to argue with feeling emperor? What's more weird is that he actually won the argument. My Yu Shengzhu, where did you find such a monster? If you reveal our plan to Jiuhuaolinghuang, you will definitely die, but the merger of my Shi and Pen clan will be a foregone conclusion. The Light and Shadow Master was immediately more excited. Under the shock of spiritual power, even the small tower used for communication was shaken to have several cracks. But now the arrow is on the string and has to be shot. You and I are safe now. Doesn't it prove that Luo Hong has no ulterior motives? The fish shop owner was actually quite scared. He didn't expect that Luo Hong, who was an undercover agent, would dare to do such a thing. But it was too difficult to find a suitable candidate, and in the end it was just a false alarm. The fish shop owner didn't want to interrupt the plan because of this. Whether he has ulterior motives or not can only be confirmed after this elder meets him. Now that things have come to this, don't make those little calculations. Do the agreed things honestly. This elder doesn't want to see any accidents happen again. The Light and Shadow Master ordered in an unquestionable tone. Yu Mao has been sincerely cooperating with that little friend Luo from the beginning to the end. Elder Jing can rest assured. The fish shop owner smiled hypocritically. Humph, it's better to be so. The Light and Shadow Master obviously didn't believe it. After saying that, he collapsed and disappeared, interrupting this communication. As the spiritual light of the small tower dimmed, the fish shop owner's expression quickly became gloomy. After a moment of silence, he suddenly frowned and said, "This Luo Hong is really weird. He has been undercover for only 20 years, and he has made such a big fuss. If he is given 2,000 to 3,000 years, he will become one of the best in the tribe. No, I must not let him stay in the feeling tribe forever. I have to adjust the plan a little." After talking to himself, the fish shop owner immediately fell into deep thought. Returning from Cowling Peak to Yinghe Island, Luo Hong arrived outside the White Tower in just 5 days, because he could use multiple teleportation arrays on the way. Before returning to the mansion, Luo Hong used his spiritual sense to scan the secret marks everywhere as usual, and only after confirming that no one came to cause trouble while he was away did he flash into the White Tower. Because he deliberately released his breath, Luo Hong didn't have to wait long before two escape lights landed in front of him. "Welcome to the Saint's Son, back to the mansion." The Zhonglishu sisters saluted at the same time. "Well, did anything happen in the tower during the days I was away?" Luo Hong asked calmly. "Except for the spiritual insect left by the Saint's Son, which has spread its wings, everything else is as usual," Zhonglishu reported respectfully. "Oh, my spiritual insect has spread its wings? Not bad. You two have taken good care of it. Take this bottle of elixir and practice in seclusion for a while." Hearing this, Luo Hong couldn't help but secretly rejoice. After throwing a bottle of elixir, she flashed to the insect room. Just as Zhonglishu and his sister were delighted, Luo Hong had already pushed open the stone door of the insect room. As soon as the stone door opened, the silver fairy flew out on her own, and in a flash, she arrived on a layer of forbidden light shield. Under the forbidden light shield, there were 70 or 80 silkworms with transparent bodies and a pair of small and thin wings like petals on their backs, slowly dancing on a pile of jade stones with dim spiritual light. Spreading wings means that these Yinglu insects have passed their infancy. It's time to put them into the netherworld cave heaven. In the past 20 years, Luo Hong has used precious spiritual materials to exchange Yinglu insect eggs, that is, the 5 yin stones, from the Jiuyu tribe from time to time. Although nearly 80 Yinglu insects are not many, this is already the limit that can be obtained using normal means. Exchanging for dozens more will not only not bring about a qualitative improvement, but will arouse suspicion. Speaking of which, this insect is also destined to him. The resource required for cultivation is the 5-element jade, which is originally quite rare, but can be obtained from the ordinary Yuanying level spiritual material 5-element jade through the spirit ascension method. If it weren't for this convenience, Luo Hong would not be able to let them pass their infancy in just over 10 years. Although 70-80 and Geo insects are a little less, it won't take long for your netherworld cave heaven to upgrade to a higher level. After all, your cave heaven is just a level 0, shattered sky, in name only. Fairy Yin put her hands on her hips, looking at the flying Yin-Geo insects, and said with satisfaction, "Level 0 Shattered Sky? Fairy, may I ask, is this cave heaven also divided into levels?" Luo Hong immediately asked in doubt. "Haven't I told you this before? Oh, by the way, this part of memory is something I have only recently recovered. Since you asked sincerely, I will not hesitate to give you some pointers. Listen carefully. According to the balance of yin and yang and the 5 element, the cave heaven can be divided into 5 levels. In your words, the worst of them is the 0 level broken space, which has no balance at all, and is supported purely by spiritual power. Going up is the first level division with basic balance, followed by the second level crossing Luo, the third level Yanling, and the fourth level swallowing Zuan. If you reach the 5th level Dao realm, it will not be much different from the real world, and it is also the limit of all the cave heaven treasures in the spirit world. After all, the spiritual world is watching, and it can't let us create a small heaven." Fairy Silver shook her fingers, enjoying the time of showing off in front of people. "It's easy to understand the broken space, but don't know what the division is?" Fairy Silver was used to losing things, but Luo Hong wanted to seize the opportunity to ask clearly. The polarity is yin and yang. You collect these yin glue bugs and I will explain the changes to you. Chapter 977, Division and Elders Meeting. Luo Hong is not someone who trusts others easily, but he often makes an exception for Fairy Silver. In addition to the hundreds of years of friendship between them, it is mainly because Fairy Silver is a spirit of an instrument, and there is almost no conflict of interest between him and her. This alone is enough to make people feel at ease. So, as soon as the other party finished speaking, Luo Hong extended his sword finger and pointed out a black air column. It was seen that the air column only shot out a few feet, and then it seemed to hit an invisible wall and squeezed into a vortex. "Collect." At this time, Luo Hong suddenly shouted lightly, and the spell on his hand changed, and the 78 yin glue insects were absorbed into the black vortex. Seeing this, Fairy Silver immediately landed on Luo Hong's shoulder. The next moment, he took a step forward and also disappeared in the black vortex. Only to feel a flash before his eyes, Luo Hong and Fairy Silver came to the netherworld cave heaven together. The two turned their eyes and saw that the yin glue insects that came in earlier seemed to be unable to adapt to the environment here. They changed their original lazy appearance and all flapped their thin wings and flew around. The more unbalanced the yin and yang 5 element are, the greater the reaction of the yin gel insects will be, just like the fish out of water, will jump and struggle. The 0 level shattered space cannot keep the yin gel insects alive for a long time, so before upgrading here, you'd better put in the yin gel insects at intervals of 1 month. Fairy Silver first reminded Luo Hong very seriously, and then when she saw the yin gel insects began to breathe in and out and gradually gathered into a group, she immediately continued, "Your shattered space is of extremely yin attribute. Normally, it takes a lot of resources and energy to upgrade to the 1st level. And even if everything is sufficient, it is impossible to succeed without a little luck. Therefore, often among 100 real cave heaven spiritual treasures, there may not be one with extremely yin or extremely yang attributes. But as long as such a cave heaven spiritual treasure appears, even if it is of the 1st level, its value will be higher than any 2nd level cave heaven spiritual treasure. Because the 1st level polarity is the basic balance of yin and yang, if the entire cave heaven is of yin, then the corresponding yang power will be compressed into a very small range. In this way, that place will gradually evolve into a rare spiritual place in the world. Since the yin gyro worms are doing this for you, the place they are going to now will be the eye of your cave in the future. Just as Fairy Yin was explaining to Luo Hong, the yin gyro worms gathered in a group and slowly sank into a dark yellow corpse mountain. This corpse mountain is the highest peak in the netherworld cave, connected to the Sea of Blood, and surrounded by storms all year round. It can be said to be the intersection of the 3 basic spiritual powers of the cave. There is no doubt that, although the yin gyro worms have no spiritual intelligence, everything they do is in accordance with the laws of the netherworld. The netherworld cave has long been refined by Luo Hong. At this time, even if he does not use his spiritual eyes, he can clearly sense the direction of the transparent insect ball. The insect ball stopped sinking when it almost touched the space barrier of the cave. Then, the transparent insect ball slowly flickered with spiritual light like breathing, and the light was soft, which made people sleepy. But it was this gentle change that caused a dramatic change outside. The dark yellow corpse land rose and fell, causing the continuous mountains to collapse one after another. From a high place, it seemed as if a pair of big hands were about to flatten the land of 10,000 miles. The sea of blood was full of waves and whirlpools, and it became thicker and thicker with loud noises. The sky above seemed to be alive at this moment, emitting bursts of piercing screams, and the storms that collided with each other all the time formed its hideous face, adjusting yin and yang, and dividing the poles. If nothing unexpected happens, this cave will be upgraded in a 60-year period. Oh, by the way, what color is the yin glue insect now? Looking at the amazing celestial phenomena around, Fairy Yin couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction, and then asked Luo Hong, as if she suddenly thought of something. I was just about to ask the fairy. The insect ball is gradually changing from transparent to golden. I wonder why. Luo Hong replied immediately. This means that the 5 element here lack gold. In order to keep reconciling, these Yunjiao insects must convert the spiritual power of the other 4 element into gold. When you have time later, remember to throw in some gold spiritual stones, otherwise it will greatly slow down the progress of reconciliation. Similarly, if the Yunjiao insects emit other spiritual lights in the future, you can add spiritual stones of corresponding attributes to ensure that they are always transparent. Fairy Silver waved her little hand to remind. Then, she seemed to have lost interest and retreated back to the storage bag on Luo Hong's waist. No wonder these Yunjiao insects are so popular. It turns out that with them, refining the cave heaven has become a foolproof operation. After sighing, Luo Hong did not stay in the nether cave heaven for long, and returned to the insect room in a flash. There are less than 2 days until the meeting day, but I have already arranged it on the island, so there is no need to rush. Arzee's cultivation will stop for a while. If the worst happens, I will directly detonate the fusion bead and escape in the chaos. Luo Hong was cautious, so he had naturally prepared a way to escape on the island after his identity was revealed. He immediately threw out a few sound transmission notes and sent the servants in the White Tower out with different excuses. Then, Luo Hong turned into a stream of 5-colored light and fled to the stone room where Arzee was practicing. At the same time, in a huge tower in the center of the 5 lights holy city, 7 or 8 5 lights monks of different ages were sitting around a round jade table. Among the people serving behind them at this moment, there was the current 5 lights holy lord. Even if there were elders here, they would be able to recognize that the others were the holy lords of previous generations. These people who were in power in the 5 lights tribe did not have any dignity at the moment, and all stood respectfully around the jade table. The news has been confirmed. There is no need for you to doubt whether this is true or not. Tell us your opinions. In the north, a middle-aged man with a powerful presence suddenly broke the silence and spoke. Haha, this matter couldn't be clearer. This time, our clan has been blessed by the Holy Spirit and has produced a talented young man. In the future, the clan will fully support his cultivation. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, an old man in a white robe on his left hand chuckled. Elderly, of course you are happy to see it happen. After all, you have some friendship with that young man. But don't forget that the young man has been appointed by the Jiuyu Spirit Emperor to marry. After the Yuan trial, he will have to marry into the Jiuyu clan. If our clan vigorously cultivates him, wouldn't it be a waste of money for the Jiuyu clan? At this time, another old man in a green shirt with a grey goatee and a face as smooth as a child hummed in dissatisfaction. Elder Kong, what are you talking about? If Ji Yuan can marry the Ao family of the Jiuyu tribe, it will be a good thing for our tribe. At least the attitude of the Chiran tribe towards our tribe will definitely change. You dare to say that Lee has selfish motives? I think you want to suppress Ji Yuan because your direct bloodline has a conflict with it. You are the one who puts your own interests above the interests of your tribe. Li Zulin glared at him and replied unceremoniously. What nonsense, how much my Khan family has paid for the tribe, and you dare to say such a thing? The old man in green clothes said angrily. Is my Li family worse than your Khan family? Why can't I say you? Li Zulin raised his eyebrows and said fearlessly. Okay, you. Okay, the juniors are still watching, and you two are arguing like this. Don't you really care about your face? Seeing that the two were arguing more and more fiercely, the middle-aged man frowned and stopped them. Since the middle-aged man's cultivation of the intermediate level feeling king was unmatched in this room, his words were very convincing, and the old man in green could only turn his eyes away from Li Zuolin and turn a blind eye to him. All of you go out. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's eyes flashed with a trace of fatigue, and he said in a flat tone, "It's the Great Elder." Although he didn't name him, the 5 light saints in the room immediately understood, simply bowed, and fled one after another. When the last person left, the middle-aged man casually cast a spell on the ground, and suddenly a layer of 5-color light film appeared on the inner wall of the room. The Xianpeng clan will soon cease to exist. Although everyone had guessed that the middle-aged man was preparing to discuss confidential matters by doing this, his opening still surprised the 5 light elders. Even Li Zuolin and the old man in green, who were just tit for tat, quickly forgot their previous grudges and sat upright waiting for the middle-aged man's next words. I went out before. On the surface, I went to the Earth Abyss to prepare for the trial several decades later, but in fact, I was mainly going to have a secret meeting with the Great Elder of the Chiron tribe. He has clearly told me that the next Earth Abyss trial will make the Xianpeng tribe lose its position as one of the 12 main branches. The middle-aged man said solemnly. What? Isn't it only 300 years? That's too fast. The green-shirted old man said with a change of expression. Although the Chiron tribe has been targeting the Xianpeng tribe for thousands of years, and almost everyone in the Feeling tribe knows what the Chiron tribe is planning, when this thing is really about to happen, it still makes people feel very sudden. The Xianpeng tribe still has a holy master. Could it be that the Great Elder is going to discuss with senior brother ZHU this time? Li Zuolin frowned and hesitated to say, yes, senior brother ZHU wants us to help cut off this last obstacle. We don't need to do it ourselves, we just need to provide information. The middle-aged man nodded lightly. You want us to help? Is the Chiron tribe planning to take action in the Earth Abyss? A beautiful woman frowned when she heard this. Junior Sister Jin is not an easy person. She must be on guard against the safety of the last Saint Lord in the tribe. But every Feeling Saint Lord must take turns to guard the Earth Abyss, and this period is the only opportunity. In the past, the Saint Lords of our 2 tribes would take care of each other, but as long as the Saint Lord sent by our tribe does nothing next time, the younger generation of the Xianpeng tribe will basically die. And with the strength of the Chiron tribe, if they are slightly targeted in the next Earth Abyss trial, the last batch of Saint Sons of the Xianpeng tribe will definitely have the same fate. Unless there is a major change, it is a foregone conclusion that the Xianpeng tribe will be incorporated into the Chiron tribe in 300 years. The middle-aged man sighed at the moment. As allies in the past and present, Li Zuolin and other 5 light elders couldn't help but feel a sense of sympathy at this moment. Grand Elder, is there really no room for easing this matter? The beautiful woman hesitated for a moment, then looked at the middle-aged man earnestly and said, hey, Junior Sister Yan, I understand your feelings. Junior Sister Jin and I have been friends for thousands of years, and the scene of us practicing together before we became masters seems to be still before our eyes. However, there is really no room for negotiation this time. The Xianpeng clan has been on the decline for nearly 10,000 years. If it had not fallen to the point where there was only one Saint Master in the clan, how could the Chiron clan have set its sights on him? Therefore, our clan is also going with the flow, and we can only blame the Xianpeng clan for not living up to its expectations. The alliance between the Wuguang clan and the Xianpeng clan has been maintained for many years, and all the Wuguang elders present have many friends in the Xianpeng clan. It is natural that they would have some resistance to watching it being forcibly annexed. Junior Sister Yan, the Xianpeng clan is doomed to fail. You and I should not think too much about it now, but should consider our clan more. After Li Zuolin calmed the beautiful woman with a solemn face, he immediately looked at the middle-aged man and said, Grand Elder, after the Chiron clan annexed the Xianpeng clan, its strength will definitely expand to a level close to that of the Nanlan clan. Our clan must obtain enough benefits from this matter, otherwise it will be in danger in the future. Yes, Grand Elder, does senior brother ZHU have any promises this time? The old man in green immediately agreed. Brother ZHU promised to assign the Wuling clan and the Cheyenne Pen clan and several other small clans to our clan. Although they only account for more than 20% of the strength of the Cheyenne Pen clan, they are willing to be inferior to others. Our clan can easily subdue them without much effort. Speaking of sex scenes, the middle-aged man immediately changed his look. The Wuling clan was a branch of the Cheyenne Pen clan that was annexed in ancient times. Now changing the clan will only get more resources, and there is almost no resistance. This is quite sincere. The Chiron tribe is trying to reassure us. The more this is the case, the more we must not be careless. After annexing the Wuling tribe and other small tribes, our tribe should take advantage of the surge in strength to find new allies. Otherwise, when the Chiron tribe digests the power of the Cheyenne Pen tribe, Senior Sister Jin and the others will definitely think of retaliating against our tribe. Senior Brother Kong is right. The period before winning new allies is a window period for our tribe. It is the most dangerous. We must respond. After all, the people present were all mature spiritual world cultivators. Their pity for the Cheyenne Pen tribe was only fleeting. They immediately discussed the future strategy of the Wuguan tribe fiercely. My fellow disciples, please be quiet. There is actually a ready-made way to deal with the window period. It just requires Junior Brother Kong to sacrifice. The middle-aged man suddenly used his magic power to transmit his voice, suppressing the voices of the crowd. Well, the elder is talking about the marriage of Jiyuan and Ao King? Yes, if the Jiuyu tribe can help a little, most of the dangers faced by our tribe can be resolved. The middle-aged man nodded immediately. If it is related to the survival of our tribe, Kong will naturally have no second words. I agree that the tribe will fully support Jiyuan's cultivation. The old man in green said without thinking. A married person is like water spilled. If you don't show favor to the other party while she is still in the tribe, she will have no chance when she marries to the Jiuyu tribe. KO knows that Junior Brother Kong is the most righteous. Do you all agree? The middle-aged man immediately showed satisfaction when he heard the words and looked around and asked, agree, agree. So, without Luo Hong knowing anything, his marriage was listed as the top priority of the Wuguan tribe, and a group of feeling kings personally prepared for him. It's outrageous. Chapter 978, Demolishing the Bridge. 2 days later, on the south bank of Yinghe Island, on a rugged reef, Luo Hong stood with his hands behind his back, watching the huge waves crashing in front of him and splashing white foam. Suddenly, a golden stream of light shot from the horizon and landed on another reef several feet away from Luo Hong in the blink of an eye. The person who came was slender, with a pair of golden wings on her back, wearing a white dress, and looked like an ordinary looking girl. But Luo Hong sensed her aura a little, and found that there was a layer of luminous light flowing on her face, and her aura was hidden but not revealed. Her cultivation was at least in the middle stage of the fusion. It turned out to be her, which makes sense. With a change of mind, Luo Hong recognized the person who came. The other party was Jin Yu, the current great elder of the Cheyenne Pen clan, and the current top chair of the Cheyenne Pen clan. Since the other party was also one of Luo Hong's main suspects, Luo Hong was not surprised when he really saw her. I'm a junior human cultivator Luo Hong, meeting the great elder Cheyenne Pen. Although Luo Hong was sure that the other party would not attack him, after all, the other party's cultivation was far superior to his, so he still had to be respectful. My dear Luo, you are very clear in your heart. This elder thought you would use the identity of Jiyuan to contact me. Jin Yu's voice was gentle, and there was no trace of the rage in front of the fish shop owner 7 days ago. Senior Jin thinks highly of me. At least I still haven't figured out why the Cheyenne Pen clan wants to help the fish shop owner to plot against the holy soul of the Five Lights clan. It stands to reason that the nobles are now in a precarious situation. If something happens to their own allies, wouldn't it be even more difficult? Luo Hong must confirm the purpose of Jinyu's cooperation with the fish shop owner, otherwise he might be sold out at any time. It is not difficult to understand the emergence of this set of rules of the Feeling Saint Lord. It is nothing more than a means for the ancient Feeling Emperor to maintain limited competition among the various branches of the clan. To put it bluntly, there must be internal fighting to maintain the competitive relationship between the branches, but the intensity of the internal fighting must be limited so that it only stays at the level of Feeling Martial. In this way, Feeling King, the backbone of the clan, will not be harmed, and the situation will not get out of control. HMPH. Only those with similar strengths can become allies. Our tribe has been weakening for nearly 10,000 years, while the strength of the Five Lights tribe has been steadily rising. The alliance relationship has long been in name only. Until now, we have only relied on the personal relationships of the cultivators in the tribe to maintain a superficial harmony. Little friend Luo, you don't have to worry about the position of our tribe. The Chiron tribe wants to annex our tribe, and the Five Lights tribe is an absolutely inevitable link. For their own interests, the Five Lights tribe will definitely turn against our tribe. Therefore, this elder must take the initiative to make the Five Lights tribe unable to take care of themselves. Otherwise, with the Chiron tiger watching from the outside and the Five Lights turning against us from the inside, our tribe will have no hope of survival. Although she has the face of a young girl, Jinyu has a thorough understanding of the situation. She does not have any luck in her heart, and her methods are quite cruel. The soul of the true spirit is a strategic thing for the tribe. In the history of the Xianpeng tribe, there have been many cases where they relied on the Xianpeng holy soul to survive the fierce attacks of powerful enemies on the holy city and finally survived. The Five Lights true souls of the Five Lights clan naturally have similar functions. Once they are involved in the internal struggle, it will undoubtedly exceed the limit. If discovered, the Xianpeng clan will surely suffer a heavy blow, but Jinyu still decided to use the fish shop owner, a traitor of the Five Lights clan, to take action. This shows his determination to save the Xianpeng clan, and also shows that the Xianpeng clan is really desperate. Strike first to gain the upper hand. Senior Jin is really decisive. I admire you. However, even if this is done, it will not change the decline of the nobles. After all, the Chiron clan is the key, and the handle generated by this is not so easy to eliminate. Luo Hong can understand the other party's determination to do everything possible to save the Xianpeng clan, but he does not quite agree with his approach. If something happens to their own holy soul, the Five Lights clan will indeed have no time to take care of other things, but in the end it can only delay for 100 years. Moreover, this matter cannot be seen in the light. After the matter is done, the fish shop owner is equivalent to holding the handle of the Xianpeng clan, which will undoubtedly cause endless troubles. Of course, the other party had resorted to this desperate measure because their own descendants were really unteachable, and they really had no other options. What do you mean, little friend Luo? Do you want to back down now? Jinyu frowned and asked in a bad tone. You know, she came here today to test whether Luo Hong had other purposes, but before she started, the other party actually showed that he didn't want to continue to implement the plan. To be honest, Luo is not a real feeling tribe member. The true spirit soul is actually something that can be ignored by me. The reason why I agreed to this matter was mostly because of the forced coercion of Senior Yu. If possible, Luo does not want to live a life of being hunted by the Feeling King. Therefore, Luo wants to discuss another deal with Senior Jin. Luo Hong never intended to really implement the plan of the fish shop owner. Instead, he was more interested in the fish shop owner himself. HMPH, if you want to stay in the Feeling tribe for a long time, then there is no need to say what I'm going to say. Although this elder attaches great importance to the rise and fall of his own branch, he cannot ignore the interests of the tribe. Jinyu's eyes turned cold and his tone was cold. The worst outcome for the Xianpeng tribe at present is just to be annexed, and most of the tribe members will not have to worry about their lives. But if there is a problem with the Feeling tribe, then everyone will be finished. Jinyu is very clear about this. With the momentum shown by this human in front of him, if he stays in the Feeling tribe for a long time, he will definitely be in a high position soon. Once he has a different mind, the damage caused will be devastating. Jinyu will never take risks. Haha, Senior Jin has misunderstood. The biggest enemy of our human and demon tribes is the surrounding Yaksha tribes. We have no idea about the Feeling tribe. After the Earth Abyss trial, Luo will leave the Feeling tribe, so you can rest assured. Your goal is nothing more than to buy time for the Xianpeng tribe, until the younger generation of the tribe has a chance to improve. There are many ways to buy time, and attacking the Five Lights Holy Soul is definitely not the best one. If there is one more holy lord among the nobles, you will undoubtedly be much more relaxed. Luo Hong seemed not to feel the pressure and smiled. Do you mean to help the holy son of our tribe obtain the qualifications of the holy lord? Jinyu's face suddenly relaxed, revealing a thoughtful look. The reason why she didn't think of this method before was mainly because she never expected that Luo Hong risked sneaking into the Five Lights tribe, not for the Five Lights holy soul. Yes, although only after breaking through the feeling marshal can one be considered a true holy lord. A pseudo-holy lord does not have to take turns guarding the earth abyss. 300 years of cultivation time is enough for the nobles to face the crisis of being annexed again during the next earth abyss trial. In this way, the nobles will have a breathing space of 600 years. Senior, aren't you tempted? Over the years, Luo Hong has already thoroughly studied the Holy Lord system of the Feeling Clan. The Earth Abyss trial is extremely difficult. Generally, those who can obtain the qualification of Holy Lord are high-level peak feeling generals. As long as such an existence obtains the qualification of Holy Lord and receives the inclination of resources within the Feeling Clan, it is easy to advance to Feeling Marshal within 300 years and become a true Feeling Holy Lord. Therefore, even a pseudo-holy lord can be regarded as a true holy lord to some extent within 300 years. In this way, even if the Cheyenne Pen clan continues to be lagging behind, and the pseudo-holy lord supported by Luo Hong fails to advance within 300 years, the Cheyenne Pen clan can safely survive the next Earth Abyss trial. Because only when there is no holy lord in the Cheyenne Pen tribe and the ground trial fails, can the rules allow annexation. And Luo Hong does not have to worry that his actions will affect Han Lao Mo's acquisition of the 12 changes of Jings. Because in the next ground trial, Jinyu will definitely try to extend the Cheyenne Pen tribe for another 300 years by any means. What are the conditions? What do you want? The same is to delay time, no matter from which aspect. Luo Hong's method is more advantageous, Jinyu asked after a little consideration. All I want is Senior Yu's storage bag. Please help me, Senior Jin. Luo Hong bowed and said bluntly. Luo Hong did not have any psychological burden about killing the fish shop owner. Although he did not have much contact with him, from the experience of Han Lao Mo in the original time and space, this bastard is a scum of the world who is used to crossing the river and destroying the bridge. This time, this guy must have the same plan for cooperation with him. Luo Hong also believed in striking first, so she didn't want to wait for him to demolish the bridge, so she had to drain the river first. Why do you want Yu Shang's life? You two shouldn't be at the point of life and death, right? Jinyu frowned and asked in confusion. Just like Luo Hong before, she had to figure out Luo Hong's purpose before agreeing. Haha, Senior Jin, have you heard of the Golden Palace Jade Book? Luo Hong immediately asked back. It is said that the immortals of your human race have flowed to the spirit world. This is known to the spirit world, so the elder has naturally heard of it. Could it be? Jinyu immediately made a guess. If Luo is right, Senior you should have an outer page of the Golden Palace Jade Book. In the original time and space, the owner of the U shop once said that he was able to cultivate thunder beasts, all thanks to a secret technique of cultivating spirit beasts. So, even if he didn't have the Golden Palace Jade Book, he had something similar. Luo Hong naturally encountered this kind of treasure and didn't let it go. Are you sure? Luo is a human, so I can be sure. Okay, this elder can cooperate with you, but you have to make a copy of the Jade Book after the matter is completed. Jinyu suddenly fixed his eyes and said with an unquestionable look. Okay, but Luo wants him to cultivate the newly formed spirit beast. After all, the younger generation does not have the support of the power of the clan. It is not very meaningful to just get a secret technique. Luo Hong also said firmly. This elder can accept this, but you should not think too easily about this matter. The holy city of our clan must not be used as a place to take action. And outside the holy city, with the agility of Yu Shang, he will basically not give you and me a chance. Do you have any plans? After all, the Cheyenne Pen clan has some family background, and Jinyu is not so stingy as to haggle with Luo Hong. He immediately asked about the details, completely unaware of what he had missed. In fact, among the several factors that Luo Hong decided to kill the fish shop owner, one of them was that his influence on the future had disappeared with the change of the King Luo fruit. But the most critical one was still the Thunder Beast. The most terrifying thing in the spirit world is not the various ferocious beasts, nor the weather that can kill people at any time, but the heavenly tribulation and thunder punishment that is destined to come for the human race, whether it is a small heavenly tribulation that occurs every 300 years or a big heavenly tribulation that occurs every 3000 years. It is extremely difficult to overcome. Almost all cultivators have experienced the experience of not being able to make a breakthrough in time, and finally suffering from despair in front of the heavenly tribulation that they know will kill them. The Thunder Beast is a spirit beast that can greatly weaken the power of heavenly thunder and help people overcome the tribulation. How could Luo Hong not want to take advantage of it? Of course there is a plan, and it's ready. I plan to copy Senior Jin's method of dealing with me and find a reason to lure the fish shop owner to the open sea. Then Senior will naturally have plenty of opportunities to take action. Of course, I won't find an excuse like Senior Brother Bay, because there is a perfect reason right now. It is estimated that in about 60 years, I will have to survive a small heavenly tribulation. This matter must not be carried out in the Five Lights clan, and as long as the fish shop owner really cares about the Five Lights holy soul, he will have to go to the open sea with me. Luo Hong immediately said with confidence. No matter how mysterious the disguises, Luo Hong can't deceive the way of heaven, and the time for his tribulation will not be advanced or delayed. So as long as the two are compared, anyone will find that Ji Yuan is wrong. The fish shop mainly doesn't want the plan to seize the Five Lights holy soul to fail, so it must help him survive the tribulation in the open sea. It is indeed difficult to make people doubt you by saying that you are going through a tribulation, but in this way, you, little friend Luo, have already received the benefits before the trial of the Earth Abyss. How can you guarantee that you will continue to keep your promise? Although Luo Hong's plan was simple, with the involvement of the Thunder Tribulation, it immediately lost the sense of calculation, and the possibility of success was extremely high. Even with Jinyu's knowledge and wisdom, he could not find any loopholes, and turned to worry about other problems. Not to mention that Senior Jin knows my true identity and has a handle. Not to mention that what I promised is not difficult, so I really don't need to break the contract and offend you. But if you insist on using restrictions or spiritual contracts to restrain me, then you should forget what you said today. Luo Hong didn't want to give the other party the opportunity to plant a slave mark, so he said without leaving any room for him. Haha, since you are so taboo, I will not force you. However, in the next few decades, I will keep an eye on you. If you make any small moves, I will ensure that you cannot leave the Feeling clan safely. Although he was dissatisfied with Luo Hong's sincerity, Jinyu had no other choice. After hesitating for a moment, he could only choose to believe Luo Hong. Fortunately, with the handle in hand, Jinyu was not without any protection. Don't worry, Senior Jin, I will continue to practice in seclusion on this island in the future. I will never step out of this island without special circumstances. Luo Hong immediately promised, with the heart of the great Elder Jin. Chapter 979, Shazundar Makaya. Even though the fish shop owner's cultivation was much higher than Luo Hong's, what Luo Hong could give Jinyu was far beyond what he could compare to. The two of them were just mutually beneficial, so it was natural for him to be abandoned. Senior Jin, there are currently 3 saints in the nobility. I wonder which one you like. Luo Hong asked in detail. Although Beihao has the highest cultivation at present, his qualifications are not as good as the other 2 saints. Yan Ming's state of mind is not enough to take on the great task, so it is best for you, Luo, to help nephew Lei pass the trial. After Jinyu made a judgment, he decided, I understand. When the time comes to pass the tribulation, I will contact you in advance. Please keep this talisman. Luo Hong responded calmly, but in his heart he thought that the Cheyenne Pen clan also pays attention to closeness and distance. The first 2 saints called each other by their names, but Lei Jiao called him nephew. This hint was too obvious. After receiving the Wanli talisman, Jinyu was not in a position to stay in the Wuguan clan for long. After a simple farewell, he disappeared without a trace. Now that everything is over, it's time to start refining treasures. Seeing Jinyu leave, Luo Hong felt relaxed and immediately said to himself with excitement. Then, he turned into a stream of 5-colored light and flew towards the white giant tower. However, only 3 days later, an unexpected visitor interrupted Luo Hong, who was dealing with Luo Shengmu. Elder Li, I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person. Please come in quickly. Looking at Li Zuolan, who suddenly came, Luo Hong was pleasantly surprised on the surface, but secretly kept guessing the other party's intention. There is no need to come in. This elder has been busy with affairs recently. This time I just happened to pass by and came to see you. Let's talk and leave. Li Zuolan was very satisfied with the respectful attitude of the Jian. He stroked his white beard and nodded. Thank you, Elder Li. I wonder what is worth your personal visit? Luo Hong said with a puzzled look. Of course it's a good thing. The elders all know about your performance in Jihuayu Palace. You have greatly improved our clan's reputation this time. The elders are very satisfied with you. Especially the great elder KO. He personally proposed to give you a higher salary. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity. If you have any requests, just ask now. Li Zuolan chuckled. Ah, there is such a good thing. Thank you for your kindness, the great elder, and thank you for your kind words, Elder Li. Luo Hong was ecstatic when she heard it. Although Li Zuolan concealed his own contribution, he was not a newcomer to the world of immortal cultivation, so he naturally thanked him. Haha, this kid is smart. Okay, don't be polite, just tell me what resources you need. You know, only when you have a high level of cultivation can you contribute better to the clan. Li Zuolan put on the appearance of an experienced person and instructed Luo Hong. What Elder Li said is true. It just so happens that I need a large amount of resources to cultivate my newly acquired magical powers. It would be great if I could prepare all the spiritual objects in this jade slip. It was rare to see a fat sheep being slaughtered at the door. Luo Hong naturally would not be polite and happily handed over a jade slip. Well, it turns out that these things are very suitable for the upcoming Diyuan trial. Don't worry, the things in the jade slip will be delivered exactly in 10 days at most. However, don't just practice hard. Take time to visit the Jihuayu tribe more often. It will not only be good for your current magical power cultivation, but also for you to become the real backbone of our tribe in the future. It will also be of great benefit. Li Zuolan first accepted the jade slip readily, and then said something with a hidden meaning. Luo Hong was stunned at first, but soon reacted and couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. I understand, but we still have to cultivate our magical powers first. After all, the women of the Jihuayu tribe have always admired the strong, and we must not lose our roots. Well, you just need to know this, and I won't interfere. Practice well, and I hope that by the time of the Earth Abyss trial, you have already advanced to the late higher level. Li Zuolan also thought that what he said made sense, and after nodding and giving instructions, he floated away. Sure enough, there is no free lunch in the world. Does this count as my dowry? Luo Hong shook his head with a wry smile. The next moment, he flashed back to the meditation room, took out the jade slip that the Jihuayu Saint Lord gave him that day, and said to himself, but this is indeed a good thing. With this batch of spiritual objects, there will be no obstacles to condensing the entity evil spirit. As for the cultivation and selection of magical powers, Luo Hong has actually been following Han Laomo's example, and has learned a lot from him. If we talk about the magical powers that Han Laomo had when he was at the level of Liangsu, there were quite a few. The Exorcist Thunder upgraded by the Thunder Sacrifice was one of them. The Brahma Dharma, the Spring-Leaking Pensword Formation and the Soul-Devouring Heavenly Fire were also not weak. Of course, the most powerful one was the 12 Changes of Jings. Apart from other things, Luo Hong actually always had a special liking for the Dharma. After all, who could refuse to cooperate with the Dharma to fight the opponent in a one-on-one duel? Therefore, when Luo Hong was in the human world, he had been collecting spiritual objects that condensed the Dharma. However, with the broadening of his horizons and the improvement of his understanding of the world of cultivation, Luo Hong eventually refined all these spiritual objects into the netherworld cave heaven. Although this cannot be considered a regret, it did make him somewhat confused. Fortunately, things have taken a turn for the better now. The jade slip that Jiuyu Saint Lord gave him, and Aolu 3 people, that day recorded many magical skills related to evil spirits. The 4 evils armor transformation technique that Han Leomo had practiced was among them, and it was the most common one. There is no doubt that Luo Hong's own monstrous evil spirit is a great advantage, and it is obviously unreasonable not to make good use of it. Although there is the existence of the heavenly evil dragon armor, Luo Hong's evil spirit can help him improve his defensive ability, but relying on the defensive ability of the heavenly evil dragon armor itself, it is enough to deal with most situations, and there is no need for his evil spirit to bless. Therefore, Luo Hong basically just glanced at the protective magical powers in the jade slip, but mainly paid attention to the offensive magical powers. Excluding those that require a foundation of exercises, there are not many options for Luo Hong, so a magical power called Shazandama Body soon came into his sight. Although there is no need for any pre-existing exercises to practice this magical power, its starting point is quite high. The basic condition is that the practitioner must master certain evil spirit laws, because only the evil spirit refined by the evil spirit law can support this magical power. In addition, there are also extremely high requirements for the amount of evil spirit possessed by the practitioner. However, these 2 basic conditions are obviously not a problem for Luo Hong, and he met them directly. It is worth mentioning that, although the name of this magical power is not loud, its grade is extremely high. Even Luo Hong cannot cultivate it to perfection in one go. Before the Earth Abyss trial, he could only cultivate the 2nd level of this magical power at most. In addition to the need for a large number of spiritual objects to assist in cultivation, the 1st level of evil spirit also requires the pure evil spirit of a certain type of living being, which often requires the slaughter of a large number of similar ancient beasts and monsters. Fortunately, there are many ancient beasts and monsters that meet the requirements in the Earth Abyss, and the Feeling Generals who practice this magical power in the Feeling Clan don't have to worry about this. Humph, but for me, it's even easier. The real dragon evil spirit harvested during the dragon blood trial is still fresh, just right for cultivating the evil spirit. This will not only make the final refined evil spirit far more powerful than the average, but it may also help to dissipate the dragon energy in the Zuanshan golden flame and lift the seal of the 10,000 aspects divine eye as soon as possible. It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it's difficult to go from luxury to frugality without the assistance of the 10,000 aspects divine eye. Whether it's research or fighting, it's not so refreshing. As for the 2nd level of condensation, it can make the evil spirit form a solid and increase its power several times. It's not as troublesome as the 1st level, but the resources required are much more precious than the 1st level. But since elderly dared to guarantee it, it was obvious that the Wuguan clan had some in reserve. After all, this Shazandama image was usually cultivated by the elders of the Jiuyu clan or the extremely talented Feeling Shui. The related spiritual objects also had special diplomatic value, and it was not surprising that each branch had some in reserve. Finally, the 3rd level of Shazun. Don't think about it in the short term. It's better to do it now than to wait for a day. Anyway, Luo Shengmu is still tempering in the weapon refining formation for a while, so let the clone watch it, and I will practice it immediately. After saying this, Luo Hong immediately put away the jade slip in his hand, sat cross-legged, and pinched out the magic formula with both hands. Suddenly, the thick evil spirit as pure as white snow rolled out from Luo Hong's body, and filled the entire quiet room in an instant. If there were no restrictions, Zhang Lishu and others in the White Tower would have their souls extinguished by this majestic Yangshan. There is no time in cultivation. After Luo Hong closed the stone door of the quiet room, a month passed quickly like a flash, and before he knew it, 60 years had passed quietly. One evening, Luo Hong was doing the homework he had been doing every day for the past 60 years. He was seen pinching his hands together, and the heavenly evil dragon armor covered his figure. A pure white dragon-shaped evil spirit coiled on his torso, and the fierce dragon head poked out from behind him, and hung low near his brow. With the breath of the white dragon evil spirit, a wisp of ethereal breath came out from Luo Hong's brow, and was swallowed into his stomach. As soon as this breath entered his body, multiple veins burst out on the materialized body of the white dragon evil spirit, as if it was unbearable. At this time, Luo Hong suddenly changed the magic formula in his hand, and a pale yellow wooden plate appeared behind him. The wooden plate was engraved with extremely mysterious patterns, and upon closer inspection, it was somewhat similar to the totem magic patterns that Luo Hong had learned in his early years. The next moment, the pale yellow wooden plate slowly turned, and Luo Hong also tried his best to transfer mana to the white dragon evil spirit. After receiving Luo Hong's mana support, the part of the white dragon evil spirit's body that suddenly rose immediately calmed down, and then some extremely faint runes emerged. This person and dragon remained motionless for 12 days, and Luo Hong suddenly retracted the wooden plate and stopped transferring mana. The white dragon evil spirit's breath obviously increased a little, and the dragon head lowered and then sank into Luo Hong's body and disappeared. What is surprising is that after 12 days of continuous mana consumption, Luo Hong is still in a state of full mana, as if he has not used a single bit of his own mana. After finishing this round of training, Luo Hong did not go directly to the next round as before, but flashed to the top of the white tower. Today's weather is good, the sky is clear and the blue is endless, which makes people feel refreshed. However, Luo Hong frowned at this moment. After sensing silently, he suddenly said to himself, "It's almost time. My first minor heavenly tribulation will come in 2 months at most." Although there was no strange phenomenon in the sky, this feeling of impending disaster was definitely not wrong. It was undoubtedly the time to be struck by lightning. Since he had taken enough dust extinguishing pills, Luo Hong was not worried that he would encounter the terrible two-color thunder tribulation, and ordinary minor heavenly tribulations would certainly not be able to do anything to him. Therefore, apart from a little bit of nervousness, he was actually more excited at this moment. This was related to the fact that the time to deal with the fish shop owner was approaching, and he also had the expectation of observing and studying the spiritual world heavenly tribulation for the first time. Because it would not take too long, Luo Hong did not plan to explain to the sister Zhonglishu, and went straight to the teleportation hall on the other side of the island. After some twists and turns, Luo Hong arrived at the Five Lights holy city. He did not plan to sneak to the outer sea to survive the tribulation this time. After all, he had already made excuse to go out. After flying for about an incense stick of time, Luo Hong passed through a layer of light curtain and arrived at a huge green tower. This tower is the Deacon Holy Tower of the Five Lights clan, responsible for the duties of all the Five Lights clan members, and is in charge of a holy master with the cultivation of a high-level flying spirit commander. As expected, there are many Five Lights clan members moving around in the tower. They fly back and forth in the fixed forbidden passages, and each of them seems to be extremely busy. However, as soon as Luo Hong appeared, many Five Lights clan members recognized him, and some even exclaimed, "It's the Jiuan Saint's son. I actually saw the real person. I heard that he is the #1 among the contemporary feeling saint's sons. Even the Jiuan clan's Aol saint's son admits that he is not as good as him. It's a pity that the Jiuan saint's son has a marriage contract, otherwise I would have tried it no matter what." Although he hadn't been out for a long time, Luo Hong was not at all surprised that he was so famous. After all, he had expected it since the day when Aol and the other two helped him establish his prestige. Just as he was about to go to the place where the Holy Sun was in charge of his duties and explain the matters of going out, 2 flying spirit commanders wearing battle armor blocked his way. "Holy Sun Jiuan, your matter is personally handled by Ko Shengzhu. Please follow us," one of them said politely. "Well, thank you 2 seniors." Luo Hong did not put on airs and responded with a bow. Then, Luo Hong was led by the 2 men through many restrictions and came directly to the top floor of the Blue Giant Tower. After passing through the last light curtain, Luo Hong actually came to a beautiful place full of flowers, birds, insects and fish. Ko Shengzhu, who invited him here, was sitting cross-legged at a clear stream with 2 tables in front of him, looking at him with a smile. "Haha, Saint Z really didn't disappoint our ancestors. In just 60 years, he has advanced from a high-level early-stage Fen-healing general to a high-level late-stage one. In my opinion, in another 60 years, Saint Z can try to break through the bottleneck of Fen-healing general." As soon as they met, Saint Ko boasted to Luo Hong, "Oh no, this guy must have trouble with me." Luo Hong immediately understood. Chapter 980 Test and Tribulation. It is all thanks to the cultivation of the clan that my cultivation has improved so quickly. I only hope that the day of trial can come sooner so that I can contribute to our clan. Luo Hong said some polite words without leaking a single word. Haha, with the potential of Saint G, it is far from the time for him to contribute to our clan now, so there is no need to be so anxious. I just don't know why Saint G left the island this time. Is he bored with staying on Yinghe Island and wants to change his job? Ko Shengzu's eyes flickered twice, and then he asked with a chuckle. It's embarrassing to say this. I have been in seclusion for many years, because I was greedy for the speed of cultivation, but I forgot the instructions of elderly. It happened that I encountered obstacles in my cultivation of supernatural powers recently, so I wanted to go to the Jiuyu clan, but Yinghe Island cannot be without people to guard it, so I came here today to report. Luo Hong directly took up the banner of Li Zuolin, so that the matter of going out would definitely be stable. So that's how it is. Since it's the elder's request, we really can't delay. Saint Z, go ahead without any worries. Ko will hand over the affairs of Yinghe Island to others. And if you're just getting rid of it for a short period of time, you don't have to give up the garrison tower. Wait, the Jiuyu tribe is in the northeast of our tribe, not far from the Evil Valley. Saint Z, are you willing to help our tribe solve a problem? Saint Ko first opened the door for Luo Hong, and then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he looked at Luo Hong with a smile on his face. Is it such a coincidence? Wherever I go, there's trouble? Exclamation mark. Evil Valley? Isn't that the settlement of the Manxing tribe? Could it be that these barbarians have become powerful again? Luo Hong was already familiar with the general geography of the Feeling tribe, and the special nature of the Evil Valley made a deep impression on him. Alas, these barbarians are never completely eliminated. I heard that this time it is even more troublesome. I'm worried about who to send. If Saint G is willing to help, I believe it will be successful. Lord Ko continued to flatter Luo Hong. Is this situation urgent? Because of the coincidence, Luo Hong vaguely felt that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Fortunately, he was familiar with the barbarian star tribe. Instead of asking the other party to try other means, it would be better to accept it now. After all, they are barbarians. They can't break through the forbidden magic circle set up by the elders of the tribe. Saint G can go there once this year. Lord Ko waved his hand and said with a relaxed look, I understand. If this is the case, I'm willing to serve you. Luo Hong immediately stood up and bowed. Haha, that's great. I can finally get rid of the worry. Come, let's have one last drink. Lord Ko was overjoyed when he heard this and immediately stood up and raised his glass. However, before Luo Hong could respond, a flying feather flew in from outside. After sensing its aura, a solemn expression immediately appeared on the face of the Holy Lord Ko. Without thinking, he put down the wine glass, stretched out his hand to capture the flying feather, and then probed his spiritual sense into it. There is such a thing. The next moment, the Holy Lord Ko said to himself in surprise, then looked at Ji Yun, hesitated for a moment before saying, this is the Holy Lord's feather book. The content in it should not be told to the existence outside the Holy Lord, but this matter is related to the Holy Sun Ji, and you are about to go out, but you can make an exception once. According to the report of the Holy Lord Yan who is guarding the abyss, the monsters in the abyss have been very restless recently, and there have been many cases of monsters from the lower layers surging to the upper layers. In order not to affect the normal progress of the abyss trial, this trial is likely to be advanced by 10 to 20 years. The Holy Sun Ji must remember not to stay outside for too long this time. The abyss is divided into 7 layers in total. The deeper the layer, the larger the area, and the stronger the unique dark spiritual power, so the dark monsters in the lower layers are generally much more powerful than those in the upper layers. The trial of the abyss of the earth will only go to the 3rd level at most, otherwise the trial will become a suicide mission. In other words, once the monsters from the lower level surge up, the risk of the trial will increase exponentially. However, this phenomenon can be said to be relatively common in the abyss of the earth. There are large-scale monster tides caused by too many monsters in the abyss of the earth, and small-scale migrations caused by sudden bad weather. If it happens to be a trial of the abyss of the earth, the practice of the Feeling clan is generally to advance the trial time. Is it possible to advance the trial time? Well, I'll remember it, and I won't miss the big event. Luo Hong didn't doubt it. After agreeing, he drank the spiritual wine in the cup and then fled the place the same way. After watching the Jiuan leave, Master Ko was about to sit down, but suddenly heard a voice behind him. This boy's chance is really good. Just when he wanted to advance the trial of the Earth Abyss, those dark monsters started to move. If it weren't for the fact that our clan would have to rely on the Jiu clan in the future, I really didn't want to share it. As if he was quite familiar with this voice, as soon as he heard it, Ko Shengsu turned around and greeted him. Greetings, Great Elder. I have done everything you asked me to do. Well, if this boy wants to take charge of the power in our clan in the future, he can't just practice. He must take into account both actual combat and commanding talents. I will take this opportunity to test him. Have you sent out your people? It turned out that the person who suddenly appeared was the contemporary Great Elder of the Five Lights clan, Ko Menglang. The reason why he arranged this today was for the future of the Five Lights clan. After all, if everything goes well, Jiuan will definitely hold great power in the Five Lights clan when he grows up. Although Jiuan has a poor background, due to his relationship with the Jiu clan, it will be in vain, even if the big families in the clan disagree. For such a thing that can be easily foreseen, Ko Menglang naturally has to prepare early, or 1,000 years at a glance. Report to the Great Elder. I have arranged personnel in the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and northeast. Now, we just need to inform the team in the north, and they will immediately go to support the Evil Valley and carry out the task of observing the Saint Ji. Ko Shengsu's eyes flashed with envy, and he replied respectfully. You have always been thorough in doing things. Take this opportunity of the trial to hand over the affairs in the tower and go to the Earth Abyss to guard it. I think you only need a little training to break through your current bottleneck. After Ko Menglang gave a few instructions, his figure turned into a ball of colorful light and instantly dissipated and disappeared. Farewell, Great Elder. Ko Shengsu immediately bowed again. The distribution of the territories between the many branches of the Feeling clan is generally based on some dangerous places with poor spiritual environment. Although these dangerous places are far less terrible than the wilderness, they are not something that people below the Feeling Master can travel through at will. In addition, these dangerous places have been searched countless times by people, and it is impossible to find any natural treasures, so they are extremely rare. Therefore, Luo Hong was not afraid that he would be exposed if he changed his route halfway and went to the open sea instead of heading directly to the Jiu tribe deep inland. After a month of flying day and night, Luo Hong suddenly stopped his escape light, and after sending out his spiritual sense to carefully scan the surrounding sea several times, he nodded and said to himself, this place is 100,000 miles away from the coastline. If we continue to go deeper, I'm afraid we should worry about the ancient beasts in the sea. Well, let's choose this place. After deciding to survive here, Luo Hong's body flashed with spiritual light, first restored his original appearance, and then took out the bronze round mirror to contact the fish shop owner. Because it had been agreed before, the fish shop owner only asked about the approximate location and promised to come as soon as possible. After cutting off the contact, Luo Hong took out a Wanli talisman from the Wanbao bag and sent a simple message. Soon, he received a reply, so he put the talisman away with peace of mind. The calamity could not be passed directly on the sea. Luo Hong turned his eyes and saw a coral island dozens of miles away. He flew over immediately. Although this coral island was only 20 miles long and 5 miles wide, it was inhabited by many white-haired seabirds. As soon as Luo Hong appeared above the island, these seabirds surrounded him fiercely. Luo Hong was not interested in these monsters whose cultivation was only at the Dan-forming stage. With a thought, he summoned his second-level Shazandama body. Suddenly, a white dragon head appeared from Luo Hong's chest. It just roared lightly, and the seabirds that were besieging him all stood up. They quickly stopped their forward rush and fled in all directions. After driving away the monsters, Luo Hong immediately started to work and set up formations on the island. Among these formations, there were some that Luo Hong used to assist in the calamity, and some that he used to trap the fish shop owner. With the trap array and the personal action of the great elder Jinyu, as long as the fish shop owner is willing to come, this wave will definitely be arranged by Luo Hong. Soon, more than 20 days passed in a busy time. On this day, a stream of 5-color light suddenly appeared above the sea surface. As the light of escape fell on the island reef, the skinny figure of the fish shop owner appeared in front of Luo Hong again. Senior, you came on time. If you were 1 day later, Luo would have sent a message to urge you. As soon as they met, Luo Hong said with a little dissatisfaction, I have always kept my word. I will definitely come to protect fellow Daoist Luo, if I say I will. I wonder if fellow Daoist Luo's calamity has reached its peak at the moment? The fish shop owner asked casually. Good guy, you are the only one who keeps your word. You are really shameless. Fortunately, I know your character very well, and I directly choose to be more shameless than you to restrain you. Luo Hong secretly rolled his eyes, but his face did not show any expression, and said, there are still 7 days before the calamity energy reaches its peak. If we hold on, it can be extended for another 7 days. Senior you, do you have any preparations to make? It's just a small heavenly calamity. Fellow Daoist Luo will definitely be able to survive safely. I'm just protecting you by your side in case of any accidents. Of course, there is no need to make any preparations. However, it is not easy for you and I to meet. I would like to take this opportunity to discuss the plan with you again. The fish shop owner smiled slightly. Oh, which part of the plan do you want to change, Senior you? Don't plan to share the 5 lights holy soul with me? Luo Hong's face suddenly turned cold when he heard this, and he took a half step back and said cautiously, fellow Daoist Luo, don't be so excited. If you hadn't become the Holy Lord, how could I have the opportunity to get involved in the Holy Soul? I would definitely not harm you. I just want to change the plan slightly and lead the Holy Soul that was originally supposed to be led to the outer sea to the Horned Vulture clan. The fish shop owner immediately explained in a gentle voice. The Horned Vulture tribe? Senior you, are you trying to divert the blame? It shouldn't be that easy, right? Luo Hong immediately looked suspicious, not understanding what the fish shop owner's purpose was. Haha, fellow Daoist Luo, you don't know this. Although there are 72 branches of my feeling clan that have holy souls, nearly 30% of the holy souls have more or less problems due to their age. These branches are therefore not eligible to become the main branch. If the situation of the holy soul continues to deteriorate, there is even a risk of losing their current status. As long as there is the supplement of the power of the remaining holy souls, this type of holy soul will be able to stop deteriorating. In addition, since no one has tried it, it is not certain that, after obtaining a large amount of holy soul power in one breath, this type of holy soul can be revived. Speaking of this, fellow Daoist Luo must have guessed it. Yes, the holy soul of the Horned Vulture clan is the kind that has been deteriorating, so they have a good reason to steal the holy soul of the Five Lights clan. Even if the elders of the Five Lights clan see that the Horned Vulture clan is wronged, it doesn't matter much. With my understanding of them, even if they know the truth, they will pretend to be stupid and insist that it was the Horned Vulture clan that did it, so as to recover the losses from the other party. In this way, the risk is much smaller than our previous plan, the fish shop owner said, as if he was thinking about the common interests of the two. This is a good idea, but why didn't you think of it before? Luo Hong nodded after pondering. Before, I was thinking about how to get the holy soul out of the Tangshan Tower, and didn't spend too much time on the actions after I succeeded. With the help of fellow Daoist Luo in recent years, I can consider the details and finally think of this. The fish shop owner explained casually. I see, Luo can agree to this change. If there is nothing else, Luo will go to practice Qigong and concentrate, and wait for the heavenly tribulation to come. Luo Hong didn't want to seize the 5-colored holy soul, so naturally he didn't care what the fish shop owner planned. Very good. Don't worry, fellow Daoist Luo, I will protect you here, and will never let any external force affect your tribulation. The fish shop owner nodded with satisfaction. "Thank you." After saying that, Luo Hong turned around and flew to a coral platform, began to practice Qigong and concentrate, and tried his best to adjust himself to the best state. The fish shop owner was floating 100 miles away without any suspicion. After all, he didn't want to be involved in Luo Hong's small heavenly tribulation, otherwise his own big heavenly tribulation would come early. Just like this, 7 days passed in a flash. On this day, the sea was calm, but suddenly a loud noise like the collapse of the sky and the crack of the earth came from the sky. Then, a large black cloud covered the sky, and continuous muffled thunder came from it, and blowups jumped out of the clouds from time to time. It's about to start. Even though he was only facing a small heavenly tribulation, the fish shop owner couldn't help but look solemn, and muttered to himself. At this time, the coral reef, where Luo Hong was located, was already pitch black. Before the thunder of the tribulation fell, the hurricane was already howling, destroying the reef. The next moment, many blowups suddenly emerged from the black cloud, only paused for a moment, and then fell down without any warning. Suddenly, the dense green thunder turned into a rainstorm and smashed straight towards Luo Hong's head. Chapter 981 Stealing the Secret. The heavenly tribulation cannot be dodged, and most cultivators would choose to use spiritual treasures to protect themselves, or use magical powers to directly disperse the thunderbolt. However, Luo Hong's mind moved at the moment, causing a 5-colored spiritual light to radiate from his body. This was obviously only activating the Dharma body, preparing to resist it with his physical body. The power of the heavenly tribulation will not only increase with the increase in the number of times, but also change with the cultivation level of the person who crosses the tribulation. Therefore, although Luo Hong was crossing the tribulation in the spiritual world for the first time, he had to endure the small heavenly tribulation corresponding to the late stage of human transformation, which was not so easy. But even though Luo Hong knew this, he still chose the most arrogant way to cross the tribulation, not for anything else, but just to better collect data on the heavenly tribulation. Although using spiritual treasures to protect the body, or using magical powers to resist is the safest, the interference caused will not allow Luo Hong to obtain the most accurate data on the power of the heavenly tribulation. Therefore, he had to use his physical body to resist as many rounds as possible, so as to summarize the law of the change of the power of the heavenly tribulation after crossing the tribulation. If this kind of thing is not completed in the first few times of crossing the tribulation, there is no need to think about it in the future, and there will be no chance at all. In an instant, the green thunderbolts rained down on Luo Hong's body. Suddenly, a tingling and numb feeling swept through his body. Even Luo Hong's body was burned black in many places. Fortunately, as the 5-colored spiritual light flowed, all the burnt places immediately shed dead skin and grew new flesh with more vitality. Could it be that just relying on the physical body to survive the tribulation can trigger the law in the thunderbolts and let me reach a higher level of physical body after the tribulation like the demons? The way of heaven is definitely not so kind. This is definitely not a gift, but there is a certain rule between the thunderbolts and the physical body. Luo Hong didn't expect that he would suddenly understand something just by simply collecting some data. He felt that a layer of window paper suddenly appeared in front of him. If he didn't pierce it, it would be extremely unpleasant, so he directly ignored the next round of thunderbolts, and looked like he was thinking. The thunderbolts in the dark clouds were not affected by Luo Hong's playing badly at all. It gradually began to change from the initial thickness of a thumb to the thickness of an ordinary person's arm. What does this kid want to do? The thunderbolt is about to enter the next stage. If he uses his body to resist it, he will definitely suffer a heavy blow. The fish shop owner's eyes flashed with intelligence. Looking at Luo Hong, who was miserably bombarded by the thunderbolt in the distance, he couldn't help but frowned. He was not worried about Luo Hong's safety, but was afraid that he would be seriously injured in the thunderbolt and expose himself, affecting his plan. While he was wondering, the fish shop owner suddenly glared, and without thinking, he took out a crystal shield from his sleeve and blocked the back of his neck. The next moment, a golden thread broke through the air and hit the crystal shield, immediately making a sharp hissing sound. After only resisting for half a breath, the crystal shield was cut in half by the golden thread and then flashed across the fish shop owner's neck. But then, there was no scene of the fish shop owner's head being rushed up by the blood column, but his whole body disintegrated into a light spot. It turned out that, while the crystal shield was resisting, the fish shop owner escaped 100 feet away, and only an illusion remained in the original place. The sneak attack failed, and the attacker did not continue to hide his tracks. A ball of golden light suddenly emerged from the void, and the figure of Elder Jinyu appeared in front of the fish shop owner. Elder Jin, you actually want to take my life? If he had reacted in time, his head would have been moved, so the fish shop owner did not doubt Jinyu's killing intention at all, and was immediately very surprised. However, Jinyu did not intend to waste time with him, and immediately flicked his fingers to cast several spells around. Then, there were a few loud booms, and 36 extremely thick water columns gushed out from the bottom of the sea. Pieces of azurite curtains immediately spread out from the tops of these water columns to the surroundings, quickly connected into one, and were about to form a large formation. Seeing this scene, the fish shop owner's eyes suddenly showed a cold light, and turned his head to glare at Luo Hong, who was undergoing the tribulation. After all, he was very confident that even Jinyu, a mid-level flying spirit king, could not set up a formation under his nose. Therefore, this trap must have been arranged by Luo Hong in advance on the seabed. This is a trap. Damn it, how did that guy know? When did he become friends with the Xianpeng tribe? However, for some reason, the fish shop owner had some misunderstandings. After cursing inwardly, he stretched out his hand to stop Jinyu, who was about to take action again, and said, "Wait, Elder Jin, I was also confused for a moment. The plan can be changed back to its original state. I hope Elder Jin will forgive me this time." Hearing this, Jinyu was stunned. What was going on? Why was his reaction so strange? It was as if he had done something to let down the Xianpeng tribe. He was so guilty. Okay, it turns out that this guy has done something behind the scenes that is not good for our tribe. This time I really didn't kill him by mistake. As soon as she thought about it, Jinyu immediately realized that the fish shop owner must have done something behind her back, and she couldn't help but kill him more. She raised her white hand, and a golden light shone behind her, releasing a very terrifying spiritual power. Damn it. The fish shop owner saw this, and knew that there was no way this day would end peacefully. After cursing again, he also used his magic power. Soon, huge explosions began to sound one after another. Outside the calamity cloud and inside the trap, it became a battlefield for the two. Of course, this had nothing to do with Luo Hong. After being struck by the calamity thunder again, Luo Hong finally had a belated inspiration that flashed through his mind. Wait, I'm so stupid. The answer has always been far away and close at hand. The principle of the Thunder Immortal Body technique is to use the power of thunder to evolve silver runes in the body, thereby copying the practitioner's own law of force and doubling the power of the law in a short period of time. The relationship between the robbery thunder and the physical body is similar, except that the former is controlled by the practitioner and can only copy the existing law of force and cannot exist for a long time. The latter is driven by the way of heaven, and it is natural that it can intercept a trace of the law of force when it is robbed. However, this method of stealing the secrets of heaven is really passive. If I take the initiative to receive the robbery thunder and perform the Thunder Immortal Body technique, will it be? At this moment, even Luo Hong himself was frightened by this bold idea. Take the initiative to receive the robbery thunder? Is this because he is afraid that the robbery thunder will not hit him well enough? It's really crazy. It is theoretically feasible. The key is whether I can withstand it. Thinking of this, Luo Hong couldn't help but look up at the robbery cloud and saw that the blue thunder in the dark cloud was changing its form at this moment, quickly changing from arcs of electricity to blue thunderballs the size of a head. As soon as these lightning bolts took shape, they fell down like flowers scattered by a fairy, seemingly fast but actually slow. Before the tribulation, Luo Hong had already inquired about the situation of the small tribulation. The initial blue electric arc was just an appetizer, and the real powerful thing was the bombardment of the 9 subsequent thunderballs. It is said that as the number of tribulations increases, the initial power of the thunderballs and the final number of waves will increase significantly. No, this is my first time to cross the tribulation, and it is a unique opportunity. If I don't try it this time, I will never think about it in the future. Looking at the falling thunderballs, Luo Hong's eyes suddenly condensed, and he immediately slapped the coral table where he sat, and a white lotus mark suddenly emerged. It turned out that Luo Hong brought the immortal white lotus formation to prevent accidents. With this formation as a foundation, as long as he didn't die all at once, there was a chance to be saved. The next moment, many blue thunderballs approached him, and Luo Hong immediately pinched a spell with both hands, and took all the thunderballs into his body, before they hit him. Suddenly, his entire body became transparent, and green lightning traveled through his limbs, as if it would turn his body into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, the vitality of the immortal white lotus formation poured in, allowing Luo Hong's damaged flesh and blood to regenerate continuously, thus maintaining a barely balanced balance between destruction and rebirth. Even if it is a tribulation of thunder, it must help me practice the thunder immortal body technique. Enduring the severe pain all over his body, Luo Hong immediately activated the secret technique. Under the pouring of mana, the green lightning threads in Luo Hong's body were gradually twisted into green runes. Soon, a complete set of 4 slaw runes, that were exactly the same as those mastered by Luo Hong was condensed. However, just when Luo Hong was about to cook the rest of the green lightning threads according to the same method, those green runes began to flow on their own. Before Luo Hong could react, they took all the remaining green lightning threads to the vicinity. All the lightning threads that came into contact with the blue runes immediately twisted and entangled with each other, as if they were about to condense runes. Obviously, this process was quite difficult. In just a moment, the power of thunder in Luo Hong's body was exhausted. Seeing this scene, Luo Hong understood that his previous guesses were correct. Heavenly tribulation is the only opportunity for cultivators to come into contact with the laws of heaven, and there will naturally be the phenomenon of stealing heaven's secrets. After all, any contact will leave traces. However, this is only a tiny bit of interception, and the benefits obtained by the cultivators are very limited. But after performing the thunder immortal body technique, the situation is completely different. The laws of heaven are like a drum-shaped engraving. Under normal circumstances, they will only have extremely limited contact with the white paper of the cultivator, leaving some vague and discontinuous marks. However, for the volume of the laws of heaven, even if it is just a drop in the bucket, it is enough to make the cultivators gain a significant improvement. However, the Thunderbolt Immortal Body technique was like a big hand, not only pressing the cylinder engraving that should have separated at the touch onto the white paper, but also rolling it a short distance according to the known part. This was incredible, because the lore itself was constantly flowing, so with the flow of the situation, without Luo Hong's effort, the cylinder engraving rolled on the paper by itself. However, since it was from nothing to something, it required a huge amount of spiritual power to support it, so this process was very difficult. Fortunately, however, the next wave of thunderballs had already been brewed. Ahem, Elder Jin, as long as Yuman exists, it can involve a part of the power of the Five Lights clan. Are you really going to kill him today? Although the owner of the fish shop was also a fierce man who could fight across a great realm, he had not yet subdued the Thunder Beast, and could only compete with the primary level Flying Spirit King by himself. Only by desperately performing certain secret techniques could he burst out with the combat power equivalent to that of the intermediate level Flying Spirit King. However, Jinyu was originally a mid-level Feeling King, and his magical powers were also extraordinary. The fact that the fish shop owner could hold on until now without falling was enough to make him proud. Humph. Your role is nothing compared to your threat. Stop struggling, or don't blame this elder for not giving you a chance to reincarnate. After a fight, Jinyu couldn't help but admire the fish shop owner's magical powers, and finally responded, "Okay, for the sake of being a Feeling clan, please allow me to dissolve my own weapons, Elder Jin." The fish shop owner seemed to be really desperate after hearing this, and he actually stopped changing and sat cross-legged in the air after returning to his human form. Jinyu naturally would not easily believe the other party and did not relax at all, but because of the face of the high-level monk, he did not take the opportunity to attack. But the next scene made her furious. The fish shop owner suddenly showed a look of pain on his face, and then fine blood beads appeared all over his body. The next moment, he turned into a streak of blood and shot straight under the robbery cloud. It turned out that, in order to prevent the fish shop owner from escaping, and also out of fear of the robbery energy, Jinyu had been guarding the outer circle. So, when he used his desperate escape technique, and rushed towards the robbery cloud regardless of anything, Jinyu was unable to stop him in the first place. The fish shop owner's intention at this moment was also very easy to guess. He just wanted to survive and rely on holding Luo Hong to fight for a glimmer of life. For this reason, he naturally didn't care about the trouble of robbery energy. Jinyu also hoped that Luo Hong would help Lei Jiao obtain the qualification of the Holy Lord and delay the crisis of the Xianpen clan being annexed. Seeing this, she was very anxious and chased after him regardless of the robbery energy. Her escape speed was incredibly fast. Even if the fish shop owner was desperate, he was 3 points inferior. But she started a breath slower after all, and it seemed that she could not catch up. Damn human kid, if you hadn't informed me, how could I have ended up in this situation? Next is death, and I'll drag you down with me. The fish shop owner was indeed very desperate at this moment, but he would never close his eyes and wait for death. While flying, he actually urged the 5-colored true blood in his body to turn into a huge blood peacock, wanting to make a last-ditch effort. At this time, when a wave of thunderballs had just passed, the blood peacock broke through several layers of the formation light curtain in one breath, and then encountered no more obstacles. In an instant, he had already escaped to the top of Luo Hong's head. Such a blatant attack, Luo Hong had already noticed it, even though he was running the Thunder Immortal body technique at full power. At that moment, he suddenly raised his head and opened his eyes that had been closed for a long time, revealing not normal pupils, but pure blue thunder. The fish shop owner happened to be bowing his head at this time, and the two of them looked at each other immediately. Seeing Luo Hong acting so strangely and not panicking, the fish shop owner was startled, but he had no way to retreat, so he didn't think twice and reached down with his blood claws to catch Luo Hong. Don't block my thunderbolt. Facing the blood claws that were grabbing with the evil wind, Luo Hong's face showed no joy or sadness. He said softly and slapped his palm upwards. In an instant, the blood claws that were as huge as a 3-story building met Luo Hong's flesh palm. Chapter 982, Killing. In an instant, a circle of invisible ripples spread out from the plane where the two collided. Due to the angle, half of the ripples soon hit the sea surface. With a loud boom, huge waves hundreds of feet high suddenly rose on the sea surface and turned downward to form a terrifying tsunami, rushing towards the deep sea. In the sound of the waves, Luo Hong's right arm was shattered inch by inch, but there was no scene of blood and flesh flying, only the blue lightning collapsed. However, in comparison, the situation of the blood peacock was much worse. At the same time as Luo Hong's right arm was shattered, the blood claw that stretched out was almost instantly turned into meat paste, and a terrifying force was advancing from bottom to top along its body. Wherever it passed, there were broken tendons and bones, and blood spurted wildly. With a scream, blood flashed, and the fish shop owner was beaten back to human form. It was seen that the right half of his body seemed to have been run over by a mountain ape, and it became a pool of rotten meat. Blood foamed from his mouth, and his neck twitched, as if he wanted to lift it up, as if he was about to say something. But in the end, the fish shop owner died without being able to utter a complete word. Then, a Yuanying that looked like a 7 or 8-year-old child flew out of his body, holding a storage bracelet in his arms. Unfortunately, a new wave of thunderbolts fell from the calamity cloud at this time. Although most of them were still heading for Luo Hong, many of them were also bombarded towards the Yuanying of the fish shop owner under the traction of the key. In normal times, the fish shop owner would have many ways to deal with this most common blue calamity thunder, but now he was beaten up by Jinyu first, and then his body was destroyed, and only the Yuanying was left, so it was immediately much more difficult to deal with it. After a few explosions, the spiritual light emitted by the Yuanying suddenly dimmed a lot. But even so, the fish shop owner's Yuanying still rushed straight towards Luo Hong. After all, behind him was the furious Xianpen clan elder. His only chance of survival now was to invade Luo Hong's body. Whether to seize the body or not is another matter, but he must get in. In the process of flying and being bombarded by lightning all the time, the fish shop owner finally saw what Luo Hong did when he was crossing the tribulation. He actually took the initiative to absorb the tribulation lightning into his body. After this wave of thunderbolts, Luo Hong's entire body almost turned into a ball of lightning, and the surging thunder power surged in his body. His surroundings were no longer as calm as before, but violent arcs of electricity were jumping, and the sound of beep beep of electricity was loud. In addition, his right arm, which was half reborn, also stopped. All these phenomena proved that the thunder power in Luo Hong's body had exceeded the limit he could bear. He was losing control. Good opportunity. Your body belongs to me. The fish shop owner felt that he had survived a desperate situation. He was so happy that he immediately used his vitality to teleport closer. However, at this moment, Luo Hong suddenly stood up, roared to the sky, and his body continued to expand. In an instant, he turned into a giant of 100 feet. There is no doubt that this was the result of Luo Hong's full use of the magical power of the law of heaven and earth. The next moment, a pair of yellow wooden discs appeared behind him, and the electric arcs jumping around the giant Luo Hong were immediately restrained, and his broken arm also grew back in an instant. However, his condition still did not recover to the best. The lightning around him was only greatly restricted, and it did not completely sink into his body. Without waiting for others to react, Luo Hong suddenly closed his palms in front of his chest, pinched out a magic formula, and waved his right palm in front of him with 5 fingers and a claw. Suddenly, a mighty force of thunder surged out from his palm, and a giant green thunder claw condensed in an instant, and then it pressed towards the oncoming fish shop owner's Yuanying with incredible speed. Sensing the terrifying thunder power in the giant claw, the fish shop owner, who had little strength left, immediately felt his soul tremble. In the moment of another moment, he suddenly found that he was captured by an invisible force and could not move at all. No, brother Luo, spare my life. Everything I have. The fish shop owner's Yuanying was submerged in the green thunder before he said half of the words of begging for mercy. After a long series of shrill screams, only a storage bracelet fell from the sky. At this time, Luo Hong had no time to pick it up, because the last wave of thunderbolts was coming. But this time, Luo Hong did not choose to resist with his body. He opened his palms and the glazed golden light hammer appeared in his hands. After holding it tightly, Luo Hong swung it vigorously. The huge hammer face immediately smashed all the falling blue lightning balls. With the remaining power, the airwave also blasted a big hole in the calamity cloud, allowing the sunlight from the outer sea to fall on Luo Hong. After the 9 waves of lightning balls passed, the calamity cloud did not stop for a moment, rolling inward and soon disappeared. After the heavenly tribulation passed, the giant that Luo Hong turned into did not show any joy. Instead, he suddenly groaned and half knelt down. Damn, I'm really too arrogant this time. Facts have proved that using the Thunder Immortal Body technique can indeed steal the secrets of heaven and obtain the law of enlightenment with an efficiency far exceeding that of normal situations. But the problem is that the speed at which the physical realm is improved by obtaining the law of enlightenment is far less than the speed at which the power of the thunder tribulation increases. According to the two curves obtained by summarizing the data at the moment, he should have stopped after the 7th wave of thunderbolts fell. But he didn't expect that the power changes of the last 2 waves of thunder tribulation were not linear. His damn heavenly tribulation was not moral, and it almost sent him to see Hanli of the reincarnation. Fortunately, Luo Hong used the heavenly and earthly magic in time, allowing his mana output to reach the level of the early stage of the void refining realm. As a result, he used his great mana to forcibly suppress the thunder power in his body, buying time to release some of it. So when facing the last wave of thunderbolts, Luo Hong did not hesitate at all, and directly swung the hammer to smash it, easily getting through it. But all this is worth it, not to mention that with the complete data of this tribulation, he will never make the same mistake next time. Just the method of stealing the secrets of heaven that he tried made him excited. Little friend Luo, are you in trouble? Jinyu looked at the body of the fish shop owner with a complicated expression and immediately turned his eyes to Luo Hong and asked. Luo Hong did not respond immediately, but first retracted his magical power of the law of heaven and earth, and turned into a normal body, before he bowed and said, "Thank you for your concern, Senior Jin. I just hurt my vitality. I will be fine after a few years of recuperation. That's the best. If you need any healing pills, please ask. You are working for my Cheyenne Pen clan, and this elder will definitely not be stingy." Jinyu said a little worriedly. She undoubtedly received the news that the Earth Abyss trial might be advanced. "I have a lot of high-level healing pills here, and they are all suitable for the human race. I won't bother Senior Jin." Luo Hong didn't dare to take the pills given by Jinyu. If he was hit and planted with slave marks, it would be very troublesome. P.S. The next chapter explains why Luo Hong was able to kill the fish shop owner's body in one palm. Chapter 983. The original story. That's true. The physique of the human race is slightly different from that of our feeling clan. However, Luo's Aoyao is really a hidden talent. He defeated Yu Shang after performing the transformation technique with just his physical strength. It seems that he was holding back before, Jinyu said with a trace of fear in her eyes. She personally fought with the fish shop owner and knew very well how powerful he was. Although she had destroyed his spiritual treasures and caused him serious injuries, he was still able to exert strength no less than that of a primary feeling king by activating his blood essence. However, Luo Hong was able to smash his physical body with one palm. This fighting power was really abnormal. Haha, Senior Jin, you have misunderstood. Luo is a genuine late-stage cultivator of the spiritualization realm. I can deceive others, but can I deceive the heavenly tribulation? Senior Yu Shang died at my hands this time, because of bad luck. If he hadn't wanted to compete with Luo in the physical body, and if he hadn't chosen the time when Luo was going through the tribulation, Luo would have only been able to protect himself at most. Because it is related to Luo's cultivation method, the details cannot be told to Senior Jin. I can only say that Senior Yu Shang did not die at my hands, but died from the power of the heavenly tribulation. As the trial of the abyss approached, Luo Hong didn't want to cause any more trouble, so he tried his best to explain what he could say. Although his words were vague, they were not false at all. Although Luo Hong could achieve the combat power of the combined level, after using some of his best means, it was by no means enough to rely on the physical body alone. Before the tribulation, Luo Hong had actually anticipated the possibility that the fish shop owner would attack him after being forced into a desperate situation, but at that time he did not expect that the Thunder Immortal Body technique could actively steal the secrets of heaven, but was confident that he could fight against the tribulation while dealing with the fish shop owner for a while. After all, if Luo Hong was serious, it would be no problem to survive the first minor tribulation. Jinyu would not let him get into trouble, so as long as he could delay for a while, he would naturally be able to escape from danger. The reason why Luo Hong finally chose to abandon his original dealing plan and decided to confront the fish shop owner head on was that after he absorbed the 7th wave of blue thunderballs, most of the law of force in his body had condensed by itself. On the one hand, if he dealt with it, Luo Hong would undoubtedly not be able to absorb the 8th wave of thunderballs very well, so the desire to comprehend the full picture of the law of force instantly shook his original idea. On the other hand, the law of force that suddenly increased tenfold also gave Luo Hong enough confidence. The 5-colored peacock was not a true spirit that was good at physical strength, so he was not weak at all at that time. But facts have proved that he should still be weak. At that time, he was equivalent to stealing the power of the heavenly law, which did not belong to him. The result of forcibly exerting it was that his entire right arm collapsed. It can be imagined that, if his body was a little weaker, or if he had stolen more heavenly laws at that time, it would not be strange for him to die on the spot under the backlash of power. Of course, Luo Hong took such a risk because he had no other choice. After all, there was no data support for the first experiment, and the opportunity for the experiment was limited to one time, so he could only choose to force it. Fortunately, after taking such a big risk, the gains were worth it. After the end of the heavenly tribulation, although the law runes in his body were like a disconnected network and disintegrated into spiritual power at the same time, as if nothing was left, But after Luo Hong examined the silver runes in his body, he found that there were many new runes. These silver runes were slightly different from the blue thunder runes, but after careful comparison, the two could still be connected. Therefore, Luo Hong only took a dozen breaths to familiarize himself with it and mastered this new power. Not only did his law of power improve by more than twice, but it also contained a complete Dao rune. In other words, he now has mastered 2 complete power talismans. According to Luo Hong's previous classification of the physical body, he was originally in the early stage of the 5th realm of hearing the Tao, so now he is already in the middle stage of hearing the Tao. In addition, verifying that the law of thunder and the law of power are deeply connected is also a great gain. Luo Hong has a hunch that this may become a breakthrough point for him to see through the mystery of the 12 changes of Jings. So that's how it is. Young friend Luo is quite insightful. He actually chose this kind of practice that helps to survive the heavenly tribulation. If time can go back, maybe the elder will change your practice to practice. Jinyu didn't disbelieve it after hearing it. After all, she saw the scene of Luo Hong absorbing the heavenly thunder into his body in the last claw of the tribulation thunder. Then, she turned her mind and seemed to remember the scene when she survived the great heavenly tribulation last time and couldn't help but sigh. Although Yu Shang is dead now, there is one thing that still makes this elder feel a little uneasy. This villain seemed to have some conspiracy against my Cheyenne Peng tribe when he was alive. I wanted to capture his spirit and interrogate him, but now it is impossible. After quickly calming down, Jinyu couldn't help but think of the words of the fish shop owner and frowned slightly. Speaking of this, Luo has something else that I haven't told Senior Jin. 7 days ago, when Yu Shang just met Luo here, he said that he wanted to change the plan and lead the 5 Lights Holy Soul to the territory of the Horned Vulture tribe in order to divert the disaster. Could this be related to the conspiracy? Thinking of the conversation between Beihao and the young man of the Horned Vulture tribe at Cowling Peak that day, Luo Hong couldn't help but speculate. Lead the 5-colored Holy Soul to the Horned Vulture clan. Well, this Yu Shang actually had such an idea. This elder almost let a wolf into the house. Upon hearing this, Jinyu's eyes widened. He immediately understood what the fish shop owner had said at that time. He gritted his teeth in anger. "Ha, little friend Luo, this time it's really thanks to you. All the things in Yu Shang's storage bracelet belong to you. This elder will repay you a favor. You don't need to be polite. I believe you have guessed that our tribe has been secretly trying to win over the Horned Vulture tribe to help them delay the deterioration of their own holy soul. After all, although the Horned Vulture tribe has fewer members and ranks relatively low among the 72 tribes, it is particularly good at fighting and is a good helper. Only a very few people in our tribe know about this, but it is obvious that the thief Yu Shang also learned about it from somewhere. If he really leads the 5-colored Holy Soul to the Horned Vulture tribe, the transactions between our tribe and the Horned Vulture tribe will definitely not be concealed after careful investigation by all the tribes, and then it will undoubtedly give the Chiron tribe an excuse to make trouble. This thief is not trying to lead the disaster to the Horned Vulture tribe, but to my Cheyenne Peng tribe." Seeing Luo Hong's doubtful face, Jinyu took the opportunity to explain to him, since the other party was also one of the parties involved, so there is such a relationship. It is not a pity that Yu Shang should die. Luo Hong immediately understood the cause and effect after hearing this. The fish shop owner did not just come up with this idea. He had clearly thought about it long ago. He just wanted to hide it from Jinyu, so he waited until the trial to discuss it with him. After all, the fish shop owner could hide this plan from anyone except him. A little thought would show that he would definitely react as long as he found that the direction of the 5 Lights Holy Soul was not right. The reason why the fish shop owner did this was also very simple. He just felt that the Horned Vulture clan was not effective in diverting the trouble to the east and wanted the Cheyenne Peng clan to take over. Because of the ambition of the Chiron clan, even if the 5 Lights clan did not want to divide its forces to deal with the Cheyenne Peng clan, it would do this under the pressure of the Chiron clan. This old guy was so simple and sinister. Fortunately, I did not talk to him about martial ethics and beat him to death. After getting rid of a worry, although Jinyu was still angry, he was much more relaxed. He immediately threw the fish shop owner's storage bracelet and spirit beast bag to Luo Hong. "Look, is a golden palace jade book in this storage bracelet?" After taking the two, although Luo Hong was more interested in the thunder beast, he restrained himself and first probed his spiritual sense into the storage jade bracelet. As a traitor, the fish shop owner basically carried all his wealth on him. After a sweep of his spiritual sense, Luo Hong felt satisfied and immediately felt very happy. Not long after, a ray of light came out from the storage jade bracelet, and then a milky white jade was in Luo Hong's hand. Luo Hong is now quite familiar with the Golden Palace Jade book. When he saw the silver tadpole text on the jade, he determined that this was an outer piece. This is the Golden Palace Jade book. The silver tadpole text on it cannot be faked. According to the agreement, Senior Jin can make a copy. Luo Hong did not hesitate at all and immediately threw the jade in his hand to Jin Yu. And Jin Yu also knew that this kind of immortal secret technique sounds very powerful, but due to the harsh conditions for its use, its practical value is actually not great. However, this thing is enough to become the foundation of a clan, and there is no reason to let it go if you encounter it. Therefore, she was not too excited at the moment. After quickly memorizing all the silver tadpole texts with her fusion level spiritual sense, she returned the jade to Luo Hong. Then, she looked at the body of the fish shop owner and said, "Logically speaking, since Yu Shang died at your hands, his body should be handed over to you for disposal, but he has the inherited true blood of my feeling clan in his body. This elder wants to personally restrain him. Do you have any objections?" Jin Yu had not thought that Yu Shang would eventually die at the hands of Luo Hong, so she did not discuss this matter in advance. But their internal fights are internal fights, but the inherited true blood must not fall into the hands of outsiders. This is a matter of principle. If she did not feel guilty, Jin Yu would not easily hand over Yu Shang's storage bracelet to Luo Hong. She has seen that there are many good things in it. The junior knows the importance of this matter. Senior Jin, just do what you want. Refining the fish shop owner's 5-color true blood will not bring any qualitative changes to Luo Hong. For a small improvement, it is obviously not worth going against Jin Yu. Hearing this, Jin Yu couldn't help showing a satisfied look, and then threw out a golden treasure bag and collected the fish shop owner's body. This matter is over. This elder will not stay for long, and young friend Luo should also go to the Jiuyu tribe as soon as possible, so as not to arouse suspicion. Jin Yu still had to go back to investigate who had revealed the matter of the Horned Vulture tribe to the fish shop owner, and after saying this, he turned into a golden light and fled far away. Seeing her leave, Luo Hong immediately probed his spiritual consciousness into the spirit beast bag and saw that the thunder beast inside was sleeping quietly and couldn't help but curl his lips. Before this small heavenly tribulation, Luo Hong actually didn't want to do anything with this thunder beast, so he planned to train this beast honestly so that it could help him pass the big heavenly tribulation in the future and even ascend to the immortal tribulation. But after this minor heavenly tribulation, Luo Hong had other ideas. If he could obtain the magical power of the thunder beast, wouldn't he be able to have a stronger tolerance to thunder tribulation? Wouldn't he be able to achieve better results when using the thunder immortal body technique to steal the secrets of heaven in the future? So, I'm sorry for the thunder beast. After secretly saying this, Luo Hong hung the spirit beast bag on his waist, identified the direction, and fled with all his strength. 3 months later, at the border of the Five Lights clan, 30,000 miles south of the Evil Valley Array, more than 10 colorful winged monster birds were flying in formation. These monster birds had a wingspan of more than 20 feet, and their aura was equivalent to that of a cultivator in the early and middle stages of the nascent soul. Their pair of deep purple eyes were not very agile, and they obviously had no intelligence. They were first-class ancient beasts. On the backs of these colorful winged monster birds, there were 5 or 6 Five Lights clan members sitting upright. There was a flying spirit general in each team, and the rest were mid and high level flying spirit masters. But the strange thing was that, although these Five Lights clan members added up to no less than 70 people, and they were still flying in the territory of their own clan, each of them had a solemn look on their faces, and was extremely alert. It was not until they flew over a mountain range that everyone breathed a sigh of relief and calmed down. "We are lucky. After we pass the Gangsheo Mountains, we are less likely to be attacked by the barbarians. The flying spirit general on the back of the colorful winged demon bird leading the team said with a little joy. Really, how many times do we have to do this kind of nervous thing? Why haven't the promised reinforcement come yet? A woman with long hair beside the flying spirit general said with resentment. That's right, we have been defending the evil valley for 3 years. Even if the tribe is short of manpower, it's time to send people. If we hadn't been hiding in the big formation, how could the elite of the barbarians dare to pass through the disaster forest and go around behind us, making us, the team transporting supplies, worried? Another man in a white robe and silver belt also echoed in frustration. Okay, this matter has been arranged by the Holy Lord. Stop gossiping and do your own thing. The flying spirit general was a man in his 30s. Hearing that everyone was talking more and more, he immediately scolded them. But then he saw that everyone looked like they were not convinced, so he couldn't help but sigh. Thinking of his men who were injured in the previous attacks, he said in a gentle voice, "Don't worry too much. This should be the last time. I have received news from Commander Zhao that the tribe has sent a saint to support us. Soon, we won't have to be afraid of the barbarian chief, and we'll go out to attack and wipe out those barbarians." Really? Which saint? The long-haired woman asked happily. It must be Saint Ko. She is beautiful and strong. That's great. We are lucky enough to see the beauty of Saint Ko. Stop, what are you thinking about? This time it's Saint G, the top scholar. You all should restrain yourself and don't offend him. The 30-year-old feeling general immediately showed a headache and stopped everyone. It turns out that adult is coming. Those barbarians are dead now. The long-haired woman was shocked when she heard it and then said very seriously, "If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 984 Barbarian Tribe. Surname Z. Why haven't I heard of this saint? It seems to be the second ranked one, just below Saint Ko. Does this saint have any military achievements? Listening to the discussion of her companions, the long-haired woman immediately said with dissatisfaction, "What do you know? Saint Z is not only the first among the contemporary saints of our tribe, but also very famous in other branches. Even Saint Aolv of the Jiuyu tribe dare not underestimate him. His qualification as Saint Master has been basically confirmed before the trial begins. So outrageous? Where did you hear this from, Lanzi?" The white-robed man on the side was obviously a little unconvinced. "Before I came to the Evil Valley Pass to serve, I traveled with several sisters from the Cheyenne Peng tribe and heard them talk about it on the way. You have been guarding the pass, so naturally you are cut off from the news," the long-haired woman said indignantly. "Okay, no need to argue. The trial is imminent. The Lord Saint will not joke about the life of the Saint son of the clan. The one who can be sent here must have strong magical powers. When the time comes, we..." Halfway through his words, the 30-year-old Feeling Jiang suddenly felt something in his heart. He turned his head suddenly and looked to the left and lower side. I saw that 12 green long rainbows were rising into the sky and quickly approaching the colorful winged monster bird they were riding. Not good. Quickly disperse. With a cry of surprise, the Feeling Jiang quickly grabbed the shoulders of the two people beside him, and with a flash of his body, he exploded and retreated more than 10 feet. The next moment, one of the green long rainbows pierced through the chest and abdomen of the colorful winged monster bird, and even blasted one of the arms of the white-robed Feeling Shi into a bloody mist. Because the attack came so quickly, everyone only had time to save themselves, so that the 12 colorful winged monster birds were all hit without exception, and they all cried and fell to the ground. The people who survived the disaster had no time to help at this time, because just as they stabilized their bodies, they saw a silver gray silk net appear above their heads, which was obviously some kind of formation restriction. Barbarian star formation? No, a great star master has sneaked into the back. Everyone form a formation. High-level flying spirit General Deng Zhao looked up and knew why the elite of the barbarian Star Clan chose to attack the supply team within 30,000 miles of the Evil Valley Pass in an unusual way. This is all because these barbarians have received new support, the extremely rare Great Star Master in their tribe. The barbarian Star Clan belongs to a wild and alien tribe with low intelligence, but can adapt to most spiritual environments. There are many body cultivators in the tribe, but there is a lack of magic cultivators, so they know very little about formations and refining. The Great Star Master is a very difficult one to be born in the tribe, equivalent to a magic cultivator in the god transformation stage. With the formation he laid to cover up his breath, there is no need to fix the attack location 30,000 miles away because of fear of support from the Evil Valley Pass. Sure enough, as the giant starlight net was formed, a series of figures several feet tall stood up from the grass below. These aliens were all unusually burly, with dark green skin, wearing extremely heavy armor, holding rough crystal battle axes, and they were extremely fierce. But in the middle of them, there was a hunched and thin fellow tribesman, who was waving his bone staff wildly, reciting spells with saliva flying in his mouth. Soon, a circle of dark green spiritual power exploded with him as the center, and all the body cultivators of the barbarian Star Clan who came into contact with it immediately had an extra layer of spiritual power shield on their bodies. The Five Lights Clan members in the air also took this opportunity to form a battle formation. Without saying a word, they gathered everyone's spiritual power and condensed a huge firebird. However, after the firebird appeared, it did not kill the barbarian Star Clan warriors, but flapped its wings and rushed directly into the sky, slamming into the giant starlight net. With a loud boom, the giant starlight net immediately trembled, and the spiritual light suddenly dimmed. Obviously, the same attack would not take many times to break this formation. Once the formation is successfully broken, the violent spiritual power fluctuations here will immediately alert the army in the Evil Valley Pass, and then make them come to support. Roar. The Great Star Master's intelligence is not low, so he naturally saw the intentions of the crowd at once, and immediately roared, ordering the elite Manxing clan body cultivators beside him to attack. With a series of explosions, more than 20 Manxing body cultivators equivalent to the divine transformation cultivators took off into the air, without any coordination, just roaring and killing the people of the Five Lights clan. Seeing this scene, Deng Zhao and the battle formation immediately ordered everyone to divide half of their spiritual power to prevent the Manxing body cultivators from approaching, and the rest continued to accumulate spiritual power to condense magical powers and bombard the formation. Suddenly, dozens of 5-element spells flew out and bombarded the first few Manxing clan body cultivators. Faced with such dense magic attacks, the few barbarian star cultivators who were leading the way showed no fear on their faces. They all roared and raised their giant axes, chopping without caring about anything. A green streak flew out, immediately splitting the oncoming 5-element spells in two. However, although the aura of these 5-element spells dropped a lot after being split, they did not disintegrate. They continued to fly and hit the barbarian star cultivators who were leading. After a burst of explosions, several figures flew out from the fire cloud and water mist. However, this round of bombardment only dimmed their protective spirit shields a little, not to mention hurting their bodies. But knowing this, Deng Zhao did not change his tactical ideas and still ordered everyone to focus on the barbarian star cultivators flying in front. Obviously, he did not want to kill or injure these rough and thick barbarian star cultivators, but just wanted to stop them from getting close and buy time for them to break the formation. Due to the lack of cooperation from the barbarian star body cultivators, Deng Zhao and his companions were able to stop the enemy, who had a great advantage in combat power. At a distance of 300 feet 300 feet was already a distance that could be attacked by the divine transformation cultivators, but it was still a little short for the body cultivators. Finally, after the second firebird slammed into the giant starlight net, the only Great Star Master who remained on the ground suddenly stopped providing spiritual power for the formation, and flipped his left palm to take out a dark purple gem that was full of holes and looked like a meteorite. Then, under the urging of the Great Star Master's magic power, the gem emitted bursts of purple light. At the same time, dark purple lines appeared on the faces of the barbarian starbody cultivators who were stepping on the void and constantly charging into the formation. The next moment, the muscles on their backs twitched violently, and with a rip sound, a pair of flesh wings stretched out, which instantly increased their escape speed. Damn it, that great Star Master brought the purple star stone. Dang Zhao cursed immediately upon seeing this. Commander Dang, we can't hold on any longer. What should we do? The long-haired woman asked in panic. It's impossible to break the formation directly. Each team should disperse and fight. All the captains should come with me to kill the great Star Master of the barbarians. Kill him and the formation will fall apart. Dang Zhao knew the situation was urgent and gave the order without hesitation. The long-haired woman and others agreed immediately. Then, with a flash of inspiration, the battle formation suddenly broke into 13 light balls, each escaping in different directions. The barbarian starbody cultivators saw this and without thinking, they each found a target and chased after it. Just as they were dispersed, one of the light balls suddenly changed its flying direction and dived straight to the ground. Sensing the killing intentions of Dang Zhao and others, the great Star Master on the ground immediately showed panic and called for the nearby barbarian starbody cultivators to come back for help. However, most of the barbarian starbody cultivators had already been overwhelmed by the fighting spirit and fell into a frenzy. They could not listen to the orders at all, and only less than 5 of them turned back. Dang Zhao was overjoyed to see this, and quickly assigned tasks to the other flying spirits. Some of them blocked the barbarian starbody cultivators who came back to help, and some of them followed him to kill the great Star Master with all their strength. Soon, everyone entered the attack distance. At this time, if they delayed for a moment, the 12 flying spirit master teams used to lure the enemy would suffer great losses. Therefore, everyone immediately used their own special magical powers, wanting to use the next attack to completely break the situation. But what everyone did not expect was that with a flash of starlight, the figure of the great Star Master turned into invisible. No matter how everyone used their spiritual sense to search, they could not find any trace of him, and if they just bombarded him randomly, they would undoubtedly only slightly injure the opponent, and would not play a key role at all. Junior Sister Key, try to use your spiritual eyes quickly, you must find him, otherwise we are all finished. Dang Zhao quickly sent a voice message to a female tribe member nearby. I used it a long time ago, but I still can't find him. What should I do? Senior brother Liu and the others can't hold on any longer, the female tribe member said anxiously. Dang Zhao looked back and saw that the junior brothers and sisters who were responsible for stopping the barbarian starbody cultivators who came to help were already at a disadvantage. If they had not relied on their exquisite escape techniques, they would have been chopped by the giant axe and their bodies would have perished. The situation of the flying spirit master team responsible for luring the enemy was even worse. Although they had tried their best to resist and escape, they would soon be caught up. Damn it, are we really going to die here today? Dang Zhao thought unwillingly. This guy's hiding in the center of the formation. Even if you can't see it, you should have guessed it. Suddenly, a strange voice came from nearby. In horror, everyone looked towards the source of the sound involuntarily and saw a man in a green shirt who appeared near the place where the great Star Master originally stood. Before Dang Zhao could react, the man in the green shirt stretched out his right hand forward. The next moment, a hunched figure retreated violently from a burst of starlight, and at the same time, the bone staff pointed and shot out a long green rainbow. Seeing this, Dang Zhao and others didn't understand that the great Star Master didn't leave the spot at all. His step back when he disappeared was a pure misleading. On the other side, facing this fierce attack, the man in green shirt didn't make any other moves. He just pressed his right palm lightly, and with a dang sound, he blocked the green long rainbow that shouldn't have been blocked. Then, with a slight push, the green long rainbow collapsed into countless light spots. Seeing this, the great Star Master suddenly made a strange sound, and his face was full of horror. Then, he was shining with spiritual light, obviously trying to use the escape technique to escape. However, at this time, the man in green shirt suddenly changed his palm into a claw, and a huge suction force suddenly descended on the great Star Master, and his hunched body immediately flew towards the man's palm. In an instant, the two were only a few feet apart. The Great Star Master felt that his soul was running out, and he was about to use his desperate secret technique without thinking. A very rich green spiritual light began to gather in front of his chest. However, a huge white dragon head suddenly emerged from the palm of the man in green shirt, and with a huge mouth, it bit off the upper body of the Great Star Master and swallowed it into its stomach. Then, the man in green shirt retracted his right palm, and the white dragon disappeared immediately, leaving only a pair of skinny broken legs falling from the air. Halfway through turning around, the man in green shirt suddenly exclaimed, and then the evil spirit in his right palm surged, and the purple starstone was spit out. This thing is quite interesting. May I ask, if you are here in front of me, Saint G, please help rescue our men? As the leader of the crowd, Dong Zhao gritted his teeth, and asked the man in green shirt who suddenly appeared in front of him. Although the enemy's Great Star Master died violently, and the formation had shown signs of collapse, the reinforcement of the Evil Valley Pass could not arrive in an instant. If they were to rely on themselves, they would probably have to kill or injure more than half of the people before they could end the battle. I'm the champion of the Jiuan trial. You don't have to worry. The rescue has already begun before this Saint Sun shows up. The man in green shirt was Luo Hong, who had returned from the Jiuan tribe. Because the Jiuan trial was advanced, he was lucky not to be entangled by Ao King for too long. During this meeting, no one knew who had influenced this crazy girl, and she turned into a beautiful girl, but her crazy nature did not change at all, and she tortured Luo Hong. Fortunately, after communicating with Ao and the Saint Lord of Jiuan, Luo Hong gained some more insights into the way of evil spirits, and was given more than 20 pieces of 5-yin stone before leaving. So her suffering was not in vain. After leaving the Jiuan tribe, Luo Hong flew straight to the Evil Valley Pass, but when he was about to reach it, his consciousness discovered the movement here, so he turned and flew over. Because he had learned about the Manxing tribe through the classics, Luo Hong understood the situation as soon as he arrived, and he set up the Hunyuan sword formation on the periphery with a thought. Originally, Luo Hong just wanted to use the sword formation to kill all the barbarian star tribes, and did not want to give the Great Star Master special treatment. But Dong Zhao and others' performance was too poor in the end. They did not expect that the Great Star Master's concealment ability was performed by the formation, and the place where he had been standing was the center of the formation that he had to protect. So Luo Hong could not help but directly pulled the Great Star Master out and killed him. At this time, the outer Hunyuan sword formation was completed. Luo Hong urged it slightly, and many black and white sword threads slashed at the barbarian star body cultivators. Their spiritual shields, the heavy armor they wore, and the strong bodies could not stop the sword threads from cutting, and they turned into piles of corpses in an instant. The long-haired woman and others who survived the disaster could not believe their eyes when they saw this. The powerful enemy who had just been chasing them madly was killed so easily. What's the situation at Evil Valley Pass? With the Man Star tribe infiltrating the rear, didn't the generals guarding the pass take any countermeasures? After secretly collecting the divine sword, Luo Hong asked calmly, holding the purple starstone in his hand. Sir, the frontal Man Star tribe's army is getting bigger and bigger, and they have already launched many large-scale attacks. Commander Zhao really doesn't have extra manpower to clear out the harassment in the rear. Dong Zhao immediately responded with a salute. Chapter 985, Fighting in the Sun. So, you are completely suppressed inside the pass. What is the enemy chief's cultivation level? Could it be that he is equivalent to a high-level flying spirit marshal? Luo Hong silently calculated the combat power and asked with a frown. That's not the case. The enemy chief's cultivation is barely comparable to that of a mid-level feeling marshal, and he's a physical cultivator with a single method. With such a being, even if there's no feeling marshal in Guangzhou, we can still resist it with the help of the Great Formation, or even kill him by design. However, the enemy chief got a powerful spiritual treasure from somewhere, which has a great restraint on the formation. Before launching each offensive, the enemy chief would blast a hole in the light shield of the Great Formation, and then let a large number of barbarian star physical cultivators rush in. Although they would be repelled by us every time, the materials for repairing the formation and the stored spiritual stones were consumed very badly. The space environment around the Evil Valley Pass is special, and it is impossible to arrange a teleportation formation, so we can only have a supply team like us to escort various supplies in person. However, the Barbarian Star Clan has obviously realized that it is impossible to conquer the Evil Valley Pass without cutting off the supply line, so basically every time we go back and forth, we will be attacked. It's just that this is the first time that a Great Star Master has participated in it. Dong Zhao told them all about the current predicament of Evil Valley Pass. He was fed up with the passive situation and hoped that Ji Yuan could familiarize himself with the situation as soon as possible and then lead them to kill all the invading Barbarian Star Tribe. Well, let's go. Let's go to the pass first. Luo Hong nodded lightly and took the lead to escape to Evil Valley Pass. After giving the order, everyone had experienced a life and death ordeal. Although they were exhausted physically and mentally, they also wanted to return to the pass protected by the big formation. So at this moment, they did not say anything and formed a battle formation in small teams to increase their flying speed and catch up. Luo Hong had intended to slow down his speed, but he immediately accelerated when he saw this and stopped only when he pushed everyone to the limit. After flying for less than a day, Evil Valley Pass appeared in everyone's sight. Luo Hong glanced around and saw that the entire Evil Valley Pass was located at one end of a black stone rift, and the other end of the rift was connected to a piece of red scorched land. As for the two sides of the black rift, there was a large and unusually dense forest. Because the weather in this forest is very abnormal, any one of them is not something that can be resisted by beings below the level of God transformation, so it is named Disaster Forest. Because of this, the Maxing clan, who wanted to invade the territory of the Five Lights clan and gain more living space, had to attack the Evil Valley Pass. After all, although the elite of their tribe can force their way through the Disaster Forest, most of the tribe members will die in the forest. It is worth mentioning that the other side of the Scorched Evil Land is the territory of the Chiron clan. Although there is no natural barrier like the Evil Valley Pass, it is easier to invade, but for countless years, the Maxing clan has not tried to seek a breakthrough from the direction of the Chiron clan, because it is said that the formation of the Scorched Evil Land was caused by a fireball thrown by Feiling Huang of the Chiron clan in ancient times. Even though Feiling Huang is no longer in the Chiron clan today, this horror inherited from ancient times still makes the Maxing clan have no idea of going north. After noticing the return and abnormality of the supply team, a team immediately flew out of the Evil Valley Pass to greet and check the identities of everyone. After Luo Hong showed the token, he naturally received a greeting from the Five Lights people. However, he just responded casually and turned his attention back to sensing the space around the Evil Valley Pass. Before coming here, Luo Hong was very curious about what kind of space environment would make it impossible to set up the teleportation array. You know, the teleportation array itself has the effect of stabilizing the space. Normally, as long as there is no spatial turbulence nearby, it can be suppressed. If there is spatial turbulence here, the Evil Valley Pass will obviously not be built. Because the abnormality here is very obvious, Luo Hong soon discovered that the spatial force nearby is extremely active, and a wave-like disturbance exists all the time. It's as if some kind of existence has been stirring the space of this world, causing ripples. So to be precise, it's not that the teleportation array cannot be set up here, but no one dares to use the teleportation array that has been set up. After all, once you are caught in this spatial wave, who knows where you will be washed to? Sir, Zhao Feng, will temporarily take over the position of the Commander-in-Chief of the Evil Valley Pass. The war is urgent. Please enter the pass immediately and take charge of the situation. While Luo Hong was paying attention to the abnormal spatial power here, all the flying spirit generals of the Evil Valley Pass had already fled out to greet him. Zhao Feng was a high-level flying spirit general who seemed to be middle-aged, with many scars on his face. It was obvious that he was a man who had been in battle for a long time. As soon as he took the lead, everyone immediately bowed and said, "Please enter the pass and take charge of the situation, sir. It is better to do it now than to wait for a day. Can the Guanzhang army go to fight?" After seeing the situation of Dong Zhao and others fighting with the Barbarian Star Clan, Luo Hong had already seen that because of the huge gap in coordination between the two sides. Although the number of the 5 Light Clan guards at the Evil Valley Pass was much smaller than that of the Barbarian Star Clan, they were actually not afraid of a head-on battle. The fundamental reason why they could only take a defensive stance now was that they could not check and balance the enemy chief. But now that Luo Hong was here, the situation was very different, and they immediately attacked and defended the aliens. Xiao Feng was stunned when he heard this, but he still reported the combat power of Guan's Hong skillfully. Son, there are currently 10 fully staffed 5-element armies and 4 fully staffed Zuanian guards in Guan's Hong, totaling more than 300,000 people, all of whom can go to battle. But Lord Saint, you have come from afar and are tired. It is best to rest for 2 days, learn more about the situation, and then go to battle. Due to their own talents, the 5 Lights clan, no matter what kind of army, is composed of 5-man teams. The 5-element army is the most common combat army. The captains of the 5-man teams all have a cultivation level equivalent to the Giant stage, and the rest of the team members are mostly at the Giant stage. Ordinary 5 Lights clan members generally need to serve in the 5-element army for more than 10 years before they can obtain various spiritual materials to break through the bottleneck. Ji Yuan was born in a poor family, so he naturally joined the 5-element army. By searching this part of his memory, Luo Hong immediately realized that these 10 years of military career were actually equivalent to the 9 years of compulsory education in his previous life. As long as a Wu Guan tribe member who has just entered the world of immortal cultivation spends this period of time, he will basically establish his loyalty to the tribe and the worldview of the Feeling tribe. Of course, although there are many alien tribes similar to the Manxing tribe on the border of the Wu Guan tribe, more than 10 years is not a long time, and it is common not to encounter wars during this period. However, those Wuxing soldiers who encounter wars will never feel that they are unlucky, but will be very grateful for it. After all, in order to enter the Zuanian Guard, you must have enough merits, and although one war is not enough, it is enough to get about 30%. For ordinary cultivators of the Wu Guan tribe, the various preferential treatments of the Zuanian Guard are something they cannot refuse, so even if they have to sharpen their heads and take risks to complete various training tasks, they will not hesitate. Compared with a fully staffed Wuxing army with 5,000 5-man teams, a fully staffed Zuanian Guard has only 2,000 5-man teams, but the captains are all Feeling masters, and the chief and deputy Zuanwei leaders are both Feeling generals, which is the main combat core of the Wu Guan tribe. All the flying spirit masters of the 5 Lights clan need to complete 1 or more demon hunting missions in the first layer of the Earth Abyss before they can enter the Zuanian Guard. Otherwise, even if they have served in the Zuanian Guard before, they will be kicked out after advancing. In addition to the 5-element army and the Zuanian Guard, there is also a guarding army at the Evil Valley Pass. The number is not large, only 180 people, but their captains are all flying spirit generals. Dang Xiao and Xiao Feng are both captains of the personal army, and Xiao Feng is the strongest among them, so he can temporarily take over the position of the commander-in-chief when there is no Feeling marshal or the 5 Lights Saint personally guarding the Evil Valley Pass. Of course, now that Luo Hong is here, he naturally has to hand over his power and return to his original duties. You don't know that the Earth Abyss trial has been moved forward to the near future. Elderly has repeatedly urged me to return to the Holy City as soon as possible. The barbarian alien race is really not worth my time. Don't worry, the enemy chief is definitely not my opponent. Now go prepare for the battle and defeat the enemy in front of you first. Luo Hong was too lazy to think of a way to convince everyone, and directly brought up Li Zulin to put pressure. In addition, his confidence was genuine. After all, according to Dang Xiao's description, the enemy chief was just a physical cultivator equivalent to the middle stage of the refining void. And because of the lack of inheritance, the opponent has almost no secret skills, and his means are extremely simple. The real combat power is estimated to be about the same as that of the initial stage of the Flying Spirit Marshal. Such an opponent is no longer worth Luo Hong's fear. Yes, I obey your order. Although Xiao Feng still felt that something was wrong, he could not disobey the order of the Holy Sun, so he could only choose to obey. Soon, the order to go to battle spread throughout the Evil Valley Pass. The long-haired woman and others who had just returned to the room were shocked. They wanted to get out of the pass quickly to kill the barbarians, but this was too fast. It was a bit of a joke. However, the military order could not be a joke. No matter what they thought, they had to act immediately. At this time, Luo Hong was flying alone outside the pass, overlooking the camp of the barbarian Star Clan thousands of miles away. It was seen that the camp was completely disorderly. It was just a pile of tattered animal skin tents surrounded by even more tattered wooden stakes. Luo Hong could clearly sense that there was a strong spiritual power lurking underground, which was faintly connected to the bright silver crystal clusters on the wooden stakes. It was obviously some kind of protective formation, but it was really quite crude. In addition, in contrast to the tranquility of the Evil Valley Pass when there was no war, the barbarian Star Clan camp was like a wok, with barbarians fighting each other everywhere, and it was very common to kill or maim. However, even if there was such internal friction, there were more and more barbarian star aliens in the entire camp. Because behind the camp, there was a steady stream of aliens coming from all over the scorching Badlands to join this chaotic army. The common characteristic of the barbarian tribes is their strong ability to survive. They can thrive in the edge of the wilderness, where ordinary tribes cannot survive, or even in the depths. The reason why the Manxing tribe cannot be destroyed is that these alien tribes are usually scattered in a large area with harsh environment, and they are particularly fertile. Even the ancient Chirung Spirit Emperor could not find and destroy them all, and the current Wuguan tribe certainly cannot do it. So they can only do this. Every time their numbers increase, they will be eliminated. If one day the spirit world suffers a catastrophe, the most likely to survive is probably the Manxing tribe. So, did you escape to the spirit world from another destroyed interface? Luo Hong muttered to himself, and took out the purple starstone again. Although it was very faint, he could sense that a familiar breath was hidden in this stone. This stone, it comes from the outside world. The purple starstone is not an extraterritorial demon. It is a real substance, and if you want to come to the spirit world, you must rely on space transmission. And the interesting thing is that the most difficult thing to do in this world is accurate space transmission. The extremely rare barbarian Star Clan of Great Star Masters definitely cannot rely on chance to obtain this kind of spiritual material from the outer domain. So it is obvious that the purple starstone actually comes from the source that caused the abnormality of the space of this heaven and earth. This source must also be outside the domain, otherwise it would have been found by the flying spirit emperors of the past and present. After all, the power of space has always been noble. The outer domain of the spiritual world is quite dangerous, and those outer demon kings are one of the most feared existences of the spiritual world Mahayana. For an unknown thing, it is not worth going to the outer domain in any way. However, this is a little different for Luo Hong. After all, his ghost incarnations and King Feng are now outside the domain. I haven't contacted them for almost 100 years. I don't know how they are doing. Since we have the chance, I'll call them. With a thought, Luo Hong sent a voice message to his demonic incarnation. How are the soul slaves I asked you to prepare? My original body, you are getting better and better at ordering me around. There are 12 of them. You can take them all. After a slightly resentful voice sounded in Luo Hong's soul, a ray of light rolled out from his waist. Then, 12 dark red coffins appeared in front of Luo Hong. 12? That's enough. Luo Hong ignored the complaints of the demonic incarnation. After all, if the clones were not used to work, they would only be eaten. As soon as the voice fell, Luo Hong shot out a beam of mana from his fingertips and opened the sealing talisman of one of the coffins. With a bang, the coffin board was immediately blown away by a huge force, and a purple Levelwood clan member flew out stiffly. Who are you and me? Why am I here? I remember. As soon as he woke up, the purple Levelwood tribe fell into confusion. He tried to recall the past, but the severe pain from his soul immediately stopped him. Don't bother, I will set you free immediately. After saying this expressionlessly, Luo Hong cast a spell with a thought, and the purple Levelwood tribe immediately entered a state of obsession. Since he had sent them to the outer domain in order to herd the ghost clones, he naturally thought of a way to contact them in advance. This purple level wood tribe, as well as the aliens in the other 11 coffins, were all alien spies that he had secretly joined Xiangzili's patrol team when he was in Shianyuan City and captured. However, simply stimulating them to go into obsession would not achieve his goal, except for attracting the outer demons. Therefore, Luo Hong must first use the magic method to refine them into soul slaves, so that their souls have a part of his aura, so that the information can be successfully transmitted. Speaking of which, the incarnation of the devil still borrowed Xian's shadow slave refining method to make the soul slave secret technique have a success rate of nearly 80% on the alien race. Just like the efficiency of sound propagation in water and air is different, the propagation efficiency of divine thought fluctuations in the outer domain and the spiritual world is also very different. Not to mention, Luo Hong also deliberately amplified the signal source. Soon, a strange breath suddenly appeared in the body of this purple level wood clan. Luo Hong immediately waved his hand without hesitation and shot a heavenly wolf divine fire at it. P.S. This alien race plot passed quickly, and the pit was buried. I will go to the abyss, and reunite with Han Lao soon, and happy Children's Day. Chapter 986, Ghost Incarnation. In the spirit world, in the outer fog sea, outside a huge black rock as big as the entire Xiangxing Island, King Feng, who was used to transforming into a human form, now huddled up, and trembled as he slowly approached. Junior King Feng, I pay my respects to the floating life demon lord. As if under great pressure, King Feng sent out a divine thought with difficulty. This is the way the outer demons talk to each other, using divine thoughts completely. King Feng, you are so brave that you dare to kill a mad heart demon under this demon lord. Are you planning to help Jia deal with this demon lord? The huge divine thought came from the top of a spiked peak on the black rock, making the surrounding grey fog swell, as if it was caught in a storm. Misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. We have a mission, and will never participate in the fight between demon lords. It was the Mad Heart demon that broke into the gathering place of the Junior Master's clones that was eaten. King Feng cried out in his heart at this moment and explained quickly. Oh. In that case, it's still my fault. The Fashion Demon Lord said in dissatisfaction. Since King Feng came to this area more than 100 years ago with a group of demon clones, troubles have never stopped. First, they attacked the high-level demons under the surrounding demon lords like locusts passing through the border, and almost caused a demon war to break out in this place that had been peaceful for tens of thousands of years. It was not easy to figure out their origins, and the misunderstandings between the demon lords were eliminated, but now the demon clones, who were confined to a corner, are still slowly growing in strength. After all, as long as the creatures in the spirit world are not completely exterminated, the low-level demons outside the domain are unlimited. These low-level demons cannot be completely controlled even by the demon lords, and they will wander over in large numbers every moment, sending sheep into the tiger's mouth. Although the power of the demon clones is far less than that of any demon, and even sending a few crazy heart demons can cause heavy losses to the opponent, the identity of the opponent is really tricky. The demon lord is only equivalent to the fusion realm of the cultivator, the demon king is the Mahayana, and the demon lord is the existence of the level of the true immortal. As the saying goes, you have to look at the owner before you beat the dog. Although the demon child is only a servant of the demon lord of the outer world, he is not something that a mere demon lord can easily move. At least, this is the case when the damage he suffers is not enough to offset the risk. After all, rabbits will bite when they are anxious, not to mention these demons who have devoured countless lives and souls to cultivate to this day. At present, the demon lords are all enduring the existence of the demon child's clone, while paying attention to it all the time, and many of them are thinking about it. This area outside the domain has indeed been quiet for too long. It is not easy for a new force to enter the field and show great potential, which naturally makes some ambitious demon lords ready to move. Of course it is not the fault of the adults, it is just that the crazy heart demon is unlucky. The junior promises to patrol strictly in the future and try to prevent the crazy heart demon from breaking in again. King Feng heard this and dared not even say it and tried his best to guarantee it. The so-called Mad Heart Demon is actually the higher level existence of the Green Domain Demon, which is equivalent to the human race's refining Void Cultivator. From the lowest level gray domain demon to the green domain demon in the spiritualization realm, the outer domain demons will continue to grow in intelligence. Generally, the green domain demons are like King Feng, with higher intelligence than ordinary humans. Although the higher level Mad Heart demons are also essentially improving their intelligence, they are an extremely critical hurdle in the life of the outer domain demons. After advancing to the Mad Heart demon, several thoughts will suddenly emerge in the invisible demon body. At this time, the demon will immediately go crazy, behave upside down, and have no reason at all. Luo Hong regards it as a super serious schizophrenia, which is probably caused by the backlash of the thoughts of the creatures swallowed before. Only by overcoming this disaster and uniting many thoughts can the outer domain demon become a demon master. It is precisely because of this that Luo Hong did not worry about encountering the Demon Lord and the Demon King when sending out his ghost incarnation. After all, they are all rational, and it is impossible for them to be contaminated by cause and effect for no reason. However, he was most worried about his incarnation encountering a mad demon. These lunatics don't care who you are. Humph, if you, a green domain demon, run into a mad demon under this demon lord, you will be swallowed up in one gulp. Forget it, this is the demon seal of this demon lord, you take it. The Fusion demon lord snorted coldly, and then a black light shot out from the fog, and sank directly into the light ball that King Feng turned into. For the Cheyenne Wei demon lord, the mad demons under his command are an important foundation for his existence. Unless he is appreciated by the Demon King and brought by his side, a lone Demon Lord is very likely to be surrounded and beaten by other Demon Lords with a large number of mad demons and become the food of others. The Fusion Demon Lord naturally did not want to end up like this, so he could only give Magic Seal to King Feng. In this way, King Feng can drive the mad demons under his command to a certain extent, so as to avoid losing one every few days. Thank you, sir. I promise to control these demon clones and never let them step out of the restricted area. King Feng was overjoyed when he sensed another magic seal in his body. You should know that the only means that can help the wild heart tribulation of the outer demon is the magic seal of the demon lord. As long as he gets 3 magic seals of different demon lords, King Feng will have 3 stronger thoughts after advancing to the wild heart demon. In this way, he can suppress other thoughts with these 3 stronger thoughts, and he will not lose the essence of the word wild in this stage of cultivation, which can be regarded as avoiding the tribulation, but he will not go crazy completely. The magic seal is the innate magical power of the demon lord to control the wild heart demon. The number that can be divided is limited. 1 less will weaken the power. It is impossible to give it to a green demon. King Feng is now extremely fortunate that he chose to stay with Luo Hong and gritted his teeth to take on this seemingly laborious task. Otherwise, he would never have the opportunity to collect 3 magic seals like today. This means that, as long as there is no major accident, he will be able to cultivate to the level of Demon Lord sooner or later. Recalling the past 100 years of experience, even though King Feng is a demon from the outer domain and has seen many bizarre things, he can't help but feel crazy. It turned out that when he brought Luo Hong's 12 ghost incarnations to the outer domain, he didn't think about making trouble. He just followed the steps and let the ghost incarnations devour all the low-level demons he met along the way. If he encountered a crazy heart demon, he would take people away from it and dare not disobey Luo Hong's orders. However, King Feng and Luo Hong were from the human world after all, and their judgment of the degree of chaos in the outer domain of the spirit world was still insufficient. The most fatal mistake was that the number of crazy heart demons was far more than they imagined. Although these crazy demons never knew how to hide themselves and were extremely easy to find and avoid, if they accidentally fell into the encirclement of multiple crazy heart demons, it would be difficult to escape. Therefore, in just the 3rd year since King Feng came to the outer domain, they unfortunately encountered such a crisis. Fortunately, he united all the green domain demons in the encirclement in time and finally succeeded in breaking out and harmed other green domain demons, causing them to suffer the subsequent pursuit of the crazy heart demon. But even if he had done his best, Luo Hong still lost half of his ghost incarnations. Just when King Feng was worried about the future, fearing that he would not be able to bring back a grown-up incarnation, the remaining 6 ghost incarnations suddenly changed. King Feng did not know that when Luo Hong was refining these ghost incarnations, he did not directly give them his own memories. After all, Luo Hong's ultimate goal was to refine these incarnations with the anti-god method. At that time, it would be more appropriate to face an existence without emotions, like a tool. However, the ghost incarnation did not have Luo Hong's memory, but was sealed. Only when the incarnation was touched and began to have a self, the seal would be lifted to ensure that the incarnation would never be beyond Luo Hong's control. Of course, the outer domain is extremely empty, and there is almost nothing else except the demons, so this situation generally does not occur. Sealing and unlocking memories was just a backup plan that Luo Hong had prepared just in case. Having no memories was equivalent to being a baby, and Luo Hong obviously would not let King Feng raise a child for him outside the domain, so he set many instructions for the avatars in a programming-like manner, so that they could quickly respond to various situations. If you must make an analogy, Luo Hong was equivalent to mechanizing the minds of these ghost avatars, and leaving behind a safety mechanism to deal with the crisis of intelligent machines. After suddenly losing half of their companions, the 6 ghost avatars, who had already reached the 4th evolution realm, equivalent to the primordial spirit of the late nascent soul, through a large amount of refining of the extraterritorial demons, began to operate at high speed. First order, ensure that at least one incarnation survives. 66th order, prohibit self-replication. 5, 6, 7th order, when the first order is threatened, immediately cancel the 66th order until the threat is eliminated. 1, 4, 6, 8th order, when the 66th order is cancelled and the first order is still threatened, allow the activation of secret spells until the threat is eliminated. First secret spell, living soul destroying spell, conditions are insufficient. Second secret spell, living body immobilization spell, conditions are insufficient. Third, 233th order, when the conditions of secret spells are seriously insufficient, immediately activate the extreme replication protocol. Almost in an instant, they found the only solution to the current situation from many orders. So, except for the ghost incarnation with the highest cultivation, the other 5 ghost incarnations immediately performed the secret art of splitting the infant and transforming the soul in front of King Feng's stunned eyes. This secret art was created by Luo Hong, based on the 2 Wu tribes technique of splitting the infant and escaping, which can split the primordial infant into 7, combined with the 1 thought transformation art. The nascent soul can be divided into 5 identical beings in an instant, but it is tantamount to death for the main body. The existences that are differentiated in this way are extremely weak. Although there is still a nascent soul, its strength is still a step behind that of the late Jianden. Fortunately, there are nourishing things everywhere outside the domain, and King Feng and a ghost incarnation protect them, so soon a total of 25 new incarnations have recovered to the 3rd evolution realm, equivalent to the Yuanshan strength of a normal nascent soul cultivator in the early stage. Afterwards, King Feng spent more than 2 years of peace with the 26 incarnations. During this period, the incarnations no longer evenly distribute the resources of the heavenly demon as before, but all resources are used to concentrate on cultivating 2 incarnations except for the only incarnation that did not perform the secret technique. Once these 2 incarnations break through the 4th evolution realm, one of them will perform the secret technique of differentiation again, and the other will become the material for the secret spell. In this way, the number of incarnations and living spells began to surge at a speed that made King Feng's scalp numb. After another 2 years, despite some losses during this period, the number of ghost incarnations has exceeded 100. At this time, the ghost avatars all ignored King Feng's obstruction and took the initiative to find a weaker crazy heart demon. Without saying a word, they started a righteous duel. As soon as the battle started, dozens of avatars who had cultivated themselves into living body spells rushed forward. You know, living body spells are actually a higher level version of the self-destruction of the soul. The avatars cooperated extremely well. The immobilization spell was used for control, the soul destroying spell was used for output, and the other spells were responsible for status. After a round of self-destruction, this crazy heart demon was half destroyed, and then it was torn into pieces by many ghost avatars who were not afraid of life and death. Although this battle caused the number of ghost avatars to drop by 1/3, the food obtained quickly made up for these losses and even allowed many ghost avatars to break through the 5 evolution realms. Needless to say, it was nothing more than repeating the previous process. The ghost avatars continued to increase their number and let the more powerful avatars practice secret spells. After a period of 60 years, the number of ghost avatars directly exceeded 100,000, and the quality was also incomparable. They were like locusts, and no demons were born wherever they passed. Even the mad demons gathered in groups would be swallowed up in an instant. The death of a large number of mad demons, as expected, made several local demon lords notice the existence of this power. As a result, after several demon lords came in person, the ghost avatars were restricted to an area and could no longer hunt at will. My lord, is all this within your calculation? You are really a qualified demon child. After ending his memories, King Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. But just when he was about to leave, a green shadow suddenly flew from a distance. Master, urgent report from the border. The demon child clones are crossing the border in large numbers. No way. Just at this time, King Feng was almost scared to death when he heard this. After all, he was in the enemy camp at the moment, but the friendly forces were attacking in large numbers. However, although King Feng was shocked at the moment, he was not surprised that the ghost clones chose to go to war, but the timing they chose. In fact, before encountering the demon lord, the ghost clones had already shown signs of no longer increasing in number, but after the demon lord appeared, everything returned to the way it was after escaping death. From then on, King Feng understood that if no one cared, the ghost clones would sooner or later go to war with the demon lord. But damn, didn't your instructions include the content of protecting me? Exclamation mark. Before the fluctuation of the divine thoughts of the person who reported the news subsided, King Feng felt his whole body tightened, and he couldn't move. At this time, the King Gaihu demon who reported the news spit out a group of divine thoughts from his body, and suddenly the grey fog in an area continued to fluctuate. In the perception of King Feng and other extraterritorial demons, this fluctuation is equivalent to a series of clear images. And the protagonists of the images are the ghost incarnations that gathered into clouds. Chapter 987, Strange Beasts Breaking the Formation. It was seen that more than 10 crazy demons under the command of the Lord of Floating Life were blocking the front of the incarnation army. As expected, these irrational and chaotic guys did not dodge, but instead sent out terrifying and chaotic divine thoughts and rushed straight to the army. However, the prestige lasted only 3 breaths, and dozens of ghost incarnations jumped out of the formation. The leading ones all exploded silently before hitting the crazy demons, and the violent spell fluctuations immediately froze these crazy demons in place. The subsequent ghost incarnations took the opportunity to rush forward, and also released powerful soul-destroying spells after self-destruction. After just one encounter, these crazy demons were seriously injured. The next moment, they were swallowed up by the incarnation army. It's over. This time it's completely over. King Feng shouted desperately in his heart. He came here today just to see the fall of a crazy demon, and now the Lord of Floating Life has lost more than a dozen of his men in one breath. How can he spare his life? At this moment, a wild laugh suddenly came from the depths of Wuan, and then the huge figure of the Floating Life Demon Lord, which was as big as a mountain and shaped like an insect, suddenly appeared. Ha ha ha, God really helps this Demon Lord. The demon clones are all heading towards Jiao's territory. This is the opportunity that this Demon Lord has been waiting for a long time. While laughing, the Floating Life Demon Lord also sent out countless divine thoughts, and the fog sea outside the domain suddenly became agitated, and countless divine thoughts responded violently. The information conveyed by these divine thoughts was only 2 words: start a war. Spirit world. Outside the Evil Valley Pass, Luo Hong had no idea that because of him, a huge Demon Lord war had already begun outside the domain. After he freed the Purple Level Wood clan, he collected the remaining 11 coffins. Now that the initial signal has been transmitted, according to his reserved instructions, the ghost incarnations will rush to the source of the signal with all their strength. Luo Hong now only needs to sacrifice a soul slave every 10 days and continue to guide the ghost incarnations until the demonic aura that invaded the soul slaves is accurate. A few hours later, a huge gap suddenly appeared in the light shield covering the Evil Valley Pass. Then more than 300,000 Five Lights clan monks divided into 14 battle formations and poured out and quickly spread out the formation. At the same time, more than 100 escape lights flew towards Luo Hong. They were the personal guards composed of Zhao Feng and others. Although the long-haired woman and others only had the cultivation level of flying spirit masters, they were riding on a hawk bird with lightning all around them, which was about 10 feet long. However, they did not hold back their respective flying spirit captains at all. Luo Hong took a glance, and the information about this hawk bird flashed in his soul. Its name is the Thunderbird, which is the exclusive war beast of the Cheyenne Pen clan. It is not only extremely fast, but also fierce and powerful. Among the Five Lights clan, only the most elite flying spirit masters can be lucky enough to be assigned one. Son, the army has assembled. Zhao Feng reported immediately after he came near Luo Hong. Well, I will challenge him later. If the enemy chief dares to fight, I will defeat him, and you will lead the army to kill him immediately. If the enemy chief is timid, you will wait for me to use my magical powers to break the formation, and then I will lead the army to attack. Luo Hong nodded slightly, and then briefly explained the tactics. After listening to Zhao Feng, he couldn't help but sum it up in one sentence. I'm invincible, you can do whatever you want. Sun Ji is so confident, I think those rumors are not groundless. On the other side, the large-scale deployment of the defenders of the Evil Valley Pass naturally could not be hidden from the barbarian aliens in the camp. They immediately gave up what they were doing, roared excitedly, and rushed out of the camp without any rules. The number of barbarian aliens is extremely large. Although only those who can travel through mountains and rivers to this place are above the foundation building stage, the total number is still more than 1.5 million. At this moment, these millions of barbarian star aliens were running wildly on the ground, filling up half of the Rift Valley and causing a shaking sound. The more powerful the barbarian star aliens were, the more they rushed to the front, so the current barbarian star chieftain was leading the charge. In the air near him, 9 great star masters were flying around in a scattered manner, undoubtedly protecting him. But what surprised Luo Hong was that these barbarian star aliens did not stop before entering the attack range, but continued to rush towards the defenders of the Evil Valley Pass, which was simply ridiculous. But this could not be blamed on them. After all, they had had enough of the great formation of the Evil Valley Pass, and now they finally waited for the enemy to come out of the tortoise shell, and they were naturally extremely excited. Sir, don't underestimate the enemy. Although these alien barbarians seem to be seriously disconnected, their auras have been connected, and their combat power will not be dispersed too much. Zhao Feng saw this, and hurriedly reminded Ji Yuan. As for this point, Luo Hong actually knew it well without him saying it. In the induction of the divine consciousness, each of the barbarian star aliens exuded a similar aura. Correspondingly, they also more or less showed unique war patterns. Relying on this connection, the barbarian star aliens can transmit some of their power through the air, so although they are seriously out of touch with each other, in fact, the power of the entire army is extremely concentrated. In this situation, Luo Hong's original tactics are obviously useless. After all, he doesn't even have the opportunity to challenge now. But although it was unexpected, Luo Hong did not show any panic. He was very clear about the current situation. The barbarian star army was undoubtedly transformed into a spear. If it could break through the formation of the Evil Valley Pass defenders with one blow, it would basically establish a victory. On the other hand, if the spear failed to be unstoppable and was blocked by another force, then the barbarian star tribe would be doomed. Because he was using the identity of Ji Yuan, Luo Hong did not have many choices at the moment. With a change of mind, he performed the 5 lights transformation and turned into a 5-colored peacock with a wingspan of more than 100 feet. The aura of the 5-colored true blood immediately surged out, instantly boosting the morale of the guards behind him, who were eager to attack immediately. However, Luo Hong did not issue an attack order as everyone expected, but spread his wings and emitted a dazzling 5-colored divine light, which almost illuminated half of the sky. What a powerful 5-colored divine light. Just a little touch of the residual power has caused the spiritual power in my body to be drained. The Saint Ji is really talented. Looking at the 5-colored peacock in the sky, Dong Zhao couldn't help but show admiration and envy. The power of the 5-colored divine light is closely related to the amount of 5-colored true blood. Although the saint can refine the true blood treasured by the clan to be as powerful as Ji Yuan now, he must have a good true blood qualification. Is the Saint Ji planning to use the 5-colored divine light to fight the enemy? But most of the Manxing clan are physical cultivators, and the divine light will be restrained. Zhao Feng was shocked for a moment, but he couldn't help but worry. You know, the power of the 5-color divine light lies in its ability to forcibly extract the 5 element of spiritual power from the enemy's body, which is absolutely effective against magic cultivators. But for physical cultivators, spiritual power is firmly rooted in the flesh, and it is unknown how much more laborious it is to extract it. So in Zhao Feng's opinion, using the 5-color divine light to deal with the barbarian Star Clan's army is definitely not a wise choice. But just as he was hesitating whether to speak out to dissuade it, the 5-color divine light that illuminated half of the sky suddenly shrank and condensed and turned into a beast with a dragon head and a horse body. The beast was seen holding a blue flame orb in its mouth. After it appeared, it immediately stepped on its 4 hooves and ran straight towards the barbarian Star Clan's army. This beast is 2 or 3 times larger than the 5-color peacock. It is a real behemoth. Every time its 4 hooves stepped, it would cause ripples in the void and make a loud noise that seemed to knock on people's hearts. The power of heaven and earth can actually merge with the 5-color divine light. Is this the genius of the contemporary first saint? Zhao Feng was shocked when he saw this. At the same time, he also understood that the other party had no intention of giving up the tactics he had previously explained. Instead, they executed both tactics together. The momentum of the beast running wildly in the air was too terrifying. Even the not-so-smart chief of the barbarian star immediately realized that he must not let it rush into the army. So, he roared immediately, and the giant axe made of purple starstone in his hand immediately emitted an evil light. Stimulated by this, the flesh of the barbarian star chief appeared with battle patterns covering half of his body. His body suddenly expanded and instantly turned into a giant over 100 feet tall, with many strange purple eyes all over his body. At this time, the 5-color beast had already rushed to the front. He jumped up without thinking, holding the axe with both hands, and chopped it down fiercely. The next moment, the head of the strange beast met the giant axe, and violent wind suddenly stirred out. Amidst the earth-shattering sound, fine spatial ripples spread out from the contact point and soon covered the whole body of the 5-colored strange beast. Seeing this, the barbarian star chieftain, whose tiger mouth was broken, immediately showed a grim smile, and his arms were about to use force again to completely split the 5-colored strange beast. However, no matter how hard he tried, the giant axe could not fall at all, which immediately shocked him. After all, as long as he used the magical power of the giant axe in his hand, there was nothing that he could not split. The current situation was the first time he had encountered such a situation in his life. Huh, you dare to be distracted. On the other side, Luo Hong was not surprised by the result. It turned out that he had already checked the Evil Valley Pass formation destroyed by the barbarian star chieftain, and had a deep understanding of the opponent's magical power. The power of heaven and earth was his targeted means. Of course, it was also because Luo Hong had deduced in advance the relationship between the purple starstone and the source of the spatial anomaly here, that it was so easy to think that the purple star giant axe in the hands of the enemy chief could instantly strengthen the spatial anomaly in an area. It was precisely because of the violent spatial shock that the flow of the formation was seriously disturbed, causing it to be always broken by one blow. However, the power of heaven and earth itself has the magical power to reinforce space, so it naturally became the nemesis of the purple star giant axe. After a cold snort, Luo Hong drove the 5-colored beast to stomp its hind hooves, immediately pushed away the giant axe on its forehead, and hit the chest of the barbarian star chief. Amid the sound of countless bones breaking, the huge body of the barbarian star chief immediately flew backwards and was embedded in the rock wall of the Rift Valley. Immediately afterwards, the five-colored beast continued to run forward, although it now seemed to be standing on the ground. In fact, all four hooves were in the air for 10 feet. And every time it stepped in the air, the ground within a radius of hundreds of feet would suddenly sink, and the barbarian star aliens in it would be crushed into meat paste. As they ran all the way, the five-colored beasts unsurprisingly carved a bloody path through the army of the Man-Star tribe. In less than 10 breaths, the army of the Man-Star tribe lost 300,000 or 400,000 soldiers, and morale plummeted to the bottom in an instant. At this time, Luo Hong directly ordered the entire army, and the 14 battle formations pressed forward together. After only a little resistance, they defeated the front army of the Man-Star tribe. Soon, the remaining Man-Star army could not withstand the bombardment of the five-element magic of the defenders of the Evil Valley Pass, and they lost all their will to fight. For the Five Lights tribe, the purpose of this battle is to kill as many Man-Star people as possible, so that they can recover after at least 1,000 years. So after the victory, the 14 legions immediately dispersed, and began to chase the enemy north. Report to the Holy Sun, our army won a great victory in this battle, annihilated 1 million enemies, and suffered very few casualties. Zhao Feng reported to the Ji-Yuan with excitement. Even though he had been in the army for thousands of years, it was the first time he had encountered such a refreshing victory. However, Luo Hong was not very interested in this. After all, the strength of the two sides was so different that the outcome was not suspenseful. Therefore, after listening to Zhao Feng's report, he did not respond immediately, but continued to concentrate on banning the seriously injured barbarian star chieftain. The other party might be the key to his cracking the secret of this place, and he must be captured alive. The subsequent battles will not be difficult, so you will lead the garrison to clear out the barbarian star tribe in the burning badlands as much as possible. This Saint Sun will stay at the pass to guard it. If you encounter any accidents, report immediately. After sealing the barbarian star chieftain, Luo Hong gave Zhao Feng an indifferent order. The battle can determine the outcome in one day, but the subsequent clearing operation will take at least half a year, which Luo Hong can use to solve the secrets of this place. As ordered, Zhao Feng now has great respect for Ji-Yuan, so he will not have any objections and immediately accepted the order. As the garrison entered the burning badlands, the area around the Evil Valley Pass became very peaceful, and the days passed in this peace. In a blink of an eye, 3 months had passed quietly. It was a sunny day. Luo Hong, like before, went to the outer border alone and summoned one of the 2 remaining soul slaves, causing it to fall into a state of obsession. While waiting, Luo Hong couldn't help but say to himself, it seems that I have indeed run a little far this time. If there is no result this time, I will use the last soul slave in a month. Although he still did not give up, Luo Hong actually had no hope at this time, and secretly prepared for King Feng and the ghost incarnations to be completely destroyed outside the domain. But the strange thing was that the breath that emanated from the soul slave's body immediately made Luo Hong feel that the dark clouds were bright. Wu Yan Yuan Shen, not bad, not bad, finally not at a loss. Just as Luo Hong was sighing, the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy suddenly rushed towards the soul slave crazily, and there was no sign of stopping after a stick of incense. Huh. Why is the spiritual power of this incarnation so scarce? This shouldn't be. Seeing this, Luo Hong finally realized that something was wrong. P.S. There is another chapter in the evening. Chapter 988. The Great Medicine is coming. The incarnation was absorbing spiritual energy like a starving ghost. Even if Luo Hong wanted to ask about the situation outside the domain, the other party could not answer. So, he could only suppress his doubts and summon the only remaining soul slave to open another channel outside the domain. According to the instructions left by Luo Hong more than 100 years ago, as long as 2 summoning channels appear in a short period of time, and an incarnation has successfully passed through the first channel, when the second channel appears, King Feng should be allowed to return as much as possible. But then, something strange happened. It was completely different from the previous 11 times. Not long after the channel appeared, the demons from outside the domain invaded. Luo Hong waited for 3 days, and the soul slave soul was almost burned out. Finally, a green shadow emerged from his body. "My lord, I'm back." After the green shadow emerged, it immediately turned into a human form in front of Luo Hong, and then bowed and greeted him. "Well, thank you for your hard work. Have my ghost incarnations differentiated themselves outside the domain?" Luo Hong didn't say any nonsense and directly expressed his guess. Of course, Luo Hong himself knew his own incarnation best. The 12 ghost incarnations at the beginning all condensed ghost infants and had the cultivation of the early stage of the nascent soul. Although there was almost no spiritual energy outside the domain, the ghost infants would at most exhaust their mana, but would not disintegrate. Moreover, Luo Hong had deliberately left instructions for the incarnations to use more spells outside the domain. The priority of magical powers related to mana was very low, and there was almost no chance to use them. The realm of the incarnation soul that returned from the domain would exceed the mana cultivation, which was something Luo Hong had expected, so he was not surprised by the 5 evolutions of the starving ghost incarnation. But the strange phenomenon that he was frantically refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth now clearly meant that he was using a lot of spiritual power to condense the ghost infant. Such an incarnation would only appear under one condition, that is, the original incarnation triggered the instruction and started self-replication. Since the more copies were made, the less initial mana would be in each incarnation. So according to the amount of mana in the returning incarnation, Luo Hong could roughly calculate which round of replication he was the product of. But even though Luo Hong didn't investigate immediately, he also found that the mana in the other party's body was very little. Obviously, the number of replication rounds was already quite large. However, Luo Hong's words, which he thought were very normal, sounded very different to King Feng. He quickly bowed his body lower and said, "My lord, you have made every possible plan. The situation outside the domain is just as you expected. Now many demon lords have fallen into a melee. Your incarnations can take advantage of the chaos to devour a large number of mad heart demons. It is not impossible for them to become a force outside the domain in the future." What the hell? When did I start a war outside the domain? I just want to persecute some low-level demons and make up for the shortcomings of the ghost incarnations in the realm of the soul. In addition, isn't the mad heart demon equivalent to a powerful existence of a refining cultivator? Why was it devoured by my nascent soul incarnation and in large quantities? What the hell did you do outside the domain? Exclamation mark. There were so many flaws in King Feng's words that Luo Hong was so shocked that she didn't have time to change her expression. King Feng secretly glanced at Luo Hong at this time and was immediately more convinced that everything that happened outside the domain was calculated by his own demon son. Well, briefly introduce the situation outside the domain. After a pause, Luo Hong ordered lightly. King Feng's misunderstanding of him was so obvious that Luo Hong would naturally see it, but he would never clarify that he had no calculations. After all, King Feng was an extraterritorial demon after all, and the reason why he was so obedient was all because of Luo Hong's strength. Therefore, Luo Hong would never show weakness in front of him, but only show strength. Of course, there are some minor reasons, such as, humph, don't I, Luo have any face? Exclamation mark. Yes, sir. King Feng immediately accepted the order without any doubt, and then started talking about the crisis 100 years ago when half of the ghost avatars were lost, and then talked about the recent situation outside the domain was completely stirred up by the rampage of the avatar army, triggering a war that has already involved dozens of demon lords. If nothing unexpected happens, the scale of this war will continue to expand. As the flames of war spread outside the domain, it is not impossible that it will burn those outer demon kings. Although Luo Hong remained calm on the surface, he felt more and more numb in his heart as he listened, and he tried his best to restrain himself from twitching his eyes. At the same time, Luo Hong quickly figured out that the problem was that he did not know enough about the degree of danger outside the domain. In his original assumption, the ghost avatars would definitely encounter something that threatened the first command, but this threat would either be resolved quickly or the ghost avatars would be completely destroyed. Luo Hong left those instructions just to allow the ghost avatars to fight in extremely dangerous situations. If they are still alive after the fight, they will slow down immediately. The number cannot expand to the point of playing the Matrix. But what he didn't expect was that the outside of the spiritual world had been divided into territories by demon lords, and there were a large number of crazy demons running around, so that the threat state has never been lifted since it appeared. The threat of the crazy demon actually ceased to exist when the number of incarnations reached thousands. After all, this kind of demon cannot gather together to attack the incarnation group without anyone driving it. Even if the luck is bad, encountering more than 10 at a time is already the limit. But the demon lord is too strong. After they become a threat, the incarnation will embark on a path of almost infinite expansion. But because of the relationship between the demon child incarnation, the demon lord does not want to strangle them in the cradle, so as not to cause fatal cause and effect. Sure enough, there are loopholes in the way of heaven. No matter how detailed the instructions I set are, there will definitely be problems. After secretly sighing, Luo Hong immediately began to think about how to deal with the aftermath. Other immortal cultivators have to be careful all the time, even if they only refine one external incarnation. For Luo Hong, who is at the 100,000 level, no one would believe it, even if he told others. There is no doubt that Luo Hong is most worried about whether these incarnations have the hidden danger of backlash. He can be assured of the 12 incarnations that he refined himself, but these incarnations that were separated by the incarnations themselves really make him feel uneasy. At this time, the ghost incarnation on the other side had stopped absorbing spiritual energy. Luo Hong immediately ordered him to come over and spread his spiritual consciousness to carefully explore several times. First of all, the cultivation level of this incarnation is the middle stage of the ghost path. Now it has condensed a ghost infant, and the soul is the fifth evolution, which is comparable to the realm of the early stage of the transformation of the soul. The improvement of cultivation requires the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. There is no spiritual energy outside the domain, so the incarnation will naturally stagnate in this regard. It can enter the middle stage, because the soul realm is too high. The ghost path is a way of cultivation that cultivates both the law and the god. The relationship between the cultivation of mana and the realm of the soul is more closely related. This seems to be the compensation of the rules after abandoning the body. Obviously, as long as this guy enters the netherworld cave heaven, coupled with the refining void level spiritual materials that Luo Hong has upgraded, it will only take 60 or 100 years for this guy to break through to the spiritualization stage. At that time, if this incarnation performs the anti-god technique, he will be able to refine himself into a spiritual medicine. Moreover, due to the difference in the techniques, it will only affect the blood spirit and the law spirit. The anti-god technique that only works on the spirit can make this medicine extremely pure, so that Luo Hong does not have to worry about his mana being contaminated and can take it with confidence. These benefits are foreseeable, but the hidden dangers of this incarnation do exist. Chapter 989 Solution. Although the one thought transformation technique is an orthodox Zuenman technique, and the incarnations cultivated with it have very low hidden dangers, it is obviously not perfect yet. Therefore, as the number of replication rounds increases, the most critical Yuan Shen Fu in the incarnation will be increasingly missing. The result is that the incarnations that come later in the number of rounds will not be able to inherit some of Luo Hong's magical powers, and many of the sealed memories will be forgotten. The former is not a big deal. After all, Luo Hong did not intend to use them to fight the enemy, but the latter is a very serious problem. His incarnation is not a real machine. It just looks dull because it has no memory and acts according to instructions. In fact, the incarnations have strong intelligence, and the encounters in many situations will bring them touches so that they break through the constraints of the instructions. Originally, Luo Hong's memory would be unsealed in the incarnation at this time, immediately reducing the impact of the touch and not giving it a chance to take root. But just like the incarnation in front of Luo Hong, he only retained 30% of his memory. After the unsealing, these memories will only make him extremely confused, not only failing to achieve the original effect, but also having a counter effect. In other words, as long as this incarnation breaks through the constraints of the command, he will basically be out of control. Of course, Luo Hong can cast a spell to complete the original soul symbol of this incarnation and eliminate this hidden danger, but he can't go to the outer domain to cast a spell on all the incarnations. The impact of more than 50% of the memory is not small. They can still clearly recognize who is the original body and who is the incarnation. But those incarnations with less than 50%, which account for the vast majority, must they all be brought to the spirit world? Being brought to the spirit world means being refined into the soul medicine. Although this is Luo Hong's original purpose, there are too many of these incarnations, and Luo Hong can't afford to support them. In addition, after these incarnations leave the outer domain, the remaining incarnations will not be able to form a force outside the domain, and the results of these years will be buried. Luo Hong is very clear that it is not inevitable that his ghost incarnations can make such a big fuss outside the domain, but it is a coincidence that can be achieved by relying on the fact that the demon lords have never encountered such a thing, and the crazy heart demon did not attack them when they are most vulnerable. To put it bluntly, even if Luo Hong were to try again, it would be impossible to get the same result as now. Therefore, if he gave up so easily, Luo Hong would inevitably feel a little regretful. But when he thought about the day when these avatars would lose control and come in groups to kill him, the original body, to prove that he was the original body, Luo Hong felt his scalp tingling. Anyway, one thing is certain, we must not let the number of these avatars expand any further, otherwise there will be really no way out. Hesitantly, Luo Hong first secretly determined this point. As it was difficult to make a decision at the moment, Luo Hong put the avatar in front of him into the netherworld cave heaven first, then turned to King Feng and said, I summoned you this time. In addition to asking about the situation of the ghost avatars, I also have something to entrust to you. I suspect that the spatial anomaly here is related to the outside world. Have you seen anything special outside the domain? I was just about to report this. Just near the boundary wall, there is a giant bone palace that looks like the Zushan Palace, but is 10 times larger than it. When the passage was not opened, I wanted to explore it, but the purple light curtain covering the outside of the bone palace repelled me very much. If I force my way close, I have a terrible feeling that I will be wiped out. However, your avatar can ignore the light curtain and enter the bone palace, but before the avatars that entered return, I was summoned by you. King Feng immediately replied respectfully. Purple light curtain? Take a look. Is the aura of this thing similar to that of the light curtain? Luo Hong said as he flipped his palm and took out the purple star axe. However, as soon as he took out the axe, King Feng retreated a few feet, as if avoiding the faint spiritual light emitted by the axe. Now there was no need for King Feng to answer. Luo Hong also knew the answer. In fact, in the previous 3 months, Luo Hong had studied the purple star stone and found that it was closely related to the battle patterns on the bodies of the barbarian star cultivators. The role of these battle patterns has been fully revealed in the war, which is to strengthen the physical body and make the physical body undergo a short-term mutation. At first, Luo Hong thought it was something similar to Xiao Jin's innate magical power, but after in-depth research, he found that the power of the purple starstone did not act on the silver rune, but on the soul of the cultivator. This is a brand new way to stimulate the soul and then alienate the physical body, which Luo Hong had never seen before. After all, the connection between the soul and the physical body has always been relatively weak, and Luo Hong was unable to understand the principle for a while. However, from King Feng's description, the main function of this purple starstone is not this, but to restrain the pure soul body, that is, the outer demon. In this case, some of Luo Hong's conjectures when he first met the barbarian star clan are untenable. You go back first and preside over the exploration of the outer bone palace. I will summon you again in a few days. Seeing that the soul slave was about to die, Luo Hong immediately ordered King Feng to return to the outer domain. With his orders, the ghost incarnations will obey King Feng's orders to a certain extent, and exploring the ruins, which requires flexible response, is naturally included. Yes, sir. King Feng did not dare to neglect it. After saying that, he flashed and returned to the outer domain through the soul slave soul channel. After being tossed around like this spirit soul slave was almost exhausted. Luo Hong immediately shot a ball of heavenly wolf divine fire and sent him into reincarnation. As a captured alien spy, he still had the opportunity to enter reincarnation in the end, which was already a pretty good ending. After seeing King Feng off, Luo Hong turned into a 5-colored light and headed straight for the Evil Valley Pass. Not long after, he arrived at the underground forbidden area of the Evil Valley Pass. This is the control center of the Evil Valley Pass formation, a top-notch and important place that ordinary Five Lights clan cultivators cannot get close to. Of course, with Luo Hong's current status as the great commander of the Evil Valley Pass, he can enter and exit at will. As soon as he appeared here, all the Five Lights clan formation masters who stayed here immediately stood up to greet him. No need to be polite, you will immediately send a message to the front line for this Saint's son. Yes, please wait a moment, Saint Son. The leading grey-robed formation master immediately accepted the order and then sat down cross-legged, casting a spell on the light formation in front of him. After a dozen breaths, many light spots suddenly floated out of the blue light formation, and a silhouette resembling Zhao Feng condensed above it. Your subordinate Zhao Feng pays homage to Saint Son. The light and shadow with only a silhouette scanned the area and immediately saluted in the direction of Luo Hong. Well, how is the progress of the clearing operation? Luo Hong asked calmly. The encirclement is being closed, and it will be over in 3 months. Zhao Feng immediately reported truthfully. The battle plan has changed slightly. You must capture 1,000 flying spirit master level barbarian stars and bring them back to me. I will use them to practice the evil spirit secret technique. Luo Hong ordered without question. Congratulations, sir, on your understanding of the secret technique. I will not let you down. Zhao Feng immediately thought that Ji Yuan had gained some insights in these 3 months, so he was so eager to practice with living beings. He was also very willing to see Ji Yuan strengthen his combat power before the Earth Abyss trial, and immediately agreed in an excited tone. Well, remember to send them in batches. Go. Luo Hong nodded lightly, signaling the grey-robed formation master to interrupt the communication. After the blue light disappeared, Luo Hong did not stay here for long. With a flash of light, he returned to his residence. Anyway, these barbarian starbody cultivators will die if they fall into Zhao Feng's hands. It's better for me to make use of them and use them to open the channel outside the domain. This way, they will have a chance to reincarnate. That's right, Luo Hong asked Zhao Feng to capture 1,000 high-level barbarian starbody cultivators alive, not to practice the evil spirit secret technique, but to prepare for the reception of the ghost incarnations outside the domain. After saying that, he first entered an ethereal cave and checked the condition of the incarnation that had just returned. After confirming that there was no problem, he began to consider how to deal with the problem of these incarnations. Luo Hong now wants to find a compromise that can not only retain his power outside the domain, but also prevent the situation from getting worse. The most contradictory thing here is how to stop the incarnations from continuing to replicate and increase. When he set up the command system, of course, he also left a backdoor, allowing him to delete or add some commands at any time. But the embarrassing thing is that now there is a problem with the first command. It is at the bottom of the entire command system. The extent of this change has exceeded the limit of the backdoor that Luo Hong left at the beginning. Therefore, he could not simply change the instructions to stop the number of avatars from increasing. In this way, Luo Hong had no choice but to increase the consumption of avatars to offset their growth and keep the total number of avatars unchanged. Of course, Luo Hong's own consumption of medicine refining was far from enough. He couldn't eat so much even if he died. Well, how about increasing the number of living bodies of spells? This level of change is still possible. Or restrict them to stick to one place and reduce their efficiency in capturing extraterritorial demons? As he was thinking, time passed quickly day by day, and soon Luo Hong received the first batch of barbarian starbody cultivators who were escorted back. Without hesitation, Luo Hong dismissed everyone and cast a spell on one of them. In just a moment, a green shadow emerged from his forehead. It's been half a month. How have you explored the Bone Temple? Luo Hong was distressed for half a month, but he couldn't think of a perfect solution. he said with a gloomy face. King Feng did not dare to offend Luo Hong's brows and directly skipped the flattering nonsense and said directly, I sent out 8,500 incarnations to explore the bone hall back and forth several times, but did not find a single living creature, and there was no trace of fighting inside. Fortunately, most of the restrictions have been decayed and have long lost their former power, which allowed the incarnations to enter the core of the bone hall and obtain some clues. From these clues, it can be seen that this bone hall was built with the corpses of star beasts, and it has a lot to do with the evil dragon clan that the adults have mentioned. While King Feng spoke out his inference, he reached into his stomach and took out several dragon scale shaped jade slips that barely had a little spiritual light. Evil dragon clan? This bone hall is their work. Luo Hong calmly took the dragon scale jade slip and immediately probed into it. After a moment, a hint of enlightenment flashed across his face, then suddenly frowned, and finally opened his eyes in great joy. Are the gem and formation in the core hall well preserved? The bone bead still has some spiritual light, but many materials of the formation have been turned into dust. I'm afraid it will be difficult to restore. King Feng shook his head. He had also read these jade slips, so he knew what Luo Hong was happy about. Don't worry about the lack of materials. I will unlock the memory of the first generation ghost incarnation and let him be responsible for the repair. Go back and bring him here immediately. Luo Hong ordered immediately. King Feng immediately took the order and returned to the outer domain. Luo Hong couldn't help but mutter to himself, this bone hall is actually a boundary ship of the evil dragon clan. The barbarian star clan is not surprising. It is their servant race and a tool for them to obtain the small interface of the sky. The evil dragon clan needs the sky to cultivate, but obtaining the sky in the spirit world is a suicidal act for many low-level evil dragons, so most of them choose to poison the small interface. Although it is possible to quickly go to the lower world through space nodes and reverse spirit channels, these methods have strict requirements for the cultivation of those who go to the lower world. Those who can go down usually don't have the strength to easily obtain Scientia in this interface. Therefore, this star beast ship that can send evil dragon monks to the outside of the boundary wall was born to meet this demand. Star beasts are originally a kind of powerful spiritual beasts that live in the void outside the domain. Their innate magical power is to be able to teleport over long distances outside the domain. After their remains are refined into boundary ships by the evil dragon clan, they can teleport the evil dragon monks to the vicinity of many small interfaces. The bone beads in the core hall record the coordinates of a large number of small interfaces. The large array is used for teleportation. If this part of the function can be repaired, Luo Hong's incarnations will have a place to use. It is impossible to perfectly repair the Star Realm teleportation array. The best result at that time is to restore some functions. That is, it can only be roughly teleported and cannot accurately reach the vicinity of the boundary wall. However, Luo Hong's ghost incarnations have enough numbers to compete for the probability of success. This valuable consumption method is exactly what Luo Hong has been thinking about these days. In addition, after thinking about the usefulness of the ghost avatar and opening the map for him, Luo Hong also thought about how to deal with the problem of the avatar losing control. The avatars thrown out to open the map must be those with a large number of replication rounds. Their memories are not much. If they fall into the interface with living beings, they will inevitably break the constraints of the command. But the command will not disappear because of this, but will turn into the behavior of subconsciously guiding the avatar. The incomplete memory in the unfamiliar environment will inevitably make the avatar extremely confused, so Luo Hong plans to add a command to let the avatar know how to find himself. That is to contact the first generation of ghost avatars in the spirit world through means such as refining the boundary beads and the magic world leading method. At this time, the first generation of ghost avatars with Luo Hong's complete memory can make up for his shortcomings by relying on the connection between the original spirit symbols, making him an avatar without hidden dangers. To put it bluntly, this is a selection system that relies heavily on luck. Luo Hong has the means to make up for the shortcomings of the avatar, but there are too many avatars, making him powerless. Only the avatars who can pass through many hardships, successfully reach the small interface, and send messages back will stand out. Although this solution cannot last forever, it will at least not give Luo Hong a headache for thousands of years. The avatars who stay can also continuously improve their own soul cultivation, allowing Luo Hong to obtain soul elixir that can keep up with his cultivation. P.S. When Gideon organizes activities in the future, I will use these avatars who went to other worlds to write some extra stories for you. Chapter 990 Expectations. In the quiet room of the commander's mansion at the Evil Valley Pass, two figures that were exactly the same, but one of them was slightly illusory, sat cross-legged facing each other. You'll have to work hard in the future. The outside world will be handed over to you. Why are you being polite? You are me. As long as you can successfully ascend to the fairyland, I'm willing to do anything. Take these spiritual materials and try to repair the teleportation array. Well, I've seen it myself. The purple starstone is the spiritual stone that activates the teleportation array. Once our plan starts, it is estimated that it will be enough for 3,000 years. Before that, you don't have to worry about it. Got it? Go. Think about whether you should leave any instructions. It's troublesome to go back and forth. You are me, and you know that I'm most afraid of trouble. Then confirm it again. Okay, there is really nothing missing. Go. Don't forget to prepare 1006 evolution incarnations for me. Just open the channel. There are plenty of incarnations. After saying that, the slightly illusory figure drilled into the forehead of the manxing body cultivator who was screaming in the soundproof cover. After he could no longer sense the other party's breath, Luo Hong immediately drove the white dragon evil spirit to send him into reincarnation. I hope there will be a good result. My goodness, this fairy just took a nap, and you made such a big deal. More than 100,000 incarnations. You are really brave. Fairy Silver has been watching the excitement for several days. After discovering that Luo Hong really did not intend to solve all the incarnations, while the situation was still under control, she couldn't help but sigh. Haha, although this matter makes people feel uneasy, if you think about it carefully, I'm afraid that no one in the past and present can have so many incarnations at Luo Hong's level. Since he has made a decision, Luo Hong will not regret it. He has reduced the risk to the lowest level. If something goes wrong, it means that the way of heaven is against him. He will just do it then. Hey, you are still proud. But why are you so interested in those small interfaces? Are you thinking about those Zuanshan treasures? Fairy Silver first looked at Luo Hong suspiciously, then shook her head and said, if so, this fairy advises you to give up this idea. The treasure of Zuanshan cannot be forced, otherwise those true spirits will wander between the various realms for nothing. Wouldn't all the treasures of Zuanshan fall into their hands? Treasures are naturally defiled, and no one can find them until they are born. Fairy Silver has misunderstood. Luo did not expect that the incarnation would happen to encounter the birth of the Zuanshan treasure, but was interested in the specialties that might be in those small interfaces. Anyway, Luo does not need to really worry about it from beginning to end, so let those incarnations go on their own. If there is no gain, it's no loss, and if there is, it's a huge profit, so why not do it? Although the spirit realm is already the top interface in this group of realms, it does not mean that other small interfaces have no good things. Scientific cultivation of immortality is not something that comes out of nothing. Cultivation of immortality relies on resources. Mastering the resources of a large number of small interfaces will undoubtedly make Luo Hong's immortal path more stable. What's more, Luo Hong had already comprehended the Golden Palace Jade book obtained from the fish shop owner. Although the methods of cultivating spirit beasts in it are extremely exaggerated, there are still a few that can be barely tried. One of the secret techniques, called the Great Method of transforming the world into a placenta, is very suitable for AZ. This secret technique requires refining the entire interface into a placenta, so as to give the spirit beast in it a rebirth. It is so mysterious that Luo Hong is dumbfounded. However, even if Luo Hong cultivates to the Mahayana stage, he certainly does not have the ability to refine a small interface. But if this interface is suitable enough, as he can use her natural poison to corrode the entire interface, as long as she is strong enough in the future, and as long as the step of refining the interface is omitted, Luo Hong is still confident that he can complete the rest of the operation. At that time, this idea only flashed through Luo Hong's soul. After all, it is easy to talk about it, but how to find a suitable interface? But now, Luo Hong felt that he could look forward to it. Well, I have to urge RZ to practice more strictly in the future, so that the most difficult interface is not found, but the little girl's cultivation is dragged down. After making a decision silently, Luo Hong closed his eyes and started to practice. 3 months later, in the training ground of Evil Valley Pass, 2 figures were flying up and down, and the 5 element spells and secret magic skills were constantly colliding between them. But the strange thing is that, although one of the 2, the long-haired woman, had a weaker cultivation, she suppressed the opponent, the white-robed flying spirit master, so much that he couldn't raise his head. Haha, senior brother Wenren, you still don't admit that you are no longer my opponent. Hurry up and admit defeat. The long-haired woman's cheerful laughter suddenly came, and then 2 more fireballs flew out of her hand. Damn it, if it weren't for my broken arm before, and I couldn't go to the battlefield, how could I let you take such a big advantage with the 4 evils armoring technique? The white-robed flying spirit master looked angry and aggrieved. It turned out that the long-haired woman had gained a lot of evil spirits because she had killed many barbarian aliens in the previous battle, which made her 4 evil armor technique improve by 2 levels. This allowed her to attack without defending at the moment and beat the white-robed feeling she to a disadvantage. No means no, and you still find so many excuses. Look at me. HMM. Just when the long-haired woman was about to break the 0-win record of the previous competition with the white-robed feeling she, a series of bell sounds reached her ears. 6 rings. Farewell bell. Lord Saint is leaving. The white-robed feeling she also stopped and listened immediately, and soon his face changed. Then, he and the long-haired woman looked at each other and flew out of the pass at the same time. However, it was obvious that they were not the only ones who heard the bell. At this moment, the entire Evil Valley Pass seemed to move, and countless Five Lights clan monks headed towards the south gate. Following the countless beams of light, the 2 long-haired women soon arrived outside the pass. They looked up, but could not see any trace of the son of Jian. Only Zhao Feng was leading them to bow southward. Just as the crowd began to voice doubts, Commander Zhao Feng suddenly used his magic power to transmit a message. The Saint Son left without saying goodbye 3 days ago. He said he didn't want us to see him off, and he left us a specially improved 4 Evil's armor transformation technique. But Zhao believes that the Saint Son likes quietness and doesn't want to make a scene, but we can't accept it calmly. Since we can't see him off in person, we will pay our respects to him from a distance. The long-haired woman agreed with what he said and bowed without saying a word. As soon as she opened her mouth, everyone's shouts rang in her ears. Farewell to the Saint's Son. I only hope that the Earth Abyss trial will spread the power of our 5 lights. Run away, help Lei Jiao get the nether flame fruit, and I will go find Jaoa. I won't be back to the Feeling clan for the time being. Thinking of meeting you and Yao soon, Luo Hong couldn't help but speed up his escape. He had just received news 3 days ago that the Earth Abyss trial had been scheduled to be held in a month. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 991. The trial begins. According to convention, all the Feeling Saints who participated in the Earth Abyss trial had to gather at the Jade Emperor Peak first. Because there was nothing to pack, Luo Hong went straight to this trial peak. After leaving the Evil Valley Pass, it was the last night before departure, but Luo Hong did not have a good rest because Li Zuolin suddenly visited. Haha, you did a good job in the Evil Valley Pass. You were brave and resourceful, which made the elder very satisfied. How is it? Are you confident in the trial starting tomorrow? As soon as Li Zuolin sat down, he praised the Jian. Please rest assured, Elder Li, compared with the last time we met, the strength of the junior has increased a lot. Luo Hong replied, while offering spiritual tea. Well, in this case, are you willing to lend a hand to your fellow tribesmen? Li Zuolin picked up the teacup and smiled immediately. Help your fellow tribesmen? Luo Hong was stunned when he heard this and could not immediately understand Li Zuolin's intention. The Earth Abyss trial is not like the previous Feeling Festival. There is no limit on the number of saints of each branch who can participate, and they do not have to be saints selected in the current era. However, the Earth Abyss trial is not as safe as the Feeling Festival. Basically, the casualties of saints are not small every time. So generally speaking, the stronger the branch, the more saints will be sent to participate in the trial, but 7 or 8 is already the limit. Only branches that are forced into a desperate situation, such as the Cheyenne Pen clan, force those saints who are not strong enough to participate in the trial. But although those strong branches have a lot of room in the trial, they will not be very harmonious internally. After all, the more a fellow tribe member obtains the qualification of Saint Master, the less resources they can get. However, due to the clan rules, they will not trip each other up. Unless there is a grudge, they will just watch coldly at most. In contrast, only saints of the same clan who have a deep friendship will help each other in the trial. The Wu Guan clan still had 5 people participating in the Earth Abyss trial this time, but Kao Yi and Yan Ling were replaced by 2 saints from the previous generation, and Luo Hong had basically no intersection with them. Kao Shu had only met him a few times, not to mention Kang Dorang. How could Elder Li come up with the idea of asking me to help them pass the trial? Luo Hong was deeply puzzled. I'll be frank. Although your strength is impeccable, if you want to control the power in the clan in the future, it's better to rely on the aristocratic family. My Li family will naturally support you, but my Li family alone is not enough. But fortunately, the elder admires you very much. You just need to take the initiative to show some goodwill to the Kao family, and things will be much easier. Li Zuolin smiled and pointed out. So that's it. Luo Hong's thoughts turned, but he understood Li Zuolin's intention tonight. This old man wants to use him to pull the relationship between the Li and Kao families. However, although this is a use, it is indeed very beneficial to Ji Yuan. So, Luo Hong pondered for a moment, and then said, Junior understands. When we get to Ji Yuan, we will definitely act together with Senior Sister Kao. Okay, I heard that you have been asking about these spiritual materials recently. It happens that I have some on hand, but I have never used them, so I will give them to you. In addition, the 2 types missing in this storage bag can be found in Ji Yuan. Miss Kao has a map, you will know when you see it. Hearing Luo Hong's response, Li Zuolin nodded with satisfaction, and then handed over a storage bag. Thank you, Elder Li. These spiritual materials are exactly what Ji urgently needs. Luo Hong used his spiritual sense to explore a little, and then bowed again to thank him. Haha, rest early. With a chuckle, Li Zuolin turned into a ray of light, and disappeared in the room in an instant. Seeing this, Luo Hong first closed the door, then restored the restrictions, and then he said to himself with a smile, I didn't expect someone to send a pillow, just when I was sleepy. I just needed these spiritual materials to repair the Star Elm transmission array, and someone sent them. Haha, if it weren't for the fact that after this Earth Abyss trial, Ji Yuan would be married to the Jiuyu clan, I would really be reluctant to leave. However, I did get a lot of benefits from the 5 Lights clan this time, so I'll help Kao Shu. Luo Hong was not the kind of old demon who had no blood or tears. He felt a little sorry at the moment, and made a secret decision. 2 months later, thousands of giant birds suddenly flew over the sky above the desolate Loess Plateau. From the backs of these giant birds, many powerful auras emanated, almost none of which were lower than the level of God transformation. And this group of immortal cultivators was the trial team that set out from Yuhuang Peak, and flew all the way to the entrance of the Earth Abyss. At this time, Luo Hong, Kao Shu and the other 2 were sitting on the back of a colorful winged demon bird, mixed in the front position of the team. Although there were many people in the trial team, after such a long time of flying, they had long lost the excitement at the beginning. Everyone closed their eyes and practiced kicking, and few people spoke. At this time, there was a little commotion at the front, and the speed of the whole team immediately slowed down by 3 points. Luo Hong's expression moved, and he opened his eyes, and swept his consciousness forward. I saw that there was a blue-gray giant wall standing thousands of miles away, which was 300 or 400 feet high. The wall extended to both sides, and the end could not be seen at all. In addition, there was a white jade pillar standing every 100 feet on this giant wall. These pillars were only 10 feet high, but the surface was flashing with green light, and many mysterious runes flowed up and down. It was obviously part of a super formation. On the periphery of the giant wall, there was a dense forest of pagodas. At this time, tens of thousands of Feeling Clan monks wearing battle armor were suspended in the air, as if they were going to welcome them. Soon, the two teams met in the air. A man in green armor above the pagoda forest immediately stepped out of the crowd and greeted the elders at the front of the trial team. "Greetings, elders. It turns out that it is Brother Tang Zhang who is guarding here this year. How is the current situation in Diyuan?" Li Zuolin seemed to be quite familiar with the man in green armor. He smiled and greeted him when they met. "It's strange to say that the monsters in Diyuan have settled down again. If the clan hadn't issued a notice to advance the trial, Tang would have wanted to lift the alarm." Tang Zhang's tough face showed a puzzled look, and he frowned slightly. "Oh, is this true? But it's harmless. It's just 20 years in advance anyway," an old man with tattoos on his face said with a slightly changed expression. "He is the Feeling King of the Jiuyu clan." As soon as he said this, Jin Yu, who was slightly happy, felt depressed. However, although there are no new monsters rushing from the lower level to the upper level, most of those that rushed up have settled down. In addition, the dark energy in the earth abyss is 30% denser than normal, so the danger is definitely greater than in previous trials. However, I have led the Shaoan army to patrol the first 4 levels several times, and I can guarantee that there will be no earth abyss monster kings appearing in the upper level. As for the monsters at the level of Feeling Marshal, there may be some lurking." Tang Zhang briefly explained the situation. "That's enough. It just so happens that there are many powerful saints in this generation, so the difficulty of the trial should be raised." An old woman with a crutch in one hand made the decision on the spot. She and the tattooed old man are both the 3 giants of the United Elders Council, and their words carry great weight. Hearing this, Tang Zhang immediately looked at the last of the 3 giants, and seeing that he nodded slightly, he said, "Then let the saints of each branch rest in the barracks for 1 night, and then start this Earth Abyss trial." After saying that, Tang Zhang raised his right arm and shot out a green light ball, which exploded above everyone's head. Suddenly, the armored soldiers who were arrayed above the tower forest all dispersed to both sides, making way for a road. With a shout, the trial team fled along this road. The Shaoan army, with each Feeling General as the captain, and Feeling General as the soldiers, just looking at its fierce and awe-inspiring appearance, it feels much more elite than the guards of Shinyuan City. The Feeling Clan can be a medium-level race in the spirit world, and it is not just because of the tyranny of the Feeling Emperor. After sweeping his eyes around the faces of the surrounding Shaoan army, Luo Hong couldn't help but silently evaluate in his heart. There was no conversation that night, and the next day Luo Hong and others were taken to the outside of a huge wall. After hearing the 3 tattooed old men announce that the trial rules were the same as before, with a time limit of 3 months and the requirement to take back the nether flame fruit, a huge silver door suddenly appeared on the giant wall. With a loud boom, the silver door gradually opened. Before it could stop, Aolu's laughter came from the crowd, and then several black escape lights went straight to the gap in the giant door. Seeing this, the other saints also performed escape techniques, either alone or in groups to follow closely. However, in a short while, only a small number of saints remained in place. "Junior Brother G, when are we leaving?" Seeing Kang Dorang and the other 2 escaping together, Kaoshu walked to Luo Hong and asked softly. Kaoshu was quite curious about Ji Yuan. After all, she was warned by the Saint Master of her family not to contact him before, and then she was asked by the ancestor of her family to make friends with him. It was really a mess. This time, Elderly personally helped her to make a connection. If she hadn't known the relationship between the other party and Ao King, she would have had some strange thoughts. "No hurry, Z is waiting for someone." Luo Hong shook her head and looked in the direction of Lei Jiao. Lei Jiao had just seen off Beihao and the others, and was walking towards them. "Brother Z, thank you for your help." Lei Jiao greeted them with a very humble attitude. "This is junior sister Lei Jiao from the Cheyenne Pen clan. She wants to act with Z. Is that okay with you, senior sister?" Luo Hong seemed to be asking, but she said without any negotiation. Since she is a junior sister from the Cheyenne Pen clan, there is no problem. Kyoshu had no idea that the elders of the clan were already preparing to attack the Cheyenne Pen clan, and he immediately showed a genuine friendliness. Then let's go. Luo Hong didn't explain too much. He immediately flapped his wings behind him and turned into a stream of 5-colored light and flew out. Seeing this, Kyoshu and Lei Jiao turned into a ball of purple light and a ball of green light without saying a word and followed closely. After passing through the giant gate, the three of them came to the inside of the giant wall. They saw that the spiritual environment here was completely different from the outside world. There was a layer of lifeless grey fog 30 feet above the ground. It was extremely cold inside, so the three of them could only fly at a distance of 10 feet above the ground, and they had to resist the fierce wind coming from the head. Fortunately, this strange phenomenon could not do anything to the three feeling generals. They just blocked it with their protective spirit shield. Since most feeling saints did not want to collide with other saints at the beginning, they rarely went straight after passing through the giant gate. This resulted in many feeling saints participating in the trial, but Luo Hong and the other two could not see any of them at the moment. Of course, relying on his spiritual sense, Luo Hong could still sense some. However, as long as they did not take the initiative to kill themselves, Luo Hong did not want to beat the children. Out of confidence, Luo Hong took the two girls and flew more than 10,000 miles in a straight line. It took less than an hour to reach the destination. The grey fog in front of them hung down from the sky, gathering together and becoming thick grey-black. The strong wind, that was several times stronger, wrapped the black fog and turned into a huge tornado that connected the sky and the earth. As soon as they approached here, a thin layer of black ice appeared on the three people's protective spirit shields. However, the three people only slightly increased their mana output and shattered all the black ice. Although the huge black tornado was spectacular, the ground at this time attracted Luo Hong's attention more. The bare black land inside the giant wall suddenly disappeared here and was replaced by a bottomless abyss. There was black and grey fog floating everywhere in the abyss, and strangely cold black winds also surged out of it. Compared with the vastness of this abyss, Luo Hong was still as small as an ant, even if he used his full strength to perform the law of heaven and earth. And here was the gate of the abyss they were looking for, that is, the entrance to the 7th layer of the abyss. Go down, be careful of those abyss monsters. It obviously takes a lot of courage to take the initiative to jump into this dark and terrifying abyss. Fortunately, Luo Hong is knowledgeable and calmed down after taking a few glances. And Kyoshu and Lei Jiao were not going to the abyss for the first time, so as soon as Luo Hong said it, the three of them flew down without hesitation and soon disappeared in the rolling black fog. This time, the three of them went directly deeper than 6,000 feet, and the surrounding fog began to fade, and the black cold wind gradually disappeared. Obviously, they are about to reach the first layer of the abyss. After the three of them were refreshed, they flew for another cup of tea, and finally saw a piece of black and yellow land. The special vegetation of the abyss on the ground grew particularly densely, and some low-level monster birds that looked fierce were flying in the space. The first floor is the shallowest, so it is not deeply corroded by the dark energy, and it is impossible for the nether flame fruit we need to appear. If you want to go to the second floor, there are more than 10 entrances. Which one do you think is the best to choose, Junior Brother G? After looking around, Kyoshu took out a map of the Earth Abyss and pointed to the more than 10 light spots marked on it. Don't bother, I plan to go directly to the 3rd floor, so just go to the nearest entrance. Not only the nether flame fruit, but also the 2 spiritual materials he needs, can only appear in the Earth Abyss below the 3rd floor. Now that Luo Hong has the Luo Sheng plate as a trump card, he is not very afraid of the Demon Kings on the 7th floor. He can charge into the first few floors. Kyoshu frowned when she heard this and seemed to disagree, but she also knew that Ji Yuan was stronger than herself, so she didn't say much. Chapter 992, Blood Dragon and Chance Encounter. After flying for 5 days according to the map, Luo Hong and the other two finally approached the entrance. In order to save time, Luo Hong personally dispatched any blind monsters that attacked. Although there were many Yuanying level monsters among the monsters that attacked, and the other party was greatly enhanced by the dark energy in the abyss, as long as the white dragon evil spirit appeared, all of them died in an instant. It was a pity that due to the huge difference in cultivation, the white dragon evil spirit did not gain much evil energy from the killing. Seeing Luo Hong leading the way so easily, Kaoshu and Lei Jiao felt much more at ease. One day, after a group of monster insects were completely burned to death by the white dragon evil spirit with yang evil white flame, Kaoshu could not help but exclaimed and took out the map. Strange, the map clearly shows that this damp forest will extend all the way to the entrance, but why did the grass and trees in front suddenly become so sparse? Hearing this, Luo Hong and Lei Jiao couldn't help but look in the direction of Kaoshu's sight and saw a clear dividing line far away in the horizon. On one side was a dense and thriving forest, and on the other side was a dead and silent land with sparse dead trees. In the abyss, the spiritual consciousness was greatly restricted, and Luo Hong could only explore about 100 feet. At the moment, he couldn't figure out the reason for such a change. But with a sweep of his spiritual eyes, he saw that the dead land covered a very wide area, and it would probably take 3 or 4 days to take a detour. Maybe there is a powerful monster from the lower level entrenched there. We should try not to alarm it and pass through there quickly. If we are unlucky, then it's bad luck. Luo Hong would never take a detour because of a little accident, and he fled straight forward with his eyes fixed. Near the entrance, the two women did not want to take a detour. After all, taking a detour might lead to other accidents, which might not be easier than crossing this place. So, after flying for a while, the three of them had already reached the sky above the strange death place. Suddenly, a bloody smell came to their noses, announcing the danger of this place. How come so many Earth Abyss monsters died here, and the death is so similar? Lei Jiao frowned slightly, looking at a demon corpse half buried in the soil not far away, with coagulated blood in its mouth and nose. They should have been attacked from underground, but why did they only kill and not eat? Kaoshu was also very confused at this moment. Luo Hong saw all these abnormalities, but he was more interested in the land than those demon corpses. The spiritual energy is extracted so arbitrarily that the land has begun to turn into sand. Is this a blood sacrifice site? Luo Hong knew very well that, although it would take 300 years for the 4 demon kings of the Earth Abyss to enter the land of the sticks, they had already begun to prepare for it. In the plan of the 4 demon kings, a large amount of blood food is indispensable to enter the land of the sticks. The person in charge of this matter is Muking, one of the 4. The method she uses is to place giant spirit flowers everywhere in the abyss of the earth, to slaughter the monsters in various layers of the abyss of the earth. In order to ripen these giant spirit flowers, Muking also used means to continuously extract a large amount of earth spirit energy around them, so that when Han Leomo encountered one of them 300 years later, the area around it had turned into a large desert. The more Luo Hong thought about it, the more he felt that this was the fact, so he immediately changed his mind and said, "It seems that there is a kind of demon that lives in groups, and is extremely murderous entrenched underground. It is unwise to actively provoke them. We should take a detour and bypass the central area of this deadly land." Although Luo Hong did not take the giant spirit flower and the resentful ape beast attached to it seriously, destroying them would inevitably attract the attention of the demon king Muking. Before finding Yuan Yao, Luo Hong did not want to expose himself to the eyes of these demon kings. Seeing that the Jiuan suddenly became cautious, the two girls were a little surprised, but they also wanted it. They immediately followed Luo Hong and flew away without saying a word. Later, because of the detour, the 3 of them spent more than half a day, but they arrived at the entrance to the 2nd floor safely. After a simple look at the huge crack in the ground, covered with green vines, Luo Hong took the lead and flew down. Just as the 3 of them were heading to the 2nd floor of the abyss, there was a sudden movement near a crystal green hill deep in the abyss. I saw a ferocious dragon with a body of hundreds of feet long, and covered with blood scales flying out of the mountain, and with a flash of inspiration, it turned into a middle-aged Confucian scholar. "Brother Jin, you know that Zhu is busy with the sacrifice. Why are you still in a hurry to call me here?" As soon as he changed his body shape, the middle-aged Confucian scholar said with a look of worry on his face, "It's a serious matter. If the master wasn't at the critical moment of collecting blood food, I should have reported it directly. But now I can only let Brother Zhu work hard. An old voice came from the green hill. Although the tone was polite, there was no doubt that he wanted to use the master to suppress the blood dragon. The middle-aged scholar knew this very well, but he dared only to be secretly angry. After all, he knew very well that he could never compare to the other party in the master's mind. As long as Brother Jin speaks for Zhu, when the master asks about it in the future, it's no big deal even if it's hard. So, what exactly does Brother Jin want to entrust? Brother Zhu, come in and talk. As soon as the old voice fell, a door appeared on the green mountain wall, and there was a plaque on it with 3 big characters Wood Spirit Cave. However, it was obviously not the first time for the middle-aged scholar to come here. He flew in without changing his expression, and then came to the outside of a courtyard with many restrictions. The middle-aged scholar landed his light of escape 100 feet away from the courtyard, with no intention of entering. Then a golden light flashed, and a 3-foot-tall old ape with a golden body suddenly appeared at the gate of the courtyard. The golden-haired old ape carried 2 crossed short swords on his back, had a half-foot white beard under his chin, and his eyes were dark and bright. At this time, his face was solemn. Compared with the middle-aged scholar in the late stage of refining emptiness, the aura of the golden-haired old ape was 3 times stronger, and it was obvious that he was at the peak of refining emptiness. Brother Zhu, you have been with the master for some years. You should not have forgotten that the master's body was almost robbed before, right? As soon as the golden-haired old ape opened his mouth, the middle-aged scholar dared not have any extra thoughts, and immediately concentrated. How could I forget? The master had to blow up half of his body's vitality to force back the invading enemy, and his injury has not healed yet. It's good that you remember. The last time the master's body was in trouble, it was all my fault that I fell into the trap of that evil thief. Although the master did not blame me afterwards, I have always felt extremely guilty about it, so I specially asked the master for a command spell. This command spell can sense some of the spiritual objects that the evil thief took away from the courtyard that year, and it actually reacted not long ago. As he said that, the golden-haired old ape turned over his palm and took out a black wooden tablet, only to see the green runes on it were flashing slightly. It is true. This means that the evil villain has returned to the Earth Abyss. Brother Jin, do you know his approximate location? The middle-aged scholar immediately realized the importance of this matter and asked hurriedly. This person is not on our floor. I sensed a faint breath through a giant spirit flower, and the giant spirit flower is near the entrance from the 1st floor to the 2nd floor. I think that person has gone down to the 2nd floor of the Earth Abyss. As long as they are on the same floor, this wooden tablet of the command spell can sense it. I must guard the master's body here. Only Brother Zhu can take on this important task now. After the golden-haired old ape explained, he threw the black wooden tablet to the middle-aged scholar. Brother Jin, rest assured, Zhu will definitely capture that person. The middle-aged scholar immediately cupped his hands and promised. It is not necessary to capture him. That person can escape unscathed after the master's body exploded half of his vitality. His cultivation must be no weaker than you and me. But he should not be born in the Earth Abyss. You can use the terrain to track him and find out who he is under the command of. Compared with alerting the enemy, the golden-haired old ape wanted to find out who was plotting against her for the master. This person is most likely one of the other 3 demon kings. Got it. I'll leave now. The middle-aged scholar nodded in agreement, and then turned into a bloodlight, and escaped from the green hills. With such a God-given opportunity, I must make up for my mistakes. After muttering to himself with a little excitement, the golden-haired old ape cast a spell to send a message to another subordinate of the master. For such an important matter, he would not put all his hopes on the blood-poisonous dragon. On the other side, the middle-aged scholar suddenly stopped. After escaping from the wood spirit cave for thousands of miles, he was seen making hand gestures with an ugly look on his face. Soon, his chest and abdomen bulged, and a fist-sized flesh ball came out of his mouth. The flesh ball grew in the wind, and in a few breaths, it grew hands and feet, and turned into a blood man who looked exactly like the middle-aged scholar. Go to the 5th floor, and ask for help from that man. I alone am no match for you. The middle-aged scholar ordered in a cold voice. The blood man didn't say anything after hearing this, but just nodded slightly and went straight into the ground and disappeared. One day later, 3 figures rushed out of a crack at the top of the second floor of the earth abyss, braving the fierce black wind. Before they could observe the surrounding environment, a group of mature golden-backed mantises chased out of the crack. This fierce insect ranked 73rd on the list of strange insects in the world, and when mature, it was as high as the late nascent soul stage. With its innate magical powers and the environment of the earth abyss, even ordinary cultivators in the early stage of the god of transformation would find it difficult to deal with one, not to mention this group of more than 30. These evil beasts, Z doesn't want to get entangled with them in the cracks, but they think Z is easy to bully. Luo Hong was annoyed when he saw this, and immediately his mind moved, mixing the Shen Feng shadowless sword with the 5-color lightsaber, and slashed at the insect swarm. These golden-backed mantises could only sense the breath of the 5-color lightsaber, and naturally didn't know how powerful it was. At the moment, they didn't rely on their own speed to dodge, but directly swung 2 golden light arm blades to attack. So, the next moment, insects rained in the sky, and the more than 30 golden-backed mantises were chopped into pieces by the sword light almost at the same time. Kyoshu was shocked when she saw this. She had fought with these monster insects when she was escaping in the cracks. When she was not careful, she almost had her own spiritual treasure shattered by the opponent. As a result, Ji-Yuan only used the most common lightsaber magic to cut off the arm blades of these monster insects. It was incredible. Maybe the gap between him and me is bigger than I originally thought. Kyoshu thought silently. Brother G, don't you want the materials from these monster insects? Compared to Kyoshu, Lei Jiao didn't have so many thoughts at this time. After all, she thought she was far from Ji-Yuan. When she saw that the other party had withdrawn his magical power and was about to continue on his way, she couldn't help but said with a flash of her eyes, I can't use those materials. If you are interested, you can collect them yourself, but you'd better act quickly. Luo Hong said nonchalantly. Thank you, Brother G. If you can use the golden blades of those monster insects to refine a set of spiritual treasures, combined with the thunder attribute skills that you are practicing, it will definitely be able to exert a good power. After explaining with a smile, Lei Jiao quickly fled to the insect corpses that were still falling. Sister KO, please take out the map now and show it to me. In addition to completing the trial, I also want to obtain 2 kinds of spiritual materials on this trip. One of them should be on the 2nd floor. After scanning the surroundings with her spiritual eyes and confirming that there was no danger, Luo Hong suddenly turned to Kyoshu and said, what kind of spiritual material is it? Before the trial, I read many books about the earth abyss in my family. I know about the spiritual materials produced in the first 3 layers. Kyoshu took out the map and cast a spell to turn the forest on the 1st layer into mountains on the 2nd layer. What I'm looking for is the mysterious ice evil crystal. This thing will only appear in places where the ice evil key is extremely strong. And I remember that there is a place of ice evil in the 2nd layer of the earth abyss. Luo Hong explained while scanning the map. Junior Brother G is not wrong. There is indeed a place of ice evil here, and it is not far from us. However, with the spiritual energy there, it is estimated that it will take 10,000 to 20,000 years to condense a mysterious ice evil crystal, and this crystal is the best auxiliary item for ice evil monsters to advance. Basically, once it appears, it will be used up by the monsters in the ice evil land. Junior Brother G had better not hold too high hopes. Kyoshu was not bragging. She really knew the situation of the upper 3 layers of the earth abyss. No problem, it's on the way anyway. If you can't find G, try your luck at the cold corpse pond on the 3rd floor. The lack of these 2 spiritual materials will only reduce the accuracy of the Star Elm teleportation array. It is not unusable if there are substitutes. Luo Hong is certainly not in a hurry. Hearing this, Kyoshu couldn't help but frown. She remembered that the cold corpse pond was close to a dangerous place on the 3rd floor, the Black Mist Forest. That was one of the places that the family ancestor repeatedly warned her not to approach before she came to the trial. Thinking of this, Kyoshu immediately wanted to remind Ji-Yuan 1 or 2. But at this moment, a spiritual light suddenly flashed across the sky, and soon after, a dull rumble came rolling in. That's Someone is fighting. The spiritual consciousness could not leave the body too far, and Kyoshu could only see some vague light and shadows with his spiritual eyes. It has nothing to do with us. Just go. The reason why Luo Hong brought Kyoshu and Lei Jiao was just to repay a favor, and he didn't care about the life and death of other feeling saints. But they seem to be coming towards us. It should be the sword light of junior brother that attracted them. The light in Kyoshu's eyes dimmed, and she said with an unhappy look. Although she was not as cold as Luo Hong, she did not like being dragged into trouble. It seems that the magical power belongs to the Chiron tribe. Senior brother G, should we avoid it? Lei Jiao also packed up the insect corpse and flew back. She knew very well that with her identity, she would definitely conflict with the son of Chiron, so she immediately suggested. While talking, the fire in the sky got closer. At this time, Luo Hong seemed to have discovered something, and suddenly curled the corner of his mouth and said, since they are from the same tribe, how can we watch them die without helping them? Let's go and help them. Chapter 993, Greenwood Demon. On the second floor of the Earth Abyss, over a plain covered with glimmering grass, Kylie, Yan Guang and 4 other Red Rang saints were flying desperately. On the ground behind them, a green light was escaping along the ground, much faster than the 4 people in the air. In just a few dozen breaths, it had already caught up to a distance of 100 feet. Seeing this, the 4 people gritted their teeth again, and worked together to infuse magic power into the flame-gathering orb in Kylie's hand, turning it into a huge fireball like the scorching sun, and then drove it to smash the green light. With a boom, a red mushroom cloud rose from the ground, and screams of pain came from the underground. However, after the 4 people flew for a while, the green light came out of the sea of fire again. At this time, many emerald green light spots appeared on the ground around them, and they seemed to be pulled by a huge force and quickly gathered towards the green light. Brother Kylie, we still have a few flame gathering orbs left. This monster's recovery ability is too strong. We must sacrifice several of them together to really injure it. Yan Guang, whose face was painted with fire patterns, was obviously angry because of being chased, and said angrily, although there are still 3 flame gathering orbs, we haven't even seen the shadow of the nether flame fruit yet. If we use all these trump cards, it will be difficult to deal with crises in the future. Kylie still remained calm, and was still thinking about the future. He was able to have this leeway, because the monster chasing them was at the low-level spiritual commander level, but he and Yan Guang were the best of the previous generation of saints, and it was not impossible to repel it, even if they lost some vitality. But if it continues like this, Yan Guang understood this truth, but he had to solve the crisis in front of him first. However, just as he was about to continue persuading, he was interrupted by another Saint Chiron beside him. 2 senior brothers have a solution. There was a flash of inspiration just now. Finally, we met a saint from another branch. He must be quite powerful to have reached the 2nd floor at this time. Let's go over there. It turned out that Kylie had already made up his mind to find someone to help, so he had been deliberately fleeing towards the nearest entrance. They seem to be coming over here on their own initiative. Yan Guang turned his eyes and saw 3 beams of light rushing towards them from the horizon. He couldn't help but wonder. After all, seeing that they were bringing trouble, the other party should try to avoid them. It may be a saint from the Black Light clan. That's the best. It saves us the trouble of chasing. The Black Light clan and the Chiron clan are good friends. It is not uncommon for them to help each other in the Earth Abyss trial. As they flew relative to each other, the distance between the 2 groups of saints quickly approached, and soon the appearance of the other party was clearly visible. It's actually the Ji Yuan of the Wu Guan clan. Why is there a Shan Peng saint son beside him? With just one glance, Kylie recognized the Ji Yuan who has been in the limelight in recent years, and when he saw Lei Jiao beside him, his brows furrowed. You know, in addition to completing the trial this time, they also have the task of killing all the Shan Peng saints' sons. Thinking of this, Kylie couldn't help but look at Yan Guang on the side, and immediately met his eyes. After the 2 nodded tacitly, they slowed down their escape speed, and bowed to test Ji Yuan. However, the 3 escape lights passed them without stopping, and went directly to the green light that was chasing them relentlessly. Such naked disregard immediately made Kylie and the other 4 look ugly. But Luo Hong obviously didn't care about the feelings of the Kairang Saint's sons. He just pointed his sword and 7 5-colored giant swords condensed behind him. Without saying a word, he slashed at the green light. The monster in the green light also had good spiritual perception. It immediately sensed the hidden threat of the 5-colored giant sword and immediately stopped its escape technique to reveal its true form. The monster's true form was unexpectedly huge, with a height of several hundred feet. Its lower body was like that of an elk, and its upper body was like that of a human. However, its head seemed to be connected to a huge tree. It had no mouth, nose, or ears, but only giant flowers and green leaves. It looked both terrifying and funny. However, anyone who looked at the pair of giant hammers that were as big as a small mountain in the monster's hands would look solemn and not have the slightest intention of joking. Facing the attacking 5-colored giant sword, the giant monster did not dare to use his body to block it. He immediately swung his 2 hammers and struck out 2 emerald green ox. As soon as the 2 touched, there was a sound of metal clashing. Although the 2 emerald green chains were extremely solid, the sharpness of the 5-colored giant sword was still better, and it gradually cut into them. But surprisingly, the giant monster's magical power was clearly within the 5 element, but it could draw the spiritual power of the 5-color lightsabers in reverse. Therefore, although the 2 emerald green chains were soon chopped into pieces, the 7 5-color giant swords almost simultaneously disintegrated into light spots. The lore of wood. This guy's demon pill is suitable for refining into the Luo Sheng plate. With a change of mind, Luo Hong did not stop the escape light, but told the 2 women not to intervene, and continued to approach the giant monster who was good at close combat. Seeing Luo Hong, who was like an insect compared to himself, approaching, the giant monster made his 2 hammers light up with dazzling green light without thinking, and then smashed straight at him. Come on. Seeing this scene, Luo Hong suddenly shouted excitedly, and then stepped hard on the void, and his right fist blasted towards the giant hammer that was pressing down like a hill. This scene simply shocked Kyoshu's 2 daughters and Kylie's 4 people. You know, the 5 Lights clan has always stood out among the Flying Spirit clan with its 5-color divine light, and its physical body is not that good. But this G-Yuan chose to use his physical body to fight against the spirit commander level monster, which was simply a suicidal act of using his own weakness to attack the other's strength. However, after a loud bang, Luo Hong smashed the giant hammer to pieces, as if he was opening a mountain. Then, he kicked the giant monster's chest with his remaining strength. There was a series of sounds of broken tendons and bones, and the giant monster's chest suddenly sank a large piece. The huge body was kicked directly into the air and then fell heavily to the ground. Originally, Luo Hong had to use the Thunder Immortal Body technique to deal with such a powerful monster, but now with his cultivation advancing to the late stage of transformation, the Law of Force has also condensed a second Taoist talisman, but it can be solved with just a flat attack. This kick obviously hurt the giant monster badly. A big mouth suddenly opened in the middle of its huge tree-like head. After an angry roar, a dazzling green light condensed into a layer of crystal armor around it. At the same time, it stood up again with all 4 hooves. After another roar, a series of emerald green halos suddenly appeared around Luo Hong, and the next moment they suddenly tightened and tied him up tightly. Seeing this, the giant monster immediately raised another giant hammer with both hands and smashed it hard at Luo Hong. The right front hoof also stepped forward suddenly, and suddenly a giant tree several dozen feet thick grew out of the ground under Luo Hong. This giant tree not only rushed straight towards Luo Hong, but also burst out a strong suction force, trying to fix Luo Hong's body. Your power of law is a little weaker than I thought, but it's barely enough. While muttering to himself, Luo Hong urged the 5-colored true blood. The 5-colored spiritual light on his body turned, and the emerald green halo on his body was completely shattered. Then, he flashed and escaped 100 feet away. At this moment, the giant monster attacked with all its might, but it didn't know that its middle gate was wide open. Luo Hong immediately moved his mind, and the white dragon evil spirit shot out. The white shadow flashed, and it actually smashed the crystal armor on the giant monster's body, and sank into its body. Roar. The giant monster howled immediately, and directly released the giant hammer with both hands, wanting to reach into its body, to dig out the white dragon evil spirit. But how could it catch up? The next moment, the white dragon evil spirit came out from behind it with a green demon pill in its mouth. Once the demon pill was lost, the giant monster's breath suddenly fell to the extreme. The sudden weakness made it bend its front hooves and half kneel down. The white dragon evil spirit twisted its body at this moment and fled back to Luo Hong's side. It opened its mouth and sent the giant monster's demon pill to him. I can actually encounter a greenwood demon of the spiritual commander level. This demon pill is of the best quality, whether it is used to refine treasures or medicine. Seeing that the winner had been decided, Kyoshu immediately fled to the front, looking at the emerald green demon pill with envy on his face. The greenwood demon is an extremely rare demon in the Earth Abyss. Because of its innate magical powers, it is very likely to master certain wood laws after adulthood. If the elixir refined by its demon pill is taken, the cultivator can make great progress in the wood element, and even directly comprehend some laws. If this pill falls into Kyoshu's hands, after refining it, the power of her 5-color divine light can increase by 30%. However, envy is envy. Kyoshu believes that she did not contribute a bit in subduing this demon, so she has no intention of getting involved. Luo Hong was also quite satisfied with the quality of the demon pill in front of her. After quickly casting a spell to seal its spiritual energy, she put it into the treasure bag. At this moment, Lei Jiao's angry voice suddenly came from the side. How shameless, senior brother Ji, look. Before he finished speaking, a ball of fire shot straight from the direction of the greenwood monster. Luo Hong and Kyoshu turned their heads and saw that the 4 saints of the Chiron clan had smashed the head of the greenwood monster together, and one of them was already casting a spell to extract the spirit of the monster. It is not an exaggeration to say that the monster of the Liangsu level is full of treasures. Although Luo Hong doesn't like anything except the demon pill, how can others take his things without asking? Exclamation mark. For a view, this monster was killed by Ji alone. What do you mean? Luo Hong said in a cold tone. Junior brother Ji, right? We were going to lure this greenwood monster into a trap. Don't you think it's too much for you to come up and dig out its demon pill without even saying hello? However, Kai knows that you have a good relationship with junior brother ZHU of our clan, so I won't blame you, but the body of this greenwood monster must belong to us. Kylie smiled and directly blamed him. Nonsense, you are obviously being chased by this greenwood monster, and you have the nerve to say that you are deliberately luring it. If this is true, where is your trap? Point it out to me. Kyoshu was immediately shocked by Kylie's expression and questioned immediately. Humph. The trap is definitely on junior brother ZHU's side. What? Do you want to go with us to confront junior brother ZHU and the others? I'm afraid that, when the time comes, you will have to explain why the two of you are with the holy son of the Cheyenne Pen clan. Yan Guang said with a strong tone, but his eyes were firmly locked on Luo Hong, revealing a hint of fear. Senior brother Kai, this G-Yuan is worthy of his reputation. I'm afraid he is really on the same level as Aolu. Do we really want to provoke him? Yan Guang secretly sent a message to Kylie. Don't worry, junior brother, this person is only powerful in his physical body. We only need to pay attention to 1 or 2 things, and don't be too afraid. Moreover, with the demon soul of this low-level spirit commander, the power of the flame gathering orb can be doubled, which is very beneficial for us to pick the nether flame fruit later. Kylie then sent a voice message to comfort him. In his shallow cognition, since the physical body of the G-Yuan is so powerful, he must be worse in other aspects. Little did he know that with Luo Hong's way of cultivating immortals, the 3 aspects of spirit, energy, and spirit go hand in hand, which is just a trivial matter. Yan Guang's eyes immediately became less uneasy after hearing this. After all, he couldn't accept the fact that he and others spent 2 flame gathering orbs but got nothing. Hearing the other party mention Lei Jiao, Kyoshu's expression became even more angry. My 5 Lights clan has been allied with the Cheyenne Pen clan for countless years. What's wrong with acting together during the trial? How can you, the Chiron clan, point fingers? Hearing this, Lei Jiao couldn't help but be stunned. Is this senior sister serious? Haha, you are a stupid woman. I don't want to waste time talking to you. We killed this greenwood demon, and its spirit must belong to us. Kylie rolled his eyes and looked away from Kyoshu with disdain. This action directly pissed off Kyoshu, and he said resolutely, "Junior brother G, I must let them taste my power today. Don't stop me. Haha, senior sister KO, please be patient. There are people who are more anxious than us." Strangely, Luo Hong had a teasing look on her face at this moment, and she looked like she was watching a good show. Surprised, Kyoshu immediately followed Luo Hong's gaze and saw that behind the Kairang saint who was putting the greenwood demon spirit into the bottle, a long-bearded dwarf with a height of only 2 feet and wearing a green robe appeared without knowing when. And the Kairang saint, like her, was not aware of the existence of the long-bearded dwarf. So when the short staff in the dwarf's hand pierced his heart, his face was full of puzzlement. Brother Kaichili the Red Rang Saint tried hard to ask for help, but the next moment his body decayed into a mass of black-green pulp, leaving only some debris. Brother Mingjiang, which demon dared to attack us? Kylie and Yan Guang shouted at the same time. Facing the siege of the 3 Red Rang Saints, the long-bearded dwarf did not change his expression at all. He reached out to catch the jade bottle containing the greenwood fairy soul, looked at Kylie with a cold look and said, "Since you killed my spirit beast, you should pay with your life." As soon as the voice fell, the long-bearded dwarf burst out with a tyrannical aura, and his cultivation reached the peak of the middle stage of the refining void. Kylie's eyes widened when he saw this. How could he know that a demon that he and others had just encountered had such a powerful backer? The next moment, the long-bearded dwarf disappeared in a flash, and when he reappeared, he was in front of another Red Rang Saint. This Red Rang Saint's son and the one who just fell were both mid-level flying spirit generals. They were filled with fear and immediately took out a red silk net from their sleeves without thinking. P.S. There will be another chapter in the evening. Chapter 994 White-Bearded Dwarf. The red silk net only escaped a few feet before it suddenly turned over and shot back, tightly covering the Red Rang Saint. At the same time, he flipped his other hand and offered a flame jade card with runes engraved on it, which was fixed on his chest in a flash of light. The response of the Red Rang Saint was not slow, and he must have had a lot of experience in fighting, but his luck was really bad this time. At the same time, when the Red Rang Saint offered the flame jade card, a green mist spurted out of the mouth of the white-bearded dwarf. Just touching it, the red silk net dissolved like brown sugar. The flame jade card just emitted a little flame and was swallowed by the green mist, and only a few wisps of black smoke were squeezed out in the end. Ah. 2 brothers, help me. After a shrill scream, the breath of the Red Rang Saint suddenly disappeared. The white-bearded dwarf swallowed the green mist back into his mouth, and then tasted it with his lips pursed. Seeing that the junior brother who could fight with them for several rounds was killed in one encounter, Kylie and Yan Guang were immediately shocked. But before they could react, the figure of the white-bearded dwarf disappeared again. Seeing this scene, Kylie knew that the next person to be killed was either himself or Yan Guang. In a hurry, Kylie suddenly had a quick mind. He pointed at Ji Yuan and shouted aimlessly, "Senior, the demon pill of the greenwood monster is in that person's hand." "Humph, you are still struggling when you are about to die. I heard it clearly just now. You killed Beemu, so how could the demon pill be in that person's hand?" The white-bearded dwarf suddenly appeared in front of Kylie and questioned with disbelief, but he did not act immediately. After all, as long as there is a spirit and a demon pill, the greenwood monster is not without a chance to cultivate a physical body again. Because of the mastery of a few wood laws, this opportunity is still quite large. Therefore, the white-bearded dwarf must take back the demon pill of the greenwood monster. "I dare not lie to you, senior. We killed the greenwood monster together. It was because that Ji Yuan was not satisfied with the monster pill that we had a dispute." Yan Guang also realized his chance of survival at this moment and quickly echoed what Kylie said. Hearing this, the white-bearded dwarf looked at Luo Hong suspiciously. Although he did not intend to let anyone go, he must first take back the greenwood monster's monster pill. Seeing this, Kyoshu and Lei Jiao could not help but mock Kylie and the others in their hearts. Just want to save their lives with this. Do you think they are all dumb? Now they just need to say something to confuse the audience, and this demon cultivator who suddenly appeared will definitely prioritize killing Kylie and the others. After all, who let them be close? However, just when Lei Jiao, who was most happy at this moment, was about to speak, she heard Luo Hong's voice in her ears. "They are lying." Sure enough, how could senior brother G not know the best response at the moment? Lei Jiao nodded secretly with relief. That greenwood demon was killed by Luo alone, but the demon pill is indeed in Luo's hands. Luo Hong was not panicked at this time, but said with a happy face, yes, that's it. Wait, what did senior brother Z say? Lei Jiao turned his head and looked at Luo Hong. Junior brother Z, there should be a time for pride. Kyoshi also complained at the moment. At this moment, the two girls said that they could not understand the actions of Ji Yuan at all. Save people? Impossible. He should not have the motivation to save Kylie and the others. The rhetoric of first suppressing and then praising? That doesn't make sense. This guy didn't mean to speak again. Haha, interesting. You are not afraid of me. Do you think that you can be my opponent if you can kill my spirit beast? The white-bearded dwarf was stunned when he heard such an unreasonable response, and then looked at Luo Hong with interest. Haha, since the senior doesn't want to let us go anyway, why not just skip those two rubbish and start? Luo Hong shook his head and sneered in response. Originally, he would take the initiative to escape to deal with the greenwood demon, not for its demon pill. The demon pill was just a pleasant surprise. Luo Hong's original purpose was to lure out the white-bearded dwarf. In the abyss, because of the dark energy, it would be much more difficult for the demon beast to open its spiritual intelligence than normal. However, based on Han Laomo's experience in the original time and space, Luo Hong knew that there was a white-bearded dwarf in the second layer of the abyss, who had a very high spiritual intelligence. And if you want to find the nether flame fruit on the second layer, you can only go to the rotten leaf forest that moves with the change of the concentration of the dark energy. As a local snake with spiritual intelligence, the white-bearded dwarf naturally knows the location of the rotten leaf forest, and his cave should be not far from the ice demon land, so it is very likely that his collection contains the mysterious ice demon crystal that Luo Hong needs. In other words, the white-bearded dwarf, a demon, can help Luo Hong accomplish two things he wants to do. Luo Hong was now afraid that the old demon didn't hate him enough, so how could he avoid fighting? Since you want to die, I will help you. The white-bearded dwarf saw Luo Hong's arrogant attitude, and his heart was immediately irritated. His figure flashed and disappeared again. There is no spatial fluctuation, so it is an extremely fast and hidden escape technique, and all escape techniques need to build a spirit channel. Otherwise it would have caught fire by friction with the air at such a fast speed. With a change of mind, Luo Hong began to compare the data of the surrounding spirit environment. Based on the principle of the white-bearded dwarf's escape technique, the other party must have hidden the spirit channel in the natural flow of spiritual energy. It is almost impossible to distinguish it with spiritual consciousness alone, but it cannot escape the precise comparison of data. Although I can't see through this guy's escape technique directly, because I can't use the Wang Xiang Divine Eye, but if I'm on guard, unless I completely blend into the environment, don't think of approaching me unnoticed. Here. In less than a breath, Luo Hong found an abnormal data, and he immediately flipped his right palm and sacrificed the Kyankan pearl. Then, he urged his mind, and the fierce power of heaven and earth descended on the flying direction opposite to the white-bearded dwarf. In an instant, the white-bearded dwarf who was in the escape technique felt that he had hit an invisible wall, and while spitting out a mouthful of green blood, he fell directly from the air. Good boy, you can actually see through my escape technique. No wonder you are so arrogant. Today, if you can take on my 7 evils green mist, I will spare your life. At this time, the white-bearded dwarf still thought that Luo Hong just happened to have a powerful spiritual eye magical power and deliberately set a trap for him to fall into. Therefore, not only did he not feel afraid, but he became even more angry, and he was about to use his proud magical power to destroy Luo Hong. Good opportunity, junior brother Yan Guang, let's go. Seeing that the white-bearded dwarf was really angry, Kylie immediately called Yan Guang, performed the escape technique, and fled for his life. Chapter 995, Capture and the 5th Floor. The white-bearded dwarf was not distracted at all by the escape of Kylie and the other two. He puffed up his cheeks and suddenly spit out a large green mist at Luo Hong. In his opinion, although Luo Hong had some skills, it would not take much effort for him to deal with him, and he would have enough time to chase and kill them later. Luo Hong didn't care about the life and death of the two Kairang saints. When he saw the green mist coming, he immediately waved his palm and let the white dragon evil spirit roar out from his sleeves. In the battle, Luo Hong liked it most when the opponent announced his magical power. The 7 evils green mist was condensed from 7 kinds of poisonous evil spirits. In addition, the old demon was full of yin qi, which was undoubtedly a magical power of yin evil spirit. Among all his methods, the white dragon evil spirit transformed by yang evil was obviously the most suitable to deal with it. It didn't take him long to refine the white dragon evil spirit, but this guy had good food and almost continuous real dragon energy. Now his power is quite considerable. As the dragon roared, the white-bearded dwarf suddenly felt a strange chill in his heart and had a vague feeling of something bad. Then, he quickly made hand gestures with both hands, and the surge of magic power ordered the 7 evils green mist to shrink in the middle, turning into a rat head several dozen feet long. As soon as it took shape, the green mist rat head opened its huge mouth and bit the side of the white dragon evil spirit with extraordinary flexibility. Seeing this, Luo Hong did not make any response. Instead, he made a point with his sword gestures and shot out many 5-colored lightsabers to the left and right, as if he was going to bypass the green mist rat head and directly attack the body of the white-bearded dwarf. However, before these 5-colored lightsabers flew 100 feet away, the green mist rat head bit the body of the white dragon evil spirit fiercely, and the upper and lower rows of sharp teeth fiercely pierced into the dragon's body. HMPH. So it's the silver wax spearhead. Just wait and see. My poison will break your magical power in an instant. The white-bearded dwarf saw that he had the upper hand right from the start, and the bad feeling in his heart disappeared immediately, and he couldn't help but reveal a grim smile on his face. But the next scene made him suddenly change color and panic. After the green mist rat head bit the white dragon evil spirit, it did not quickly erode the entire dragon body as the white-bearded dwarf thought, and turned the opponent's magical power into its own spiritual power. On the contrary, the white alien spiritual energy actually eroded the green mist rat head along the sharp teeth. At the same time, the white dragon evil spirit seemed to be afraid that the green mist rat head would escape, so it turned around and entangled the rat head. In just 1 or 2 breaths, the surface of the green mist rat head completely changed color. Yang Guiangsha, you, a young man, actually used dragon energy to deceive me. If Luo Hong had not taken the initiative to stimulate the real dragon energy that had not yet been fully refined in the body of the white dragon Sha spirit, the white-bearded dwarf would not have been unable to recognize the white dragon Sha spirit's true identity. At this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of being cheated. This senior, Z will teach you a lesson today. Don't show your cards when there is nothing to do, or you will suffer. Luo Hong made full use of the environmental conditions in the earth abyss where the divine consciousness is restricted. As soon as he made a move, he put the white-bearded dwarf into an awkward situation. Damn it. Even the white-bearded dwarf himself forgot how many years he had cultivated this group of 7 evils green mist to reach its current scale. The effort he put in was simply overwhelming. Therefore, even if there was a slight loss, the white-bearded dwarf felt heartbroken, and he didn't care about anything else at the moment, and he wanted to release the poisonous evil spirit to take it back. However, as soon as he activated his divine consciousness, he found that the poisonous evil spirit that could originally gather and disperse freely seemed to have become a piece of ironstone, and he couldn't even move it. After being stunned for a moment, the white-bearded dwarf suddenly turned his eyes to Luo Hong. Senior, don't be in a hurry to withdraw your magical power. Z's evil spirit is not full yet. Seeing him looking at him, Luo Hong immediately sneered. This 7 evils green mist is indeed a powerful magical power. Generally speaking, as long as the magical power enters it, it will be eroded completely. But he happened to encounter the white dragon evil spirit, which restrained it. As long as one of the two is slightly weaker than the other, it will be restrained quite strongly under the yin-yang theory. Of course, if one of them can refine the other, it can also greatly increase its power. So when the white-bearded dwarf wanted to withdraw his magical power, Luo Hong would use the power of heaven and earth to imprison the green mist rat head. You, young man, really angered me. Hearing this, the white-bearded dwarf immediately exploded with anger, and his true form appeared with a flash of spiritual light on his body. Suddenly, a giant demon rat with black hair and 3 eyes appeared in front of Luo Hong and the other two. I'm in a hurry. You two just watch from the side. I'll be back soon. After instructing the two girls, Luo Hong immediately used the escape technique to pounce on him. He now only hoped that the other party could be more durable than the Greenwood demon. Looking at the battle group that was constantly bursting out with fierce airwaves thousands of feet away, Kyoshu and Lei Jiao swallowed their saliva at the same time. Senior sister Ko was senior brother Ji so fierce before? Lei Jiao asked with a tingling scalp. It seems that this junior brother Ji has many secrets. I just found out that his physical cultivation is so high. Kyoshu shook his head and smiled bitterly. A moment later, the green-haired giant rat was hit in the abdomen by a punch. It was so painful that its 3 eyeballs almost popped out. For the first time, it felt that the group of 7 evil mists it had refined didn't seem that important. Then, he suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of blood, but strangely, this ball of blood did not scatter, but was immediately absorbed by his third demon eye. The next moment, a blood-red demon light shot out from this eye, and finally forced Luo Hong to retreat. After the sudden move, the green-haired giant rat did not take the opportunity to chase, but gathered the spiritual light on its body, and used the escape technique, to escape in the direction it came from. Haha, you want to run? I've been on guard against you. Seeing this, Luo Hong did not rush to chase, but pinched the sword formula with both hands, and the Hunyuan sword formation appeared. It turned out that the 5-color lightsaber he shot earlier was not to attack the white-bearded dwarf's body, but to quietly arrange the sword formation, while the other party was furious. His move was to cut off the white-bearded dwarf's retreat. 10 breaths later, when Luo Hong appeared again with the white-bearded dwarf's neck pinched, anyone could see that his arrangement was very effective. Perhaps they were shocked too much in a short period of time, so when the two girls saw Ji Yuan bringing back the bloody white-bearded dwarf, they didn't show any special expression, as if it was a matter of course. Okay senior, I won't waste my words with you. Do you want to die or live? Luo Hong's Yuanshan medicine has not yet been refined. His current spiritual realm is not much different from that of the white-bearded dwarf. The effect of using the soul-searching technique will not be very good, and it may not be able to get the information he needs. For such a chance-taking behavior, Luo Hong has always avoided it if he can, so at this moment, he slowly retracted the flying sword while threatening. What if you want to die? What if you want to live? The white-bearded dwarf asked back with a dead look on his face. Obviously, he didn't expect to leave Luo Hong alive. It's easy if you want to die. Z will directly pull out your tendons and skin, refine the demon pill, and light the spirit lamp. That will be reduced to ashes and there will be no chance of reincarnation. Luo Hong smiled on his face, but he said one method after another that was more cruel than the other. And if you want to live, it's not difficult. You just need to hand over a black ice evil crystal, and take us to the second floor's rotten leaf forest. Hearing these two conditions, the lost light in the eyes of the white-bearded dwarf finally recovered a little. He immediately said with some disbelief, is it really that simple? What else? We are the holy sons of the feeling tribe. We went down to the abyss to pick the nether flame fruit to pass the trial, not to cause trouble for you. Luo Hong really didn't lie to the old monster. After all, the most useful thing on him was the group of 7 evil green mist, which had been eaten up by the white dragon evil spirit at this moment. Therefore, as long as the old monster did things honestly, Luo Hong didn't mind giving him a way out. Yes, this guy is the son of the feeling saint. The white-bearded dwarf suddenly came to his senses. He was beaten so badly by Luo Hong that he had forgotten that the other party was only in the late stage of the transformation of the spirit. The black ice evil spirit is in my earrings. You can take it directly. The white-bearded dwarf wanted to live after all. Even if the hope was slim, he decided to give it a try. Oh, that's a lot easier. After learning that the old demon was cultivating the Yinsha magic, Luo Hong was basically certain that he must have the Zuan Bingsha crystal in his hand, but he didn't expect that he carried it with him, which saved Luo Hong the trouble of running to his lair. Taking off the earring, Luo Hong used his spiritual sense to look inside, nodded with satisfaction, and then put it in his arms. Don't you just want the Zuan Bingsha crystal? Almost all of my wealth. Seeing this, the white-bearded dwarf couldn't help but twitch his eyes twice, but he didn't dare to complain. Okay, tell me where the rotten leaf forest is. As long as you find the place, I will let you go, Luo Hong urged. If you start from here, you have to fly in that direction for 7 days. There are many brainless monsters along the way, but I don't think you will care. The white-bearded dwarf pointed to a dark mountain in the distance. Senior sister Ko? Luo Hong immediately looked at Kyoshu. Kyoshu immediately understood, took out the map, and looked at it for a while before saying, there are records of rotten leaf forests appearing nearby. Although rotten leaf forests only appear in places with particularly strong dark energy, they do not have a fixed location at all. However, the environment of the second layer of the earth abyss generally does not change dramatically, so although the places with particularly strong dark energy in the second layer have been changing, they are only between dozens of places. Since there have been records of rotten leaf forests appearing there, it is probably true. Very good, let's get going. After saying that, Luo Hong lifted the white-bearded dwarf's neck and flew towards the black peak in the distance. With the nether flame fruit in sight, Kyoshu and Lei Jiao also followed with excitement. At the same time, Kylie and Yan Guang on the other side also noticed something wrong. Although they fled very fast, they were always paying attention to the situation behind them. Their spiritual consciousness could not reach them, but they used their spiritual eyes to see the scene where the green-haired giant rat escaped, but was covered by the sword formation. If you think about it, you will know who has the upper hand in the fight between the white-bearded dwarf and Ji Yuan. He won. He actually won against that old demon. Yan Guang said to himself in disbelief. This guy's reputation is actually true. His magical power is probably even stronger than that of Aolu. Kylie narrowed his eyes and said, brother, let's go quickly, don't wait for him to catch up. After a moment of silence, Yan Guang remembered that he and Ji Yuan had offended each other and hurriedly wanted to get away from this place. What are you afraid of? This is the Earth Abyss. As long as we restrain our escape light, even if Ji Yuan's magical power is comparable to that of a mid-level spiritual commander, he can't find us at this distance. Kylie was calm enough at this time, and he still remembered the biggest difference between the Earth Abyss and the outside world. Then, after a moment of silence, he said again, let's go, let's follow him secretly. No, brother, you are crazy. Why should we follow him? Do you want to seek revenge? Yan Guang immediately looked at Kylie with the eyes of a madman. Junior brother, calm down. I don't want to die. But did you notice that when the sword formation disappeared, the remains of the green-haired giant rat did not appear? If Ji Yuan killed the dwarf-old monster, the monster's true body would appear in pieces. So I guess that the old monster was captured alive by Ji Yuan, and the direction where their escape light disappeared happened to be facing a place where a rotten leaf forest appeared. Junior brother, do you think this is all a coincidence? Kylie explained and asked in a deep voice. It is very likely that the three of them went to the rotten leaf forest, but senior brother, we can't beat them, so why take the risk to follow them? Yan Guang still disagreed. A nether flame tree can produce at least 5 nether flame fruits. We don't need to fight with them. We just need to wait until they pick the fruits and leave, then show up and take the rest. Besides, the Ji Yuan will definitely clear out the monsters along the way. As long as we carefully restrain our escape light, we can enjoy the fruits. Junior brother, I won't force you, but I must follow you. After saying that, Kylie stopped persuading him, restrained his escape light, and flew away close to the ground. Seeing this, Yan Guang hesitated for a moment and followed him. There is no sun or moon in the Earth Abyss. On the 4th day, when Luo Hong captured the white-bearded dwarf alive, the Blood Man clone sent by the Blood Dragon had actually rushed from the 3rd level of the Earth Abyss to the 5th level of the Earth Abyss. At this moment, the Blood Man escaped to the vicinity of a dark mountain that was 4,000 or 5,000 feet high. After identifying the direction, he went straight to a cliff halfway up the mountain. He spread his palm at this time, and a token floated out of the blood water. Then, the Blood Man offered the token to the air, and a stream of blood spurted out of his mouth, activating the restriction on the token. As soon as the rune on the token lit up, the entire cliff began to tremble violently. After a loud rumbling sound, it turned into an extremely huge stone dragon head, covered with moss and weeds. Then, the two huge stone eyes on the dragon head suddenly blinked, revealing a pair of blood-red eyeballs. Zudu, you shouldn't come to me at this time. The dragon head didn't move its mouth, but a man's voice came from its throat. Lord Dixu, the situation is urgent. I have to come. That Yu Shang has come to the earth abyss again, and the golden spirit has sensed his existence. My real body has been sent to investigate. Chapter 996, Turtle Beast. What? This person is so brave, relying on his skills. He came to find me again after only 30 years. The owner of the voice was furious when he heard this. After speaking angrily, he ordered the dragon head to open its mouth and said to the blood dragon, this person cannot be kept any longer. You come in and bring the turtle and a team of blood puppets to kill him. Yes, Lord Dixie. The blood man immediately obeyed the order, and with a flash of blood on his body, he escaped into the white light passage in the dragon head's mouth. This passage was extremely wide, with a height of 5 or 6 feet. The 4 walls were built with black square stones, pointing diagonally downward, obviously going straight into the belly of the mountain. Not long after escaping, the bloodlight came to a huge stone room. There were 7 or 8 identical entrances on the 4 walls of the stone room, and there were no signs. Fortunately, the bloodman knew the path, and escaped into one of the entrances without stopping. Afterwards, such scenes were staged continuously. The passages in the belly of the mountain were connected to form a huge maze. In addition, in these passages, you can see various puppets with strong auras wandering around from time to time. After about an incense stick, the bloodman finally escaped from the maze, and at this time, a huge underground lava lake appeared in front of him. Due to the formation of this place, the temperature near the lava lake is very high. Although the bloodman held up the spiritual shield, white smoke also came out of his body. On the surface of this lava lake, there was a blood-red majestic palace floating. I saw a huge crystal on the top of the palace flashing a little spiritual light, and the bloodman felt that his flying technique could not be maintained. However, he had expected this, and he shouted to the lake calmly, Brother Turtle, I'm here on the order of Lord Dixu, please take me to the Blood Flame Palace. As soon as the voice fell, a lava lake in front of the palace rolled violently, and soon a giant beast with a body length of 10 feet emerged. This beast has a huge shell on its back, and looks like a turtle, but its neck is long and thin, and it has 3 heads like those of an elk, with strange red horns like coral on its heads. Obviously, this beast is the turtle. The turtle beast suddenly jumped forward without moving, and in the blink of an eye it swam under the blood man, and caught him on its back. Blood poison. The master was very angry when he sent a message to me. Where is that you now? You and I must kill him as soon as possible. Otherwise, the matter against the true body of the Mew King Demon King will be exposed, and the big things the master is doing now will most likely have twists and turns. The head in the middle of the turtle beast said solemnly. Before separating from the main body, the man had already reached one of the entrances to the first and second layers of the earth abyss, and must be wandering around the second layer. Calculating the time, it is almost time for the Feeling Tribe. Humph. This man is really bold. He came to see the master without notification not long ago, and asked the master to make some noise in the earth abyss. If it weren't for the fact that he had worked for the master and brought a spiritual material that the master urgently needed, I would not have taken him across the lake. But now he has come again despite the master's strict orders and caused such trouble. He is so disrespectful that I must crush his head with my own hands to vent my hatred. The turtle beast swam quickly towards the Blood Flame Palace, saying hatefully. His words also revealed a story of the fish shop owner. It turned out that the fish shop owner was also a subordinate of the Earthblood and the actual operator of the plan to seize Mew King's body. It was precisely because of the failure of that plan that the fish shop owner left the Earth Abyss and fled into the wilderness. Later, by chance, he entered the Lost Forest and got the method of using the Guangyuan Heavenly Book. His cultivation and strength began to soar uncontrollably. In a few words, the man and the beast arrived in front of the Blood Flame Palace. The blood man immediately jumped onto a platform in front of the temple. The turtle beast suddenly turned into a red ball of light and shrank rapidly as it flew out of the lava lake. When it landed, it actually revealed the appearance of a burly man with 3 heads. As a spell was cast from the hands of the 3 men, the huge temple door was slowly pushed open, and a team of puppet soldiers wearing red helmets and red armor, holding a fire spear in one hand, and burning with blood flames all over their bodies walked out. The 2 of them were not surprised by this, and immediately walked into the temple at a very fast pace. But soon, the blood man found that the path taken by the 3 men was a little wrong, and he frowned and said, "Brother Turtle, Lord Dixu ordered you and me to bring a team of blood puppets. Why did you take me directly to the mud puppet hall?" Dixu has arranged many mud puppets in various places in the Dion. In the mud puppet hall, they can use the formation to change positions with any mud puppet, which is most suitable for traveling. It will take at least 1 or 2 hours to use the blood puppets, and if you and I join forces, even if the man surnamed you gets a good chance outside, he will never be able to defeat the combined attack of Xiangang Blood Thunder and Sand Divine Flame. The 3-headed man never underestimated the fish shop owner, but he was also very confident in his and Zudu's strength. He thought that bringing a team of 6 blood puppets that were only equivalent to the initial stage of Liangsu would be useless except for wasting time. No, although our magical powers are not much restrained by the 5-color divine light, the great 5-element escape technique of the man surnamed Yu is extremely powerful. If he is determined to escape, we will definitely not be able to catch up, but it will definitely make a lot of noise. Lord Dixu took this into consideration and asked us to bring a team of blood puppets, not for their combat power, but for their ability to form a 6 yin and 6 wu formation. This formation is enough to stop the man surnamed Yu for a while when he escapes, so that it can be foolproof. The blood man objected immediately after hearing this. As a traitor to Muking, he is different from the turtle beast. If there is a problem in this ambush, the turtle beast will be punished by the blood of the earth at most, but he will definitely be skinned and burned by Muking. Humph, if you insist on wasting 2 hours, it's okay, but you have to give me a chance to fight that you alone. I must prove that I, the turtle, am the first general under the master, not just a gatekeeper. The 3-headed man did not insist at all, and put forward conditions with a flash of his eyes. Hearing this, the blood man was stunned, and then he suddenly realized that the other party was pretending not to bring the blood puppet, and the real purpose was to fight Yushang alone, and compete for the superiority. This guy has a lot of ideas. But forget it, with the main body next to him, and the formation to block Yushang's retreat, I think there will be no problem. The blood man thought about it, and felt that it didn't matter to agree to the other party, and then nodded. On the 2nd level of the Earth Abyss, Luo Hong had no idea that, even if the fish shop owner died, he would still cause trouble for him. At this moment, the 3 of them had been flying in the direction pointed by the white-bearded dwarf for 5 days, and they encountered quite a few monsters along the way. Moreover, the strength of these monsters was mostly beyond the level that should be in the 2nd level of the Earth Abyss. But the more so, the more it proved that the white-bearded dwarf was not lying. However, in this way, their journey was a little slower than expected. At this time, more than 100,000 miles ahead of the 3 people, above a low dense forest with pale yellow leaves and a faint fishy smell, 5 saints of the Nanlang tribe were fighting with 7 meaty ball-shaped monsters with octopus tentacles and bird heads. Fei Yu, who had a slight friendship with Luo Hong, was the leader of these 5 people. "Brother Fei, these swamp monsters are really tough, so we should hold them back. Brother, you can just pick the 6 nether flame fruits." After seeing that his magical power did not cause any injuries to the monsters, the Nanlang saints suggested with disgust. Although the swamp monsters were slow in action, except for the head which was a weak point, the rest of their bodies were extremely hard, and it was really difficult for them, the mid to late stage flying spirits, to break through their defense. No, the nether flame tree grows in the middle of a pool of water. If there are still monsters in the pool, and I'm held back again, you 4 will be in danger. Although the swamp monsters are now passively beaten, as long as they find an opportunity, they will spray out highly corrosive black mud from their mouths. Basically, as long as they touch it a little, the body of a flying spirit will be corroded completely. The reason why they have been able to suppress these 7 swamp monsters is all thanks to Fei Yu's support in the middle. If he leaves, the situation will immediately collapse. Don't delay any longer. The 4 of you hold on for a moment. I will use my magic treasure to kill these monsters. After hesitating for a moment, Fei Yu decided to consume some of his vitality to kill the group of swamp monsters. As soon as he finished speaking, he pinched his sword formula and actually sacrificed a golden giant sword from his danshan. With a buzzing sound, the sword soared into the sky, spinning in the air, emitting a dazzling spiritual light. Then, Fei Yu raised and pressed his arms, and performed the art of transformation, turning into a huge strange bat with a dragon head and a whale tail. The next moment, the strange bird flapped its wings, and flew behind the giant sword. Then the two spiritual lights connected, and slowly merged into one. In an instant, the giant sword not only expanded several times, but the spiritual light also wrapped it into a scorching sun. Seeing this scene, the 7 swamp monsters on the ground immediately became agitated, and they ignored the attacks of the other 4 Nanlang saints, exposed their heads, and sprayed a black mud column into the air at the same time. At this time, Fei Yu's magical power was also completed. The golden sun suddenly sank down and turned into a sky blade in an instant, smashing the 7 mud pillars head on. Then, the sky blade circled around the bodies of the 7 mud monsters, causing them to freeze instantly. When Fei Yu appeared in front of the 4 Nanlang saints again, the 7 mud monsters had already turned into a pile of broken corpses in the midst of the foul blood. Brother Fei is mighty. The other 4 were extremely excited when they saw this, and they shouted immediately, "Haha, go get the demon pill quickly, and then follow me to pick the nether flame fruit." Fei Yu also smiled complacently when he heard this, took out a pill and swallowed it, and then told the 4 people, "Haha, great, we will definitely be the first to complete the trial this time, and there will be rewards from the clan when we return. This is all thanks to senior brother Fei. We will definitely follow senior brother Fei's lead in the future." With an excited look, the 4 people descended as they talked, but just as they were about to cast a spell to collect the demon pill, the black mud swamp under them suddenly bubbled up, and then a strange looking clay doll floated out. Huh? What is this? Why didn't I notice it before? Before the clay dolls took the initiative to float out, the 4 people did not sense their existence. Fortunately, the aura emitted by these clay dolls was not strong, and the 4 people were just confused at the moment, not knowing how to deal with them. Fei Yu was secretly practicing his power to refine the pill. When he heard the movement, he turned his eyes and looked over, and saw that the epidermis of the clay dolls suddenly became dehydrated and dry, and then peeled off like dead skin. There is something strange. Everyone move away first. Fei Yu did not see the origin of these clay dolls for a while, but out of caution, he immediately ordered the 4 junior brothers to stay away. Soon, 7 of the 8 clay dolls began to glow with blood, while the other 1 ignited a red spiritual flame, instantly drying up the surrounding swamp. It was only then that Fei Yu sensed the increasingly powerful spatial fluctuations, and with a look of shock in his eyes, he reminded everyone, "It's the teleportation secret technique. Quick, everyone, get started, destroy these clay dolls." Upon hearing this, the 4 Nanlang saints immediately realized that no matter who was behind the teleportation secret technique, they could not be successfully teleported over now. So, without saying a word, the 4 of them used their magical powers to smash the clay dolls below. These 4 people were able to become the saints of the Nanlang clan, so their magical powers were naturally not weak, and it was easy for them to defeat an ordinary enemy of 1 level. However, the magical powers that were used to hit these clay dolls could not break through the spiritual light on their bodies, but instead made their skin peel off faster. Especially the one that ignited the red spiritual flame. At this time, the entire head had peeled off, revealing 3 ugly human heads that were obviously not from the Feeling clan. "There's someone near the teleporting clay doll. Humph, you're out of luck." After a glance, the 3 human heads spoke at the same time, full of hostility. After that, one of the human heads spit out a ball of black spiritual flames. With a gentle blow, the flames turned into a cloud of fire and attacked Fei Yu and the other 5. Bone-eating devil fire. How can you have this magical power? Run. Fei Yu, who had just shown his divine power, suddenly changed color when he saw the 3-headed monster release the spiritual fire. He shouted loudly and turned into a golden light and fled. His 4 junior brothers were also immediately scared to death when they heard the words bone-eating devil fire. They didn't dare to try to fight at all and turned around and ran. However, the next moment, the black fire cloud suddenly gathered in the middle and turned into 5 drops of lychee-sized fire liquid in the blink of an eye. Then, the 5 drops of fire liquid suddenly shook and caught up with the 5 fleeing people. In an instant, 5 screams, including Feiyu's, rang out at the same time. All 5 people turned into human skin lanterns, with flames under their skin. They wailed and spewed black smoke, and soon they exploded into ashes with a bang. Ha ha ha, you are lucky to die under my bone-eating magic fire. The 3-headed weirdo laughed wildly when he saw this. Brother Turtle, please put away your magic power. It's not good to scare that person away if you make a lot of noise. The blood man had also teleported halfway at this time. Seeing that the other party was a little out of control, he couldn't help but frown and remind him. I know. Have you sensed your original body? When will he arrive? The turtle beast said impatiently. Chapter 997 Muking Exits. My real body flew up directly from the 3rd floor, and it will arrive here in 1 or 2 days. After arriving at the 2nd floor of the Earth Abyss, the Bloodman had already had a vague sense of the real body, and immediately replied. Well, then guard here for 5 days. You quickly go to set up the formation around. The 3-headed man nodded slightly upon hearing this, and then ordered the 6 blood puppets to set up the 6 yin and 6 wu formation around the nether flame tree. After confirming that the formation was correct, the 2 of them eliminated the traces of this place, and then restrained their breath, and hid in the depths of the rotten leaf forest. A few days later, on the 3rd floor of the Earth Abyss, a large formation in the Wood Spirit Cave suddenly lit up with emerald green spiritual light. The next moment, the ground shook violently, and then several extremely thick black stems stretched out from the formation, and at the same time, they lifted up a dark black demon flower that was 100 feet high. As soon as this flower appeared, it quickly opened its petals and bloomed, revealing a figure in the heart of the flower. The owner of the figure was very slender, but her face was shrouded in spiritual light, making it unclear, but it was still possible to tell that she was a woman. However, she was not as gentle as an ordinary woman, and she held a green whip in her hand, which was quite imposing. The woman took a step forward and walked down the black demon flower. Then she moved her steps and soon came to the Kian courtyard, where the blood dragon and the golden-haired old ape met. Facing the heavy restrictions covering the Kian courtyard, the woman did not hesitate at all and walked up directly. Suddenly, the spiritual curtains of the restrictions rippled in circles. At this time, a black light flashed on the woman's body, and her figure instantly disappeared in the restrictions. When she appeared again, she was already in the courtyard behind the door. The Kian courtyard was full of huge spiritual flowers of different colors, competing with each other for beauty. It was simply a garden with a unique style. Among these huge flowers, there was a winding path. The woman walked along this path for a while, and came to a huge black pine tree. This tree is about 50 to 60 feet tall, and its state looks very strange. There is a boundary in the middle. Half of the leaves are lush and dense, while the other half are shriveled and withered, with no leaves left, as if it is half alive and half dead. After staring at the tree for a while, the black aura on the woman's body suddenly dissipated, revealing her slightly dark and pretty face. When she revealed her true face, a terrifying evil spirit also spread out. I'm afraid that the cultivators below the level of transformation will suffer damage to their souls just by looking at it. Suddenly, the golden-haired old ape guarding this place turned into a golden light and shot from the side. After revealing his true form in front of the woman, he immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Meet the master. Congratulations on your success in coming out of retreat." It turned out that this pretty but evil-looking woman was Muking, one of the 4 great demon kings of the Earth Abyss. Although the sacrifice has been successful, it will still need to be maintained from time to time. My retreat this time is only temporary, and I will return to the altar to continue presiding over it later. Elder Jin, during the time I was holding the sacrifice, has anyone been spying here? After coming to her senses from the miserable state of her main body, Muking immediately asked about the recent situation, and at the same time, performed a secret technique to sense whether her subordinates had carried out the tasks she had assigned before the retreat. The next moment, Muking frowned slightly, noticing that many marks were not where they should be. What's going on? Why are Zudu and Izuo both on the 2nd floor? Did something big happen in the abyss? Master, Jinling was about to report this to you. About 10 days ago, Jinling accidentally sensed the existence of the villain who wanted to kidnap the master's body, so he immediately sent Zudu to investigate the man's whereabouts. Hizo was hunting the colorful cloud scorpion tribe at the time, collecting blood food as assigned by the master, so he was assigned by me to support him a few days late. The golden-haired old ape bowed again, and told him everything he had done. What? Are you sure it's that person? You didn't make a mistake? New King was immediately surprised when he heard this and confirmed it. It was with the command spell plate given by the master that Jinling was able to sense the aura of the spiritual object that the man had taken from the wood spirit cave that year near a giant spirit flower on the first floor. So, even if it wasn't that man who came in person, it must have something to do with him. After capturing him, we will definitely be able to find out the identity of that man. The golden-haired old ape couldn't be 100% sure that it was the villain who came in person, but it was absolutely right to take action for this. I see. In this case, the possibility that it was that man is indeed very high. New King nodded immediately and pondered. The golden-haired old ape was very surprised at this time, because he didn't see the joy of revenge on his master's face, but his master's brows were even more tightly knitted. Master, is there something wrong? The golden-haired old ape asked tentatively. Since old Jin has noticed that the man who returned to the Earth Abyss that year, there are some things I don't have to hide. In fact, I already know who the guy who designed to plot against my body is. New King's face darkened, and he said with murderous intent. Ah, so the master already knew who did it, but the golden-haired old ape was extremely puzzled when he heard this. After all, according to his master's usual style, he would definitely skin and rip off the person who did this, but she had no reaction in these years, as if she had no idea at all. Could it be that the person who did this was difficult for even the master to deal with, and he needed to take his time? In other words, the golden-haired old ape suddenly realized something. Haha, it seems that Master Jin has guessed it. Yes, the mastermind of the incident back then was Dixu. New King narrowed his eyes and sneered. Lord Dixu? But how could he know the layout of the wood spirit cave, allowing the intruder back then to avoid most of the restrictions and directly contact the master? Ah, it was that damned blood poison. Oh no, I have to call Heizuo back immediately. After learning that Dixu was the mastermind behind the scenes, the golden-haired old ape immediately thought of blood poison, who had asked Dixu for a ball of Xiansha blood marrow in order to practice Xiangang blood thunder. This heavenly evil blood marrow must be refined with the blood essence of a person with a cultivation level above the fusion level and the existence of the heavenly evil, and the process is extremely difficult. But only in this way can one cultivate the extremely powerful heavenly gang blood thunder that can borrow the power of the evil calamity and ignore the physical spiritual treasure. The explanation given by Zudu before was that he paid for an extremely rare treasure of heaven and earth to exchange for the heavenly evil blood marrow from Dizu. The golden-haired old ape had also seen that treasure of heaven and earth and knew how rare it was, so he didn't doubt anything. But now thinking about it, all of this seemed to be designed, and this person had already betrayed the master. After thinking about this, the golden-haired old ape suddenly realized that something was wrong. He actually sent a traitor to catch the accomplice of the traitor. The loyal Heizuo was afraid that he would be in danger. The master had only 3 subordinates in the late stage of refining emptiness, and Heizuo couldn't die easily. According to the time, they should not have met yet. Old Jin, you quickly send a message to Heizuo and ask him to secretly follow Zudu. If he sees him fighting with a strong person, report immediately. I will go there in person. If that person shows signs of defeat before I arrive, he will immediately show up and attack Zudu. New King's beautiful eyes turned, and he ordered without question. After receiving the order, the golden-haired old ape cast a spell and sent a message without hesitation. But he felt that with the restrictions planted by the master on Zudu, it was enough to sense the opponent's approximate position within the scope of the Earth Abyss. It was not difficult for Heizuo to secretly follow him. However, what virtue and ability did the other party have that made the master put down the important things at hand and go there in person? There is no need for the master to take action. Jinling and Heizuo will definitely kill Zudu and that person together. The golden-haired old ape asked for a fight very resolutely. Hey, I never blamed you for that incident with old Jin. After all, I was careless for a moment and thought that as long as Liuzu and the other two stayed with me, my main body could rest easy. That's why someone took advantage of me. Moreover, I'm not going to kill Zudu and that person this time, but I want to capture that person alive. You may be able to defeat that person with your magical powers, but it's impossible to capture him alive. Mew King obviously valued this old slave who had been with her main body since she attained enlightenment. She first said something to comfort him and then told him her plan. Can this master tolerate Zudu's betrayal? Hearing that Mew King didn't plan to take Zudu's life, the golden-haired old ape asked in surprise. HMPH. He betrayed the information about the restrictions of the Wood Spirit Cave, causing me to lose half of my vitality, and I have not recovered yet. With such a deep hatred, I will definitely tear out his tendons and skin, and torture his spirit for 10,000 years, before I can vent my anger. Mew King said coldly, and suddenly the whip in his hand lashed out at the void in front of him. There was a sharp sound, and a white mark suddenly appeared. Then, the nearby space fluctuated, and countless black mists rushed out from the white mark, tearing out a space crack. Seeing this scene, the golden-haired old ape was very happy. This was what his beloved master should be like. However, the most important thing right now is to enter the Styx and obtain the orb in the demon tomb. All other grudges can be temporarily put aside. Dixu's idea must be the same as mine, so Zudu is undoubtedly going there to kill him, so as not to expose him and affect the next plan. But for me, that person is more useful alive, so I arranged it this way. I didn't use Zudu, just because I didn't want to break up with Dixu now. Mew King explained, with a slight smile on her lips. Obviously she had already made some plans. Not long after she finished speaking, she seemed to have thought of something and added, by the way, you send a message to Heizuo again, and tell him that the man's identity is most likely a high-level spiritual commander of the Five Lights clan, so that he will be careful not to fall into Zudu's trap. Although Heizuo is loyal and powerful, his brain is not very good, and Mew King has to remind him again and again, before she can rest assured. As for why she knew the identity of the person who took action that year, it was not entirely based on speculation. The existence that could escape alive after half of her wood spirit energy exploded was either of the same level of cultivation as her, or possessed a magical power that could extremely restrain the wood spirit energy. After counting them all, the most likely one was the five-colored divine light of the five-light branch of the Flying Spirit clan. Moreover, when she counted the losses of the Wood Spirit Cave afterwards, she also found that, although the other party tried to conceal his purpose, he still inadvertently showed that he had a special interest in the relics of a five-light clan elder she had killed. After comparing the two, Mew King basically determined the general identity of this person. At the same time, she also deduced that the reason why this person took the risk was to obtain a bottle of 5-color true blood from the relics of the Five Light clan elder. But fortunately, she brought the bottle of 5-color true blood with her at the time, so he didn't succeed. It turns out that the master is far-sighted, and Jin Lingquan respects the master's orders. The golden-haired old ape knew that Mew King had a plan, and immediately stopped asking. After that, he cast a spell to send a message again. At the same time, Luo Hong was looking at the faraway rotten leaf forest while he used his divine sword to cut a stone monster that blocked the road into several pieces. The rotten leaf forest is ahead. I have done both of the things you asked me to do. Can you let me go? The white-bearded dwarf had seen many scenes of Luo Hong killing the attacking monsters on the way and asked without changing his expression. No hurry, it won't be too late to let you go after we find the nether flame fruit. After all, if we are unlucky and someone gets the nether flame fruit here first, we will have to ask you to show us the way again. Luo Hong was always very cautious when it came to luck. After saying that, he flew forward with the two girls and soon arrived above the low dense forest with yellowish leaves. Junior brother G, this rotten leaf forest is not too big. Although our spiritual sense is limited, it only takes half a day to search it thoroughly. Kyoshu said happily, after looking down at the dense forest under his feet with excitement. Wait, in such a dense dark aura, why can't I see any traces of monsters? Are they all hiding? After using his spiritual eyes, to scan the nearby rotten leaf forest. Luo Hong didn't find any monsters and couldn't help but feel a little strange. You know, most of the monsters in the abyss are extremely violent. If they directly break into the territory like them, they should have been attacked without explanation like the stone monsters before. I remember that there is a group of mud monsters living here. This kind of monster is not good at flying and likes to hide in the black swamp. It's not surprising that you can't find them in the air with your spiritual eyes alone. The white-bearded dwarf didn't want to suffer the torment of life and death anymore, so he took the initiative to dispel Luo Hong's doubts. I've heard that this kind of monster does appear in the rotten leaf forest, and because of its powerful innate black mud, it can often occupy the entire rotten leaf forest. Lei Jiao also echoed after hearing this. In that case, let's search separately. If you encounter a swamp monster, don't get entangled with it, and report to me immediately. With Lei Jiao's endorsement, Luo Hong immediately believed what the white-bearded dwarf said, and then instructed the two women. The two women had already witnessed how powerful Luo Hong was along the way, and a mere swamp monster could most of them be killed by him in one encounter. So, they nodded slightly at the same time, and then fled to the left and right at the same time. Luo Hong fled straight ahead, responsible for searching the area in the middle. Because his spiritual sense was limited, he had to shuttle back and forth several times before he could explore the area he was responsible for clearly. Suddenly, just when he was about to explore it completely, his spiritual sense sensed a strong breath. But when he flew forward for a while, this sensation disappeared again. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 998 Ambush. Strange, could it be that the monster knew how powerful I was, and after sensing my breath, it immediately hid deep underground? Luo Hong did not think that the sensation just now was an illusion, but he only thought that there was a powerful underground monster hiding in the black swamp. However, just as he was about to turn back to explore again, he heard Lei Jiao's magical power transmit the voice. Brother Ji, I found Mingan and others. There is a monster in the pool. As soon as the voice fell, a huge roar sounded with the sound of breaking waves. Luo Hong immediately looked over and saw a multi-legged monster with a lion's head and a fish's body leaping up and biting Lei Jiao with its big mouth. Oh no, it's a monster in the early stage of refining emptiness. After sensing its breath, Luo Hong secretly said that it was not good and immediately flew over to rescue. Fortunately, Lei Jiao did not become the son of Xian Peng by connections. As soon as the sound of thunder rang out, she escaped more than 100 feet away and avoided the monster's surprise attack. Then, she suddenly turned around, opened her mouth with a face full of anger, and spit out a thick silver thunderbolt, which hit the monster firmly. Although her cultivation was weak, the thunder magic had some restraining effect on the monsters in the earth abyss. At this moment, the silver arc on the monster's body was jumping, but it was slightly paralyzed and could not chase immediately. Taking advantage of this few breaths of gap, the five-colored streamer transformed by Luo Hong had already escaped. He pointed his sword at one point, and hundreds of five-colored lightsabers shot out from the light wings behind him. Brother G, this is a lion-like beast. It has some blood of the ancient beast Xiang Yao. Don't be careless. After escaping danger, Lei Jiao immediately recognized this strange-looking monster and reminded it quickly. Xiang Yao blood. Luo Hong thought about it and quickly slowed down the sword slightly. At the same time, he spread his right palm and sacrificed the Kyankan pearl. The lion beast was severely electrocuted and was extremely angry. Seeing Luo Hong take the initiative to attack, it roared wildly and urged its magical power to make the entire black pool surge. The circular water wall pushed across and wrapped all the flying five-color lightsabers, which were stained in an instant, and black spots like rust appeared. Then, the lion beast walked on the waves and pounced on Luo Hong in the blink of an eye. However, before it could survive for 3 breaths, an invisible huge force suddenly descended on it. With a boom, the huge wave wrapped the lion beast's body and sank suddenly, and it hit the hard black mud that was sunken more than 10 feet. Just as it came to its senses and was struggling to stand up, Luo Hong's body suddenly moved above his head. Then, with just a light tap of the toes, the lion beast's head hit the ground hard, leaving a clear mark. After the heavy blow, the lion beast felt dizzy and shook its head to resist, but soon a sharp pain came from the depths of its soul. With the addition of injuries, the lion beast finally fainted, lying on the ground with only the sound of gasping for breath. Seeing this, Luo Hong flipped his palm and took out a 5 thunder lock and tied up the unconscious lion beast tightly. Then, he put many sealing talismans on it before putting it into a spirit beast bag. Xiang Yao's innate poison is the perfect thing to assist Arzi in cultivation. Although this guy's blood is thin, if Xiaojin uses his magical powers to stimulate it, it may be able to return to its ancestral state and produce extremely high-grade poisonous water. Thinking of this, Luo Hong flew up from the pit and looked at the center of the pool. After being tossed by the lion beast, the pool, which was only 1,000 feet in area, was basically dry. On a protruding earthen mound in the middle, stood several dark green trees. The largest tree had 6 fist-sized black fruits in its branches and leaves. The surface of these fruits was extremely rough, with countless tiny cracks opening up, and the dark energy unique to the abyss was faintly flowing inside. The nether flame fruit was not actually a very special spiritual fruit, but its growing environment was also suitable for the inhabitation of powerful abyss monsters, so it was used by the Feeling Clan as a proof of the trial. Great, these 6 nether flame fruits are ripe, and they are enough for the 3 of us. Unlike Kaoshu, Lei Jiao was also carrying the burden of the survival of the Cheyenne Pen clan on this trip. Seeing that the nether flame fruit was within his reach, he could not help but say with great joy, "It turned out that we found the nether flame fruit so smoothly. It seems that we can pass the trial in the first batch." Kaoshu was far away and had just arrived. He also said with joy, "Go pick the fruits. There are still monsters hiding here. We should not stay here for long." Luo Hong did not forget the fleeting breath he had just sensed. After urging the 2 girls, he cast a spell to the side. The light column entered his body, and the white-bearded dwarf who had just been thrown aside by Luo Hong suddenly felt that the restrictions on his body had collapsed, and he was actually free again. "Senior, Z is a trustworthy person. You can leave now." Since the white-bearded dwarf did not play any tricks, Luo Hong did not mind sparing his life. After all, this guy's demon pill was of no use to him. Hearing this, a feeling of surviving a disaster suddenly filled the heart of the white-bearded dwarf. However, just as he was about to turn around and escape, he sensed something. His face suddenly turned extremely pale, and then a sinister laugh suddenly sounded. Isn't this Brother Samu? I was wondering why I couldn't sense your presence near the nest of the nobles on the 3rd floor. It turns out that you, a coward, abandoned your tribe and fled to the 2nd floor alone." As he spoke, a cloud of blood mist suddenly emerged from the forest, wrapped a figure, and flew into the air. "Zudu, how did you track down my whereabouts?" Seeing the blood mist, the white-bearded dwarf immediately lost all hope and shouted in disbelief. "Humph. A mere 3-eyed rat demon is not worth Brother Zhu and me going out at the same time." At this time, in the opposite position of the blood mist, a burly man with 3 heads suddenly rose into the air. Moreover, as soon as the big man appeared, he fixed his eyes on Luo Hong and then said with dissatisfaction, "Brother Zhu, are you sure that the cursed token sensed this person? I think this guy is just a high-level flying spirit general. It is impossible for him to hide in front of us to this extent. Brother Yu, this person has the ability to capture the lion beast alive, but he can also force Brother Sanmu to do things for him. Obviously, his magical powers are far beyond his surface cultivation. Although he is not the one surnamed Yu, he should also be closely related to him. It is not a waste of our trip to capture him and bring him back." The blood man said with interest hidden in the blood mist. The 2 of them were here, as if there was no one else to discuss, but they frightened Kaoshu and Lei Jiao to pale faces. "Junior brother GG, the 3-headed big man is a high-level spirit commander. What should we do?" The terrifying aura of the U-beast made Kaoshu feel desperate as soon as he sensed it, and he couldn't help but transmit the voice in panic. Senior Sister KO, you and Junior Sister Lei will continue to pick fruits later. Don't worry about me after you succeed, just run to the exit. Luo Hong said in a very solemn tone. No, how can we abandon you, junior brother? Yes, senior brother, the three of us may not be powerless if we join forces. Lei Jiao said that he didn't believe what he said and forced himself to muster up the courage to resist. Don't talk nonsense, listen to me. As soon as I take action, you will act. Luo Hong didn't intend to discuss with the two women at all and ordered directly. This is not that he wants to be a hero, but the man in the blood mist and the three big men are obviously coming for him, and at this moment, he is already in a situation of trapping him from the front and back. Even if he wants to run, he can't get away. Therefore, he might as well let the two women run away immediately after the battle, so that he will have two fewer worries. Two seniors, I'm the holy son of the Five Lights clan. I came to the Earth Abyss only for the test. I believe I have not offended you two seniors. Is there any misunderstanding? After explaining, Luo Hong did not give the two girls a chance to get tangled up and immediately bowed to the two monsters. However, although he looked extremely puzzled, he was not completely ignorant of the current situation. The three-eyed rat demon called the people in the blood mist blood poison, and the three-headed man was called a turtle. If I remember correctly, one of these two guys is the late-stage blood dragon under Muking, and the other is the gatekeeper spirit beast turtle under Dizu. However, the aura of this blood poison seems to have just reached the middle stage of the refining void. Judging from the cultivation time of the demon beast, he should not have not yet advanced, but is very likely just a clone. From what these two demons said, they mistook me for another refining void cultivator named Yu Gan. Could it be the owner of the fish shop? There is indeed a misunderstanding, but whether you are unlucky or you really know Yu Shang, if you don't want to die today, surrender immediately. As for your final fate, the master will make the decision. The three-headed man didn't care about the truth. Since he was sent out by the master, he must not return empty-handed. If the interesting Five Lights Saint in front of him could understand what was best for him, he wouldn't mind taking his soul back with him. Those two seniors who want me to surrender are wrong. Why don't you tell me how you found me first, so that I can explain it to you, and save your master's time? The two demons were able to ambush the wrong person here, so they must have sensed something on him, and Luo Hong immediately tried to get it out. However, before he finished speaking, a sharp piercing sound suddenly sounded from the side, causing his ears to hurt. The next moment, a cold wind blew towards his face, and a blood needle as big as an ox hair shot out from the void close at hand, and pierced Luo Hong's forehead. Sure. With a sound of wind, Luo Hong's left palm suddenly appeared in front of his forehead, and with a pinch of 3 fingers, he actually pinched the blood needle tightly, before it touched his skin. Blood River Underworld Needle? Humph, I've been guarding against you since the beginning. You. Seeing this scene, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the blood mist. As the incarnation of blood poison, Zhu Ren would not allow any mistakes in this action. Although the development of things was very different from what he expected, Luo Hong's death here was undoubtedly the safest result for him. Therefore, he didn't want to talk nonsense at all, and use the Blood River Dark Needle to sneak attack without any warning, trying to kill Luo Hong with one blow. However, this spiritual treasure that had helped him kill countless powerful enemies before was immediately controlled by the opponent. This guy reacted so quickly, it's as if he knew in advance that I would sneak attack his forehead with the Blood River Dark Needle. Zhu Ren was shocked, and a sense of uneasiness was faintly born in his spiritual sense. But soon, a divine thought message sounded in his soul, which made him calm down immediately. Give it back to you. After catching the Blood River Dark Needle, Luo Hong immediately used the Law of Force to crush the divine consciousness imprint on the treasure, and then threw it backhand, causing it to rush straight into the blood mist as fast as lightning. The sudden shattering of the spiritual imprint made the blood man feel as if his soul was pierced by a sharp cone, and he lost consciousness for a moment. When he came to his senses, the Blood River Needle had already shot close to him. Driven by a different kind of blood spirit power, this treasure actually sucked all the blood mist around him, and was about to pierce his heart. Not good. The blood man was very aware of the power of his spiritual treasure. With the cultivation level of this body, if it was pierced into the heart, the blood and ki would be devoured in a few breaths. In a hurry, the blood man retreated violently, while condensing a blood-colored vortex in front of his chest, trying to stop the blood river needle. For a moment, he had no time to care about anything else. After Luo Hong threw the blood river needle, a pale battle armor suddenly appeared on his body. Almost as soon as the armor appeared, a huge force came from the other side. It turned out that the three big men took the opportunity to throw a giant lava gun. The red spearhead hit Luo Hong's waist, but failed to break it. Instead, it couldn't withstand the force of the collision and shattered. What kind of armor is this? How can it be so strong? The three-headed man was shocked when he saw this. Although he didn't use all his strength in this spear, it was no problem to kill a being in the early stage of refining emptiness. Now he couldn't leave a trace on the opponent's armor. On the other hand, Luo Hong just shook his body and swung his right arm to smash the remaining lava spear. Then, he turned around and pushed out his left palm. A giant palm formed by the five-color divine light and the power of heaven and earth immediately slapped the three-headed man. Seeing this scene, the three-headed man didn't think about it. The head on the left immediately spit out a ball of green spiritual flame, which fell into his palm and was pushed out fiercely, turning into a giant green flame palm of almost the same size. The next moment, the two giant palms met in the air, and there was a shocking roar, which made everyone's ears buzz. After the flashing spiritual light faded, the giant green palm was defeated by the five-colored giant palm, but it was also covered with green spiritual flames. It continued to fly forward for a few feet before it disintegrated into spiritual light. At this moment, a figure suddenly flashed out from the brilliant spiritual light and punched the head in the middle of the three-headed man. As if he had not expected Luo Hong to dare to fight him in close combat, the three-headed man was stunned for a moment before a tortoise shell-shaped phantom condensed around him. At the same time, he also made a claw with his right palm and dug directly into Luo Hong's heart. You are looking for death. You want to fight me in a physical fight, even my spiritual shell. Damn, this is impossible. The three-headed man had just mocked in his heart when he saw Luo Hong's fist smash his protective spiritual shell with a blatant momentum. Chapter 999, Fierce Fighting in the Formation. The strong wind blew the three-headed man so hard that he couldn't open his eyes. It fully foreshadowed the power of this punch. If he was hit, even if he had cultivated his demon body for tens of thousands of years, his brain would burst. After sensing the danger, the three-headed man immediately showed a ferocious look on his face. He took a breath and spit out a drop of black thick liquid, which shot straight at Luo Hong's fist. The next moment, the black thick liquid hit the Xianxia Zilang armor attached to Luo Hong's fist. The scene that happened immediately made Luo Hong suddenly break out in a cold sweat. I saw that the black thick liquid turned into countless tiny liquid threads at the moment of contact with the armor, and drilled into the armor like earthworms. Although it did not touch his flesh, Luo Hong's spiritual sense at this moment actually produced a sense of life and death crisis. In shock, Luo Hong immediately exploded the spiritual power on his fist, shaking off some of the liquid threads, and then gave up the attack with a teleportation, escaping dozens of feet away. Seeing this, the three-headed man did not pursue him, but retreated immediately, pulling away from Luo Hong. This man is actually a physical cultivator. The pressure from the moment he swung his fist gave me the illusion that I was facing my master directly. He is definitely not your subordinate. After stabilizing his body, the three-headed man stared at Luo Hong with six eyes, thinking with great fear in his heart. What kind of spiritual flame is that? It can penetrate the heavenly evil dragon armor. It makes me feel that once it enters my body, I will definitely die. Luo Hong looked at the armor that was being repaired and covered again on his right fist, and said in shock. He had not experienced the feeling of life and death like just now for many years. On the other side, Kaoshu and Lei Jiao had already rushed to the nether flame tree as soon as the fight started, and at this moment, each of them had picked 2 nether flame fruits. Looking back, the 2 women were shocked to see that the Ji Yuan was fighting 2 monsters alone, and was not at a disadvantage. At the same time, they no longer had any doubts about the previous instructions of Ji Yuan. After looking at each other, they fled out of the rotten leaf forest together. However, they had only escaped for 20 or 30 miles when a thick blood-colored light curtain suddenly appeared, blocking their way. "It's a trap. Attack together." After shouting, the two women immediately used their magical powers to transform. Soon, a silver winged rock covered with lightning, and a 5-colored peacock with brilliant spiritual light appeared in front of the blood-colored light curtain. The next moment, the two giant birds used their magical powers with all their strength. The silver thunder and the 5-colored giant sword shot out together and hit a point on the blood-colored light curtain. But after a burst of spiritual light, the blood-colored light curtain was only thinned a little bit, and as the blood light turned, it was immediately repaired. Seeing this scene, the two giant birds couldn't help but show despair on their faces and hesitated for a while, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, a stream of emerald light flew from a distance, startling the two giant birds and immediately took an attacking stance. "Wait a minute, my two friends, it's me." As he spoke, the emerald light immediately shattered, revealing the figure of the white-bearded dwarf. This is the 6 Yin and 6 Wu formation set up by the puppets under Lord Dixu. Even a high-level spirit commander would find it difficult to break it with brute force, but I have secretly studied this formation before, and know its weaknesses. Now we are all on the same boat. If you want to survive, cooperate with me to break the formation immediately. The white-bearded dwarf said anxiously. "Does the senior have a grudge against those two demon cultivators?" Kyoshu asked, still on guard. "You don't know that recently Lord Muking has been frantically searching for blood food in the abyss. I didn't want to suffer this fate, so I ordered the tribe to hide in a dangerous place and secretly came to the second floor to avoid disaster. That blood man is one of Lord Muking's men, and I must not fall into his hands." The white-bearded dwarf explained quickly, then looked back and continued, "There is no time. If those two guys really get serious, Brother G will definitely not be able to hold on for long." "What nonsense are you talking about? Senior Brother G has a strong body, and with the help of the treasure of heaven and earth, he is even more powerful. He is obviously not at a disadvantage at the moment. Since you know the method to break the formation, come quickly and join us in meeting Senior Brother G." Lei Jiao was very dissatisfied when she heard this. The performance of Ji Yuan along the way had already labeled him invincible in her heart. "What do you know, little girl? You haven't heard of the 3-in-1 divine flame, but the name of the heavenly blood thunder must be well known. Well, never mind. Let's break the formation first. You can stay here to support us, but I will definitely not accompany you." The white-bearded dwarf glared and said with a tone full of fear, "You." Lei Jiao was about to continue arguing, but was suddenly stopped by Kyoshu who was standing beside him. "Senior Sister Ko, what are you doing?" Lei Jiao suddenly found that Kyoshu's palm was trembling slightly at this time, and he couldn't help but be surprised. "Junior Sister Lei, this is not something we can solve." "Senior, what should we do?" Kyoshu said with a very solemn face. "Finally, there is someone with good knowledge. You first." Seeing that Kyoshu understood the seriousness of the matter, the white-bearded dwarf was relieved and immediately instructed the two women to break the formation. At the same time, the three-headed man took back the drop of black thick liquid and turned it into a ball of black magic fire, which was suspended between the two horns of the middle head. At the same time, he spit out two balls of spiritual flames, one red and one green, from the other two heads, and also let them float between the two horns of their heads. After doing this, the three-headed man suddenly relaxed his expression, no longer staring at Luo Hong with full concentration, and dared to split his attention and send a voice message. "Zudu, when will your real body arrive? This guy's definitely not as simple as the high-level spiritual general on the surface. We must join forces to suppress him." The three-headed man's tone was extremely dissatisfied. After all, the opponent not only started a war without authorization, but was suppressed at the first encounter. It was simply too bad. "Brother Turtle, don't worry, Zu's real body has arrived." The spiritual light on the blood man was dim, and he said breathlessly. Although he successfully blocked the blood river dark needle, his blood path magic power was consumed a lot, as if he had sacrificed the blood river dark needle fiercely. At this moment, Luo Hong also found himself in the formation. The previous fleeting sense was that he had sensed the blood puppets that set up the formation, but because his body did not stop, and directly entered the range of the formation. The sense was suddenly cut off. Someone else is coming. I'm afraid it's the real body of the blood dragon. A blood-colored stream of light came into view, and Luo Hong's heart moved immediately, and his brows couldn't help but frowned even more. The power of the Xiangang blood thunder is extremely great, and it can ignore the heavenly evil dragon armor. I can only use my magical powers to resist it, and the 3 innate spiritual flames of the turtle beast are also magical, which is really tricky. Just as Luo Hong was trying hard to think of a countermeasure, a roar suddenly came from a distance, and then the entire blood-colored light curtain shook. Fellow Taoist, it seems that your companions have abandoned you and fled on their own. Glancing at the 3 escaping lights in the distance, the 3-headed man sneered at Luo Hong, trying to disturb his state of mind. Of course, the main purpose of his opening his mouth at that moment was to delay time so that the blood poison's real body could arrive. Finally, they left. Now the title of Ji Yuan is saved. Luo Hong also noticed the breakout of Kaoshu and the other 2, and immediately felt relieved. The title of Ji Yuan was not easy to maintain, and Luo Hong naturally did not want to give it up easily. Now that Kaoshu and the other 2 girls had left, he could completely let go. At this time, the blood light in the distance had already escaped to the vicinity of the blood-colored light curtain. After discovering that someone had broken through, it could not help but pause, but soon abandoned it and fled directly to the side of the blood man. The man stood on a thick blood cloud, and his appearance was exactly the same as the blood man. He was dressed as a Confucian scholar, and it was the blood poison's real body. "Why are you so embarrassed?" Blood poison asked, as soon as he arrived. "Humph, this person is weird. If you were to change to your real body, you would also suffer the same loss." The blood man was very dissatisfied and directly retorted, "Forget it. I just happened to catch 2 little mice on the way. You can use their blood to recover a little." Zudu had no intention of arguing. With a thought, he photographed 2 figures from the blood cloud. It turned out to be these 2 guys. "It seems that they followed me all the way here. They are really looking for death." Luo Hong recognized them at a glance. They were Kylie and Yang Guang, the 2 Red Rang saints. "Help." Seeing Luo Hong, Kylie, who was restrained by the restriction, immediately began to ask for help, but just saying one word, he had already exhausted all his strength. And Luo Hong certainly would not care about the lives of these 2 people. He turned his eyes and said, "Do you 2 really want to fight to the death with Z? From what you said, the person you plan to deal with is Yu Shang, who is not only Z's enemy, but also died in Z's hands. This red flame bracelet is a storage magic weapon he carries with him. You should be able to recognize it, right? Yu Shang is dead." Zudu was overjoyed when he heard this. His biggest goal this time was achieved without any effort. "With your magical power and this red flame bracelet, I have no doubt that Yu Shang has died in your hands. But you obviously misunderstood. We 2 don't want to kill you. We just want you to go back and meet our master." If they were to fight to the death with Yu Shang, the 3 big men would be full of motivation, but it would be different for others. After all, he was not the kind of madman who took his life lightly. His senior, you are joking. Your master is the Earth Abyss Demon King. If Z agrees to go, it would be equivalent to handing over his life. It seems that we can't reach an agreement, so let's fight. Luo Hong smiled and shook his head, and then his face turned cold. After that, his figure suddenly swelled, and he was performing the law of heaven and earth with all his strength. At the same time, a huge green wooden plate appeared behind him, and he grabbed a golden giant hammer from the void with one hand. Then, without saying a word, he swung the giant hammer and smashed at Zudu. With the blessing of the heavenly evil dragon armor, Luo Hong's body shape changed extremely quickly, and he immediately launched an attack beyond the safe distance that Zudu originally thought, so he caught him off guard. Luo Hong also considered choosing Zudu as his opponent. Compared with the turtle beast, Zudu obviously wanted his life more than to capture him alive. But Luo Hong was keenly aware that his killing intention was not directed at himself, but at the fish shop owner. Therefore, Luo Hong would rather watch Zudu's incarnation suck the blood of Kylie and the other person dry, and point out the fact that he had killed the fish shop owner. The effect of doing so was also obvious. The killing intention revealed by Zudu directly declined several levels. Luo Hong wanted to take advantage of this momentum and do his best to break Zudu's fighting spirit, otherwise he would really be a bit overwhelmed if the two monsters joined hands without reservation. The hammer came too fast, and Zudu had no time to use the Shingang Blood Thunder. He had to quickly let his incarnation escape back to his physical body so that his cultivation could return to the peak. Then, a blood mist rolled, and a blood dragon with a body length of 100 feet rushed out from it. The dragon body twisted, and the dragon tail covered with bone spurs burst the air and smashed directly at the falling golden hammer. The two collided instantly, and the blood dragon screamed immediately. The glazed golden light hammer didn't even have time to exert its magical power, and the entire tail of the blood dragon was hammered into a blood mist. The blood dragon was so scared that it immediately flashed blood and retreated hundreds of feet away. Of course, Luo Hong couldn't let him go easily. He took a step forward, and his huge figure suddenly disappeared and then appeared near the blood dragon again, and then there was no doubt that he smashed it with another hammer. But this time, the blood dragon didn't dare to take it hard again, so he had to escape again by relying on the escape technique. When he appeared again hundreds of feet away, the dragon tail that had been hammered into a blood mist had recovered, so the violently vibrating magic power had also calmed down a lot. Therefore, after appearing this time, the blood dragon immediately set up many restrictions around it. But just when he thought that this would be able to stop Luo Hong's pursuit, the golden hammer immediately appeared above his head. 5-element Great Escape. How could you develop the 5-color true blood to this extent with your cultivation? Zudu had met the fish shop owner before, so he naturally knew the power of the 5 Lights Saint Lord's proud magical power, the 5-element Great Escape. He couldn't use any means to restrain it in a hurry. Hearing this, Luo Hong just sneered and chased after him again. He would not explain to Zudu, because he cultivated the great 5-element magnetic light and the relationship between the body of the law. The development of the 5-color true blood was even better than that of the high-level spiritual commanders of the 5 Lights clan. After being forced to flee again, the blood dragon finally couldn't bear it anymore. Why should he just hit him? He shouted directly, "Brother Turtle, what are you waiting for? Why don't you use the 3-in-1 divine flame to take this man down?" "Brother Blood, don't worry, I'll do it right away." The 3-headed man agreed readily, but the spells in his hands were in slow motion. The blood poison was consuming Luo Hong's magic power like this, which was exactly what he wanted. How could he stop it right away? 3-in-1 divine flame? Could it be that the 3 groups of spiritual flames can be fused and become a terrifying existence similar to the Shura Holy Fire? Sure enough, that guy's more difficult to deal with. Luo Hong's heart moved immediately after hearing this, and he secretly made a plan. Although the Shingang Blood Thunder is also very powerful, Luo Hong knows a little about its details. If the blood dragon dares to use it, he dares to take it. But when it comes to the unknown 3-in-1 divine flame, Luo Hong has no confidence. So, the blood dragon doesn't matter, but this turtle beast must be destroyed with the power of thunder. Chapter 1000. Triple Divine Flame and Heavenly Blood Thunder. The blood dragon was very clear about the 3-headed man's ability, so it would take so long for him to activate his magical power. Therefore, he didn't need to think much, and he guessed the other party's plan, and immediately cursed in his heart. Fortunately, after a few rounds of dodging, the blood dragon also found that, although he looked embarrassed, he was not in great danger. After all, with his blood escape technique, it was relatively easy not to be hit by the golden hammer head on. This stupid turtle really pissed me off. Damn it. Although the blood dragon was very angry, he also knew that it was the safest tactic for him to consume Luo Hong's magic power and then let the turtle beast take action to finish it off. After all, no matter how powerful the magical power of the 5 Lights Saint was, his magic power was far lower than Th's, so fighting a war of attrition would definitely be a big advantage for the two of them. Moreover, the turtle beast's background and strength were both superior to his, so even if he was unwilling, he had to bow his head at this moment. So, the blood dragon injured the frustration and continued to fight with Luo Hong. The figures of the two kept flashing in the blood-colored light curtain, making people dazzled. But after a cup of tea, the blood dragon had already felt a tearing pain in his body because of the continuous use of the escape technique. But the giant transformed by Luo Hong did not look exhausted at all, but was more energetic than him, a high-level spiritual commander. Shocked, the blood dragon was distracted for a moment, and almost failed to escape in time, and was almost smashed in the head by the golden hammer. After going through the gates of hell like this, the blood dragon finally realized the seriousness of the matter. If it continued like this, he would definitely be the first to be exhausted. At the critical moment of life and death, the blood dragon did not care about why Luo Hong had such a deep magic power, and immediately flew in the direction of the three-headed man, and at the same time, shouted in a bit of exasperation, "Brother Turtle, if you stand by and watch, you will be waiting for Zoo to collect my body." The three-headed man had no intention of killing the blood dragon, and he also found that something was wrong at the moment, and his expression of watching the show suddenly sank. After hearing the blood dragon's shameless cry for help, he quickly made hand gestures with his hands, and 3 different colors of rays of light immediately appeared on the 3 heads. With this change, the 3 groups of spiritual flames suspended between the two horns suddenly became stronger, from the original size of lychees to the size of an adult's fist. Moreover, as the 3 big men kept chanting incantations, strands of fire separated from the 3 groups of spiritual flames, and then gathered 3 feet above his head. The black flames separated from the bone-eroding magic fire, surrounded by the blue and red flames, soon merged into a purple-black flame. As soon as this flame appeared, the high temperature emitted made the entire rotten leaf forest burn violently, and Luo Hong, who had been paying attention to the 3 big men, suddenly felt a heat in his body. Surprised, Luo Hong hurriedly checked his own data, and found that some of the silver runes on his bones had spiritual power reactions. This kind of strange phenomenon, could it be that the core black flame that makes up the 3-in-1 divine flame is a legendary bone-eating magic fire that is the most restraining for physical cultivation? With a thought, Luo Hong immediately dug out the records of the bone-eating magic fire from many classics. It is said that, as long as this fire touches the body of a living being, it will invade its body unstoppably, burning it from the bones from the inside out. And the stronger the physique, the more violent the reaction will be after this fire enters the body. Unless the realm is very different, it cannot be suppressed at all. No, if this 3-in-1 divine flame is really a more powerful bone-eating magic fire, the other party would never have become so afraid after knowing my physical cultivation. And judging from the strange phenomenon that this fire caused in my body, it should not be a fake, so most likely the turtle beast has not yet cultivated this fire to the home, so that it lacks confidence. Luo Hong's conjecture cannot be said to be wrong, but it is indeed wrong to blame the turtle beast. He was confident in his innate spiritual flame, but that was for beings of the same level, and the physical realm shown by Luo Hong made it difficult for him to recognize that this was a power of the same level as himself, so naturally he had no hope for the restraining effect of the bone-eating magic fire. However, he did not know that the physical realm shown by Luo Hong had the water of the thunder immortal body technique, and he actually had a great advantage. Of course, the turtle beast did not really practice the bone-eating magic fire. After all, to truly master this fire, at least the level of fusion cultivation must be reached. The so-called 3-in-1 divine flame is a means of controlling flames, which can greatly enhance the power of the core spiritual flame through the other 2 spiritual flames. The 3-headed man was confident that, as long as he could fully display this magical power, even his master would have to take it seriously. As the purple-black spiritual flame above his head quickly turned from a flame into a fireball the size of a baby's fist, the 3-headed man's expression became more and more ferocious. Finally, after the fireball expanded by another 3 points, the spell in the hand of the 3-headed man suddenly changed, and the ball of spiritual flame suddenly shrank, and turned into a black and purple water drop, turning fire into liquid. What a powerful fire control ability. Seeing this, Luo Hong was shocked again, but the opportunity he had been waiting for had come. Although there was no communication, when the blood dragon saw the 3-headed man display the 3-combination divine flame, it immediately led Luo Hong to a distance suitable for the opponent to attack. The 3-headed man did not disappoint the blood dragon's temptation. He immediately moved his mind, and made the fire drop shoot out at an incredibly fast speed. The place he aimed at was exactly where Luo Hong would appear if he continued to chase the blood dragon. However, the next moment, Luo Hong did not appear as the two monsters expected, but suddenly went towards the three-headed man. Humph, want a sneak attack? I've been guarding against you for a long time. Seeing this scene, the three-headed man was not panicked at all, but instead raised the corner of his mouth in a playful manner. As the voice was speaking, the seemingly ordinary fire drop suddenly turned at a sharp angle and shot straight at Luo Hong's back. Its speed was so fast that it was almost teleportation, and it reached Luo Hong's back in an instant. But just before the fire drop hit Luo Hong, an invisible force suddenly appeared and actually deflected the direction of the fire drop's flight and finally passed by the surface of the heavenly evil dragon armor, leaving only a burnt mark. Once the crisis was over, Luo Hong once again used the 5-element escape and teleported hundreds of feet towards the three-headed man, and then without waiting for him to react, he shouted and threw the glazed golden light hammer. Not good. Seeing the golden light giant hammer coming like a meteor, the three-headed man's 6 pupils shrank immediately, and while ordering the 3-in-1 divine flame to rescue, he sacrificed a large square shield that seemed to be made of lava. This lava square shield grew in the wind, and in an instant it turned into a giant shield that was dozens of feet long and wide, and 6 or 7 feet thick. At the same time, the three-headed man's body flashed with red spiritual light, and immediately transformed into a huge true body. The 3 heads roared in unison, and instantly condensed a layer of extremely thick tortoise shell-shaped shield around their bodies. Almost at the same time, the glazed golden light hammer smashed down, and with a deafening roar, the lava giant shield was smashed into pieces, and then the giant hammer kept hitting the protective magic power that the turtle beast used with all its strength. As a turtle monster, the protective magic power is also the specialty of the turtle beast. After the glazed golden light hammer hit it, it did not smash it open immediately, but pushed it back frantically. The blood dragon on the side had no time to gloat. He was also surprised at Luo Hong's decisiveness at this moment. The spiritual treasure in his hand was thrown away as soon as he said it would be thrown away. If he missed, it would be like digging his own grave. With a fixed gaze, the blood mist that had already dissipated around him reappeared, and after a slight roll, it was completely immersed in the dragon's body. The next moment, a thick blood-colored beam of light spurted out from the wide-open mouth of the dragon. After the blood-colored beam rushed to the sky, it suddenly exploded and turned into a blood cloud with a loud thunder in it. Heavenly blood thunder. Sure enough, I have to take a hard round before this blood dragon will give up. Hearing the thunder, Luo Hong did not dare to be careless. He knew that the power of the heavenly blood thunder was huge and could ignore the heavenly evil dragon armor. If he was not careful, he would suffer a heavy loss. So, he moved his mind, and the rich 5-colored rays of light spread from all over his body. With a roll, they formed the heavenly 5-element cover with the power of heaven and earth. Then, he waved his right arm, and suddenly the dark death energy surged out from his palm, covering his body in the heavenly 5-element cover. Even with these 2 layers of protection, Luo Hong was still worried. His mind immediately communicated with the heavenly pearl, causing the heavenly wolf divine fire to appear on his body surface, forming a 3rd line of defense. The blood dragon in the distance saw that Luo Hong's methods were endless, and he did not dare to hesitate. He quickly circulated his whole body's blood essence and pointed a finger at the blood cloud in the air with one hand. Then, a dazzling blood light flashed in the blood cloud, and 9 blood-colored thunderbolts struck down fiercely, and they were divided into 3 waves in a flash. These 3 waves of thunderbolts were more numerous and thicker than the previous ones. After 2 thunderbolts, the 2 blood thunderbolts of the first wave hit the Kyankan 5-element cover fiercely, and the spirit cover shook violently, but it also persisted. But there was no pause, and the 3 blood thunderbolts of the second wave struck down immediately. As soon as it came into contact, the Kyankan 5-element cover was full of cracks. It seemed that it could not withstand it, but there was a violent roar, and Luo Hong actually exploded it before the spirit cover collapsed. However, although this made the 3 blood thunderbolts dim a lot, it did not stop them from continuing to fall on Luo Hong's head. However, after the 3 blood thunders plunged into the death energy, there was no further movement. Then, the last 4 blood thunders, which were even thicker, came crashing down. They also plunged into the death energy, but reflected blood light in the dark air mass. It was obvious that the death energy cloud alone could not resist this third wave of blood thunders. However, Luo Hong's expression did not change at all at this moment. The next moment, a dragon roar came from him. Then, a white evil dragon soared into the sky from the death energy cloud, and each of its 4 dragon claws held a blood thunder that had shrunk by half. Boom 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 boom. The 4 explosions came almost at the same time, and the 4 blood thunders exploded in the dragon claws, instantly blowing the 4 claws of the white dragon evil spirit into ashes. But the damage caused was not as great as it seemed on the surface. After all, the white dragon evil spirit was condensed by pure yang evil, and had no physical existence. Even without the dragon claws, it could be restored in a moment. After completely catching the Xiangang blood thunder, Luo Hong looked at the blood dragon coldly, and then his figure flashed, and he fled towards the turtle beast again. The blood dragon was so cold from head to toe by this look, and after taking a breath of cold air, he hesitated with a look of horror whether to immediately support him. Since he can catch my Xiangang blood thunder, and his magic power is so deep, I definitely can't take him down. Let's see if the turtle's 3-in-1 divine flame can do the trick. Otherwise, the blood dragon murmured in a low voice with a flickering look, and he actually had the intention of retreating in his heart. And just when Luo Hong took the Xiangang blood thunder, the turtle beast was surprised to find that countless tiny golden threads appeared in his protective spirit shield. These threads quickly turned into cracks, and even if the turtle beast madly infused demonic power into the spirit shield, it could not immediately erase them. So, after a moment of stalemate, the glazed golden light hammer still smashed the protective spiritual shield of the turtle beast, and was about to hit his physical body. You broke my 2 means of protection. I don't believe how much power you still have. Even if I have to take this hammer, I will destroy this spiritual treasure. It turned out that during the stalemate, the 3-in-1 divine flame had already escaped to the turtle beast. At this moment, he wanted to use his tortoise shell to resist the remaining power of the glazed golden light hammer, so that he could use the 3-in-1 divine flame to destroy this treasure. But at this moment, the glazed golden light hammer, which was not small compared to the hundreds of feet of the turtle beast's real body, suddenly shrank to its own size, and flew back with a turn. Such a sudden change naturally made the 3-in-1 divine flame miss again. The turtle beast raised his eyes and immediately saw Luo Hong rushing towards him. The glazed golden light hammer also grew larger during the backward flight, and was about to return to Luo Hong's hand. Don't even think about getting the spiritual treasure back. The thrown glazed golden light hammer alone made him a little overwhelmed. If he was hit by a solid hammer, the turtle beast knew that he could not resist. So, he roared and eagerly drove the fire drop to chase the glazed golden light hammer. Judging from the speed of escape, the fire drop must be able to hit Luo Hong before he caught the glazed golden light hammer. After being fooled once, the turtle beast was also wary of the sudden burst of Qiangan power. He would never make the same mistake again. But even in such a bad situation, when Luo Hong flashed again, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, as if the victory or defeat had been decided. The turtle beast had no time to react at this time, and suddenly found that there was a strange breath in the range of his consciousness. Is that a fragment of the lava shield? No. There is something attached to it. Just as this thought appeared in the soul, a purple light suddenly fell on the neck of the turtle beast in the middle, followed by a slight tingling pain. What the hell? Furious, the turtle beast immediately activated its demonic power to shake the foreign object off its neck. At this moment, he looked closely and saw a palm-sized double-tailed purple scorpion flying backwards and falling to the ground, but there was no sign of its shell being broken, as if it had just been knocked unconscious. Scorpion? No, it's poisonous. Seeing that it was a purple scorpion that bit him, the turtle beast knew that he had been poisoned by the scorpion, and his face changed drastically as he activated his demonic power to try to suppress the poison. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.